All right. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. If we can take our seats so we can start the day. Just before we start, a reminder that we have a Padlet that you can use to put your questions or comments or ideas online. And the team will gather this and include it into the discussions and also in the report.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So we start off. Good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to welcome you today to this session dedicated to vector-borne diseases at this Earth Observation for Health User Forum 2025. We will today explore and discuss the critical role that Earth observation technology play in addressing some of the most pressing health challenges we face today, particularly those related to vector-borne diseases. As you all know, a vector-borne disease such as malaria, dengue, Zika, and others continue to pose significant health threats around the world, affecting millions of people annually. So the ability to predict, monitor, and mitigate these diseases is very important in our shared effort to improve global public health and to strengthen our disease surveillance system. At WOHA, we are committed to advancing these efforts through our collaborative projects to harness the power of science and technology. One such initiative is the Brovna projects that Alessandro mentioned yesterday, and today you will hear from my colleague Francisco about it in the next session. The project aims to establish risk-based surveillance system for mosquito-borne diseases in North Africa. And this is just one example of how we are collaborating with our partners to combine Earth observation technology with on-the-ground expertise and epidemiological data and field work. So today we will discuss those kind of applications, and I encourage all of us to reflect on the potential of such collaborative projects to drive transformative change. I look forward to our fruitful discussions ahead, and I'm really excited to hear from all the experts that you will join us today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Anna.
Good morning, all, and welcome to the first part of session 2 on vector-borne diseases. We have a small interruption a bit later in the morning, and then we come back to it until the end of, I think, halfway through the afternoon. And then we go into session 3. To start us off and wake us up, we have a keynote by Professor Moritz Kramer from Oxford. His official bio says he is a professor at the Department of Biology, Pandemic Sciences Institute. He and his team take novel, collaborative, interdisciplinary approaches to investigating the dynamics and evolution of infectious diseases, focusing on epidemiologically relevant questions to control them. His unofficial bio is that he's very modest. He's one of the leading academics of his time, of his generation. He has been at the forefront of epidemiology and disease academics and disease distributions and forecasting for a long time now. And you can trust him. He's always got new ideas, and he's always at the forefront of the latest and often leading the latest developments. So I'm very pleased to introduce him, Moritz Kramer. He's going to talk about next-generation models for public health decision and decision-making. Moritz?
Great, thank you so much for that way too kind introduction. Can you hear me okay? Is this working? Great. So yeah, I'll speak about a few case studies of the previous work, but then also ongoing work. So 2/3 of this presentation isn't yet either pre-printed or published, so I hope it inspires some critical discussion, and love to hear also some feedback from the people here. But just to ground us, we are facing technical difficulties, which I hope we can get through. Okay, great. We have experienced over the last couple of years like some really striking examples of geographical expansion and acceleration of outbreaks like dengue in southern Brazil, for example. You can see here displayed the numbers of cases reported in the 2023-2024 season compared to the prior season in the previous years. Within number of reported cases per week, up to 400,000 cases in the entire country. But I think more importantly, we saw this dramatic shift for cases to move southwards. And this was the last sort of El Nino year in the Americas. So there are lots of questions around like what might have triggered this outbreak to grow so large there. Obviously questions around building up of susceptibility over the course of the COVID pandemic when there was a much more limited transmission. And I'll go into a little bit of detail there. A second big example where Earth observation plays a critical role was the outbreak of cholera in Malawi following the arrival of a cyclone that ran over Mauritius and Reunion, then over Madagascar, then turned around and came back onto the coast of Eastern Africa to then hit and led to a lot of flooding in the southern part of Malawi. It triggered displacements internally of up to 650,000 people in Malawi, and also Mozambique and in Malawi caused a huge outbreak of cholera across the entire country, really. And there was a lot of work ongoing trying to figure out what might have triggered this outbreak to be so large in that region. Importantly, however, it's not just that event of displacement and the arrival of this cyclone, but it's also possibly an introduction of a previously circulating cholera strain from Pakistan, which caused their devastating outbreak of cholera during their floods experienced a couple of years prior to that. So interconnectivity of these different regions to each other, plus the arrival of the cyclone, flooding events and displacement, then causing these large outbreaks. So it's like really bringing these aspects that drive these epidemics together to try to help us do better emergency response. This is just showing a couple of examples, work together with Willie on trying to extract the number of flooded pixels across that region in southern Malawi. And then you can see here the epidemic taking off. This was the introduction of that new strain happening around 2022. And then as the floods arrived, you have an acceleration of cases. And then when we look at quantitative models of the association of flooding with the reproduction number, we see positive association. This is not causal. And then as the vaccine campaigns came in, of course, the reproduction number here measured as the time-varying reproduction number RT came down. So these are models that we have developed throughout the COVID pandemic where we can bring in covariates in understanding the drivers of the change in the reproduction number that can then be readily applied in this particular outbreak context. You must have heard of the recent outbreak of Ebola, just detected with a case showing up to hospital in late August, and then 2 weeks later the initial sequence was already generated from the INRB, so the Center for Pathogen Sequencing in Kinshasa, to try to place this outbreak in context of previous outbreaks. And it does point to a new spillover event in this region, which had experienced previous outbreaks, but it was unclear whether this outbreak might be related to previous outbreaks in the DRC, especially Eastern DRC in 2022 and 2020, very prominent and large outbreaks there. For me, this illustrates kind of how quickly we can now go from a detection of a new outbreak to generating critical insights in terms of like what strain causes this outbreak, which has then implications for which kind of vaccine campaigns we can do. And the vaccine campaign is now underway, especially in the region that is most heavily affected with most of the suspected cases. However, what is currently still missing are very, very good models for understanding where this outbreak might have already spread to. Why can't we do that effectively today is mainly because we lack the kind of information readily available to make prediction models about geographical expansion and spread of this outbreak potentially, which could then inform testing strategies and further deployment of resources into regions where we then would hope to bring under control the potential for accelerated spread in the region. So we work very closely in my group, very collaboratively in outbreak response, but also many other themes. And the key questions I've outlined here that we are sort of faced when we are asked to participate in this outbreak response go from general risk prediction. This is trying to understand where is risk. Where might we expect cases, and you can apply this across the board from like respiratory infections all the way down to vector-borne diseases, bringing in different covariates that allow you to understand what risk might be in a particular location. Excitingly, the development of graph neural networks and that architecture now being much more easy to apply to the disease context allows us to bring in a lot more information and make that very, very efficient of exploring the kind of scenarios that we might expect for disease to take. A second big question often in outbreaks, and this relates to discussions also yesterday, is really around how we deal with the issue of sparse data early in outbreaks, right? So we know this all, I think, working in the infectious disease context, whether it's vector-borne diseases or it's the outbreaks of cholera or Ebola and others, is that we have very limited epidemiological data, really, and we have delays in reporting. And so how do we deal with that when it comes to trying to really provide insights about the epidemic, where it's spreading, what the reproduction numbers is, and accounting for all of that becomes really, really critical. There's these new time series foundation models. I don't know if some of you have explored them. So they're called TimesFM and TimesGPT. So those are time series models that have been trained on a corpus of millions of time series from all domains. Like there's some there that also include infectious diseases, but many of them are trained on sort of stock market time series and so forth, and they primarily have been developed really for the financial sector. But when you look at them and apply them to the infectious disease world and trying to either impute, where you have missing data or where you would do some forecasting, they perform surprisingly well, and they're very, very fast to do. So we are currently exploring the use of these more time series foundation models in infectious disease context. So it's this new architecture from using the attention mechanism that we know from sort of large language models. A third question is, and as I mentioned this briefly for the context of the Ebola outbreak, is characterizing what we're dealing with, what strain we're dealing with, and how potentially and how that strain might impact, for example, severity of the strain circulating, but also viral fitness. So how quickly that strain is circulating and can spread. Again, this is something we all remember from the period of the pandemic when there was lots of questions when new variants emerged. How quickly might these spread? I think we've learned a lot there in terms of like what we can do with pathogen sequences to do that effectively, also in terms of treatments and so forth. So really critical aspect now when it comes to how we deal with outbreaks. We know this for chikungunya, for example. Does it contain the key mutations, for example, to make it spread within Aedes albopictus? So we need the sequences really for that. And then thirdly, and Marius touched on this yesterday, is the whole question around decision making. Like how do we take quantitative models and have them interact with decision makers in an effective way that allows us to more optimally design surveillance, but also potentially what intervention might have the best impact on reducing the burden or the objective that the policymakers will outline. I'll go into a little bit of detail around the complexity of that in some of our early work that we have done in this space. And it's really an exciting time, I think, across the life sciences all the way to geospatial, because so much more data is generated. I think, many of you have been part of that sort of revolution that's in the geospatial space has been starting a lot earlier than in other areas. But We have very, very big issues around data bias. I've worked a lot over the last few years on pathogen sequences. Often they are collected without proper understanding of the sampling scheme. Often they are like taking samples of people who have been particularly sick without a description of like how that sampling was done. So making population level inferences from pathogen sequencing data is still a challenge and needs a lot more investment and understanding in how we design these sampling schemes. However, it contains very rich information that is really relevant when we think about emerging infections. Then we have mobile phone-derived human movement data. Again, this is something that started really to take off in the early 2000s, but now almost in all countries there's availability of some level of human movement data. This is here shown for Mexico. So we did an analysis on trying to understand the communities and how people interact across Mexico throughout the period of the early pandemic as different interventions came into place, which areas were mostly connected to each other, and what did that mean to coordinated interventions across these municipalities more connected as compared to the ones that are further connected away. And this doesn't necessarily always follow the administrative boundaries, which are typically used for designing interventions. And then there's, very exciting work in the geospatial space. This is a paper by Google DeepMind doing cyclone forecasting, which was published just last year, showing 10-day, 14-day lead times for making relatively accurate predictions on where cyclones might hit. Again, how do we bring this type of information when it's made available into infectious disease models for anticipating how these extreme events impact disease transmission in that particular case? I think the climate community is much further ahead. They have developed very good scoring rules and concepts around when you take action with what certainty of the arrival of a cyclone, for example. Again, in the infectious disease community, there's some work in the forecasting community generally on proper scoring rules, but how you translate scoring rules into action, I think, is still an open question, and there's going to be a lot of research, I think, going into this space over the next few years. So now we can envision a much wider space of tools and data sets that become available to investigating emerging infectious disease outbreaks, going all the way from structural and functional biology work, mostly pioneered by work like AlphaFold and others that have really made an advance in predicting protein structures, all the way down to taking epidemiological mobility data from, for example, climate databases, or I put ESA on here too, and obviously there are others like NASA and so forth that provide geospatial and environmental data. But all of these now get more and more integrated as we think about the complex situations that we face when we're looking at outbreaks. So let me go through a couple of examples. I was a young PhD student when when the Zika epidemic started in the Americas, and it revealed to me this importance of having very high resolution estimates of where disease risk is. Here on the left-hand side is shown from PAHO, recommendations, or not recommendations necessarily, but a report where transmission has been reported and is happening across the Americas, and it included, importantly, Mexico with the entire country. Based on this output, the US government put a traveling warning out for traveling to Mexico, but obviously that has a huge implication for the entire tourism industry in Mexico. And the Mexican Minister of Health actually went back and said, we don't actually have Aedes aegypti in Mexico City, which was then, now they have it in some parts of it, but like at the time it wasn't found there. And it was it's at what, 2,200 meters, am I correct? 2,200? Yeah, something like that, right? So they didn't have Aedes aegypti there, so there was this line of 2,000 meters roughly where you wouldn't find Aedes aegypti, and then couldn't anticipate there to be local transmission mediated by the mosquito. So what we did together with colleagues was essentially take our maps that we had produced on Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, because at the time we didn't really know what the main vector was, and try to sort of provide an estimate at a 5-kilometer gridded resolution. And that's shown here, and there you can see sort of a great area for Mexico City where we didn't anticipate there to be local transmission. And subsequently, the travel warnings were revised based on these estimates. Now, how do we produce these? Many of you have possibly collected Aedes aegypti. They are typically found around houses, so they're in sort of water containers. There was a great paper came out a couple of days ago in Science showing the domestication process of Aedes aegypti using pathogen genomes from its original population in Africa, but then how it sort of got more adapted to domestic or like near breeding near homes and artificial containers. So this is a picture I took when I was doing some field work in Los Angeles, where they had imported cases of Zika, and we tried to identify where there might be Aedes aegypti mosquitoes. And so you put all of these data openly accessible. So this publication here in 2015, if there are no PhD students in the room, but basically I spent a year and a half just geocoding data. I don't know how you felt about your PhDs, but you know that was a particularly exciting time of my life. And so we basically, that was my job, right? Put sort of dots on the map. Now we have students updating this for 10 years later, just using LLMs, and they're doing actually surprisingly well. So, but I kind of fear for them because they don't learn how to do the hard work of actually going through the papers and, you know, highlighting each of the geographical points or geocoding them and all the errors that can happen with that. Anyway, that said, so that was basically the database that we curated. You can already see there's some heterogeneity there, but again, you know, where observations are happening. Brazil specifically had, at the time, don't anymore, a very good surveillance program for Aedes aegypti, twice a year going to houses to look for Aedes aegypti inside houses and outside, which then became a big kind of base resource for this paper. So not all of these points were generated by me, but many of the surveillance programs in country. We then standardized these databases using standard procedures, removing duplicates and so forth. At the time, we used 5-kilometer gridded layers. Again, I know now we have availability of Earth observation at 10-meter resolution. Obviously, would explode in terms of compute, but at the same, you know, that was sort of available at the time. I think 1 kilometer was the best we could have in 2015. We can use all sorts of algorithms for this. Unfortunately, these are presence only, so deep learning algorithms don't quite work so good on this. You know, ideally we would have absences a lot more, and then we generate these general risk maps for it. When you then overlay the points, it tracks relatively well the distribution that was found here, shown for Aedes albopictus in the United States. I didn't put the dots here, so we focus on the United States. And what it, you know, in many ways reveals for us is that there are surveillance gaps, right? So here there are particular states that don't actually have active surveillance programs for Aedes albopictus, so they basically, you know, we fill in those gaps in between where we basically don't have observations, but we are pretty certain that there, you know, could be. If you go looking, you might find an Aedes albopictus mosquito there. I really hoped at the time when I produced these that they would then be used for informing how sampling would be done, and then you sort of have this iterative approach of updating these maps as new data comes in. Academia isn't really structured that way, so if I ask a PhD student to do an update on the map, they say, well, but it has already been done, kind of, right? So why do I need to do this again? So I think there's something to learn in terms of like, how do we keep this kind of work updated in a way that remains relevant and also remains us to sort of advance forward in the academic community the kinds of models that we can use, and obviously lots of people are doing that part. We then produced sort of future projections of this, and the critical piece that was different to many of the other works that had been produced before was that we included urbanization into the future. So we produced layers of urbanization extents going forward into the future. Obviously, that adds some uncertainty, but we found that to be a critical driver of where the risk might be for these mosquitoes to be found. And the second piece that we included was how people move around the world. So we essentially produced a synthetic estimate of admin 2 to admin 2 movements all across the world. They were informed by data that we had from multiple countries and then predicted into areas where we didn't have them. Because, as you all know, it's well documented, Aedes albopictus in Europe, for example, is spreading northwards. It's spreading primarily through the use of cars and trucks to get to new places. And so if we didn't include that, we didn't think it would be a realistic kind of way to predict forward that spread of these species. This has now been taken on by the Arbovirus Initiative by the World Health Organization. So Oliver Brady, who was then a PhD student also in the lab, essentially took a lot of these risk mapping tools and the models, advanced them forward also with better understanding of the surveillance systems in different places and how that might introduce some surveillance bias, and then now does updates on these maps into the future. So this is for 2023, the latest update, and there's, I think, an ongoing program to keep updating those maps as new data is coming in. So it's a very nice transition from sort of scientific work going then and be handed over to the World Health Organization and funded through sort of a contract there. So let me go into some unpublished work that we have recently been doing, which is specifically investigating the reasons for the southward expansion and explosion of cases of dengue across Brazil. So on the top left, I don't know if you can see those dots or like those round circles, yeah, somewhat. So you can see over time, lighter color earlier, 2004 is a starting point. This is when the municipality level dengue case data is available in Brazil. And then as you go through time, you can see them darkening, and you can see that the center of mass of dengue cases is moving southwards. So it's really striking how you can see sort of from the northeast, them, like most cases being reported there, now going south, and I think we are at the border of the states of Sao Paulo and Minas, where now the center of mass of cases are. So we have really a southward movement of the center of mass of where cases are being reported. On the right-hand side, the orange indicates the first time that a municipality reported over 300 in 100,000 cases in that municipality in that year, which is the threshold for the Ministry of Health in Brazil to declare this significant outbreak in the region. So again, you can see in that 2023-2024 year, most of those are centered in the southern part. The middle panel shows temperature anomalies in the background in orange. So here you'd have that axis. So 2 degrees would be an anomaly of that year compared to 1990 to 2020 of over 2 degrees, and you can see across the entire, across all the regions in Brazil, basically, you have temperature anomalies of 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, depending on where you are in the season. And we have specifically some interesting patterns of center-west reporting high temperatures, essentially in their period of October, November, December. So earlier in the winter, very high temperatures, and some of you might remember that in Chile there were temperatures in their southern hemisphere winter being reported of like 30 degrees. So you might remember some of the reports with respect to that. The bottom here shows the the dengue incidence per 100,000. You can see just like in red that year 2023-2024, like massive explosion of cases, plus the proportion of cities being affected in some parts of the country of up to 80%. So 80% of countries reporting a high number of cases. So the first thing we did was try to understand what is the return probability of an event of this size in terms of temperatures in a scenario of the actual climate that we experience today with climate change and without climate change. So we work closely with colleagues in Oxford, Sarah Sparrow, who is doing a lot of work on climate attribution. So they work mostly on climate extreme event attribution, trying to understand what is the probability of an event of such a size to occur without a human-induced or anthropogenic climate change and with. And basically what you see, an event of this size here shown in actual, is a return probability of every 7 years or so, but in a scenario where you didn't have climate change, that would basically be 0. So you wouldn't, you wouldn't expect an event like this to happen. Now, is this a fair comparison? Obviously, you can say the world would look very different if we didn't have any emissions. Population size would be different. The age structure of the population would be different, urbanization would be different, and so forth. But at least in terms of the temperatures, I think we can make such a comparison. So we paired this information together with a lot of socioeconomic indicators, which are available through the census in Brazil, which provide a lot of information on GDP, but also water and sanitation access, for example. And again, there's quite a high gradient. This is here percentage of water sanitation. You can see some areas, like 50% of the population only have access to that. In other parts, of course, much closer to 100. So we build a model on these repeated observations with fixed effects on the municipalities to allow to isolate the effect of these time-varying covariates like temperature, precipitation, and some of the population indicators to try to reconstruct across these different regions the epidemics. Our model fit really quite well. We did lots of variations of models with different kinds of assumptions about the functional forms of the temperature-dengue relationship, and that was relatively consistent across all of them. And so what you have here on the right-hand side is essentially the temperature response curve to dengue, increasing up to somewhere around 25, 26 degrees, and then after you get to that, any increase in temperature would actually lead to a slight decline in incidence, which is a little bit lower than was previously estimated from laboratory experiments. Again, there's probably uncertainty in the ERA 5 data in terms of what you actually measure at 2 meters temperature, right? That there's a bit of uncertainty there, but generally trying to, just statistically using this method to try to get at this relationship. And what we can then do is attempt at least to try to compare what our model would have predicted in 2023, 2024 with the observed temperatures and how that might have been different if we didn't have those emissions. And what we find in this comparison is that in northern Brazil, the temperatures actually went too high for effective dengue transmission. So we moved in incidence lower than we would have expected. And in the southern part of the country, we are looking at an increase of up to sort of 50 or 20 to 50% in terms of incidence as compared to a scenario in which we didn't experience any emissions. We also compared our model to a scenario of the average temperature that was present in Brazil before the Zika epidemic, just because the Zika epidemic introduces a lot of noise in terms of reporting. And we are still thinking that about 20% increase with that particular extreme event. So this is kind of trying to how much of those excess cases can be attributable to climate change. Okay, let me move forward to a couple of reflections from the pandemic. We had the COVID inquiry. I don't know how many of you are nerdy enough to watch hours of sort of talk on in a sort of law type conversations, but basically all the important people that were involved in the pandemic response in the UK, from preparedness all the way to the actual response, had to give evidence on what went wrong, and obviously lots went wrong in the UK, especially in the early part of the pandemic. Patrick Vallance was then Chief Scientific Advisor of the government in the UK, and I think there were 3 important takeaways from his statement and the subsequent interactions. One, there was a lot more uncertainty in the data and in the models. The UK did not have any good contact tracing system in place after March 2020. I think it was 18th of March when the UK basically was unable to keep following the cases that were imported and the subsequent transmission chains they ignited. And it sort of really was then only by the time when the hospitals were overrun that the government made decisions on doing particular interventions, because previously they just didn't really know how widespread infections already were in the country. The second big piece, which led to a lot of confusion, but also generally inefficiencies, was it was for a long time not clear what the actual desirable outcomes were that the government was looking for. So like really clearly defining, okay, well, this is what we want to achieve. And obviously that's changing, but having that conversation between the scientific and the policy community. And then there was a lot of lack of clarity on, we call it in computer science literature, it's the action space. So what are the kinds of action that the government would like to take, and what are the associated costs? Again, it's obviously changing through time, but it crystallized a lot that closing schools, of course, was something that people really found to be problematic, especially for the learning of children. And then like the costs of that are particularly high, but you can't enumerate them necessarily in the same way you could enumerate when like a shop is closed, when you don't have revenue come in through that if there isn't like an online shop associated with it. Why is this important, and what has that led to? Many of you remember the emergence of the Omicron variant, so we worked very closely with colleagues in South Africa to detect and characterize this outbreak. They immediately published a sequence. Quick side story there being, they published a sequence on GISAID. It was used by all of the drug companies and the vaccine companies to update the booster. I mean, many of you, I'm sure, have received the BA1, BA2 booster at the time when the Omicron variant emerged. That was not made available to the South African population. So when they came to visit us for the World Health Summit in Berlin, we could then provide them access to the vaccines because it was freely available in Germany, but it wasn't available in the country where it actually was needed the most at that particular period of time. There were actions taken, travel restrictions put in place specifically to the countries in Southern Africa. We documented in the UK that most of the infections that were imported and led to onward transmission in the UK were produced by importations from Spain and Italy. Willie, are you looking at me because I have 5 minutes? Okay, well, I will be right finished. We also did this for the first wave of the pandemic. Again, lots of focus on the imports from China. There were actually very, very few, and those were heavily contact traced early when they when they were arriving in the UK in early February or late January. But really, what triggered the large outbreak in the UK was, I mean, I don't know who lives in the UK, but by March, it's typically the case that we are all very depressed because we haven't seen the sun in many months. And lots of people in the UK, this was before Brexit, have family homes across Europe. So lots of travel. When you couldn't get on the street anymore in Milan, when there was a huge outbreak in Madrid, there were lots of people traveling to their country homes across Europe, and that led to many imported infections from Spain, France, and a little bit less from Italy because the outbreak there was actually earlier and people were aware of the massive outbreak there. But again, mischaracterizing the importation patterns can lead to very, very bad decisions when it comes to travel restrictions, and then it's very ineffective. People lose trust in government and in scientists to make the accurate recommendations when it comes to these outbreaks. And obviously it's a very extreme scenario, and we hope that doesn't happen necessarily immediately now. Now, what are we doing to try to get better in early tracking of these outbreaks is designing systems for how to perform surveillance in wastewater on aircraft. So this is the global airline network here shown on the left-hand side. Obviously exploded over the last couple of decades, I think doubling since 2004 in terms of air travelers globally, no, tripling, sorry, and then there will be expected, of course, that to increase, and also some rerouting because of population demographic change across sub-Saharan Africa. Here on the right-hand side is a picture I took in Geneva. So these are the trucks that go take out the wastewater, depending on the flight people are taking. If it's a short flight, it might go on 2 flights, and then it's only emptied. But again, there's a complicated logistical process at the airport that gets these wastewater samples out, and you can start testing them. So one of my PhD students, Joseph, has developed a theoretical model of how to best do tracking across this airline network to get at the best understanding of the global distribution of where cases are. This is published, I can send the link later, you can dive into it, but basically it's an active learning algorithm where you iteratively test depending on what results you get from which places in the world. So it's not this approach of, okay, well, this is the sentinel sites, but it's actually responding to specific outbreaks. So you can imagine that be something that you can develop as an outbreak occurs. We work very closely with the UK Health Security Agency when there's specific outbreaks that happen, which flights should be targeted. So this is work when we, for example, there was the detection of clade 1b in Kinshasa. The question is like, what's the risk for the UK to get these infections imported? Now it's complicated because you can either go through Addis, Dubai, Brussels, or Paris to get into London, but you can't get direct into London. So depending on the composition of passengers, you can start thinking about more ML AI models for how to do this testing more effectively, and then compare the detection time distribution expected in ICUs versus in your aircraft wastewater samples. So this is work where we basically have a digital twin model of the population in the UK, how would infections spread with certain assumptions about healthcare seeking behavior and so forth, and how that then might lead to earlier detection. And you can see, of course, earlier detection from wastewater, and by the time you get to waste detection in ICUs under different assumptions for this scenario, many cases already in the country, which would lead to much harder ways to control the outbreak than in the UK. More generally, and this is a paper we published for an overview of what might infectious disease modeling look like in an era of agentic AI and models of reinforcement learning, for example, is a lot more ways to simulate outbreaks, to explore scenarios, recommendations on where to sample and how to do that to get to the best evidence possible for certain interventions to be taken that governments might look like. I won't go into much detail because I don't have time, but again, we have a data platform which allows us to do this data integration early on in outbreaks, and there's work around developing for fragmented data sets, models for federated learning on early outbreak data to get to that evidence. But let me take 1 minute to summarize, which is, I think we all agree data size will substantially increase over the next decade. And the issue, however, will be that a lot of these data won't be available. So especially on the medical side, we've already seen this. People are moving away from sharing data. So how do we still are able to extract the insights that we need for the specific applications and questions we have? I'm really excited about the ability for these new AI architectures like graph neural networks to integrate lots more data very quickly and run these models very, very fast. So that makes possible, the integration of these very high resolution satellite data, for example, as well. I think we'll get much better at estimating risk at the individual and population level, but we will have to really be cautious about the data that goes into these models. There was just a paper in Nature the other day from a group in Heidelberg and the UK predicting health outcomes later in life. So there's a lot in that direction that make us be more aware of where the risks are, and also at the individual level who is most at risk. So I think that's a good thing, because then we can stratify our own behavior as a result of that. I think large language models will be exciting to make it easier for communication of complex scientific work, but also which groups should be tailored with what kind of messaging. And I think there's a lot to be explored in this space. We have benefited from partnerships across industry, so worked with Google and DeepMind and others. The public sector, of course, working very closely with governments, and then our partners in academia. We have a new building in Oxford, which just opened. So whenever you want to come visit, I'd like to show you around the Life and Mind building. The previous one had asbestos. I hope this does not. But I sat in the other one when I did my PhD, so I guess my health outcome is already predetermined by that. Thank all the funders and obviously the team. Critically, we also have a team of software engineers, so we're not just academics, but we are trying to do this work of translating some of our academic work directly into products, and we'll end with this. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to take a couple of questions.
Wow. Thank you, Moritz, for giving us such a clear vision of the future. It's fascinating to learn where things are going, and so well-based also and linked to practical advice to government. It's very refreshing to hear that. We started late, so I'm going to reclaim a 5 minutes time just to have a couple of questions. Does anybody have any questions for Moritz? You were second this time. Yeah.
I feel the rain.
Yeah.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a super interesting insight into all the work you're doing. I just had a question going back a bit to when you were making the risk models based on presence-only data, which I think is really interesting for vectors, but also to potentially for like emerging infectious diseases when you only have a few data points. And so firstly, how do you kind of avoid sampling bias within that? But secondly, in an ideal world, do you know of any kind of possible ways you could overcome that limitation if you wanted to kind of harness a lot of the work of deep learning models, which usually would require that absence data as well? So I'm not sure if that could be an application of that active learning algorithm you mentioned, or if it's mentioned in your new framework, or if it's just not possible without some kind of routine surveillance that has both presence and absence.
Yeah, very good question. I mean, I think on the second piece, I was really, and there might be others who can comment on this, but I'm really hoping that we take into consideration quantitative frameworks for where we should be sampling to best reduce, for example, the uncertainty in our estimates. You can use frameworks like active learning and have sort of that map be one input to that. So that's actually a really great idea. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you only go places where you expect it to be, but you also go maybe in an area where you are very uncertain and you haven't really filled in this space in your covariate space. And I would hope that going forward that's kind of the way we can approach it. I think in the European context where there's clear relationships between academic institutions and vector surveillance units, that might become possible to do that as a pilot to see how that would reduce your underlying map. When it comes to how we might deal with this if we don't have the luxury of doing very expensive surveillance. So Ollie Brady and others who have developed this further have really been thinking about what's the probability of you finding a mosquito in a particular region, and depending on the capacity that countries have for looking. Also, for example, in urban areas, people are more likely, where people are, right, like in the middle of the forest, people not necessarily so likely to go if there isn't an active program for it. So putting these layers in terms of like surveillance bias, I think there might be more layers coming online that provide us with that background. And then a third strategy would be where have other species been found? So, if you have, let's say, other Culex mosquitoes or something being found, or related species like other Aedes species, that can be also harnessed for that.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, go on. But be quick, because we're already 5 minutes late.
Hey, so we've actually been doing this in Cambodia on bats and bat-related species, is where we take the data that we have, we look at where we are expecting them to occur or not occur. We're looking at other places where they co-occur with other species. We look at gaps in the data we have, and then we build a model to see where we would like to go sampling to confirm presence and confirm absences based on the data we have. And actually, Willy is also doing something similar for VectorNet for vectors based on modeling and surveillance data and the data we have in the VectorNet database. So it's actually being done at the moment.
Absences are a pain. I think we all agree with that. So thank you very much to Moritz. Very illuminating, very enjoyable, and he's very approachable. So if you've got questions, go and find him a bit later today. Thank you very much. We'll be back soon.
So now we invite Alessandro and Gordon to chair the next session.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the next session on vector-borne disease. I'm not going to present myself, since you're probably fed up of the sight of me from yesterday. But let me introduce Francesco. Would you like to give a few words about yourself? And then we'll present the different people giving interventions for this session. I think everybody's online for this, so we shall be enforcing time and things to make sure we stick as closely as possible to the schedule. Francesco, please start.
Thank you, Gordon. No worries, it's fine. I say a few words about myself. Alessandro Ripani, veterinarian, working at the EZS of Teramo, but I had an experience of about 15 years within WOA. Spent 5 years here in Paris and 10 in Tunisia in the sub-regional representation for North Africa. Now back to Teramo as responsible of the international cooperation. Quite interesting this, let's say, this session of vector-borne disease and the use of satellite data for this kind of topic. We know how much important is actually how complex is the interaction between vectors and environment. So we know also that the Joint Action Plan has a specific task dealing with vector-borne disease. So I think with this panel we have the opportunity to listen from our colleagues and experts what we are doing on this matter, even at the international level, and some pragmatic project. So if you allow me, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, which is Francesco Valentini. He's a program officer of sub-regional representation for North Africa, WOA, based in Tunis. He's a veterinarian with advanced training in animal health. And he is going to present the project he's running in North Africa. Please, Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. So I'll share my screen.
10 minutes each, and we will leave 10 minutes for a question to all speakers, okay?
Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. Special thanks to the organizing committee for the invitation. And I'll give you a quick overview of the North African experience on vector-borne disease surveillance projects. So almost all the countries I work with face the Mediterranean basin, which is a unique ecosystem is a strategic political and economic corridor that involves at the same time 3 regions, Africa, Middle East and Europe, and no longer represents an effective barrier against the introduction of diseases. We have several examples like FMD, PPR, rabies, blue tongue, etc. So if I were to identify 2 of the main challenges we are currently facing in this area, I would say first animal movement. There is an increased trade and movement, both legal and illegal, of animals and their products. There is an increased permeability of the Sahara Desert, not to mention the negative effects of political instability on veterinary and public health. But also climate change, of course. This is the first study summarizing the risks posed by climate and environmental changes in the Mediterranean, which is warming faster than the old planet, and classify these main risks in 5 interconnected domains. One of them, of course, being human health, as climate change may influence the emergence of vector-borne diseases. So, you all know suitable conditions influence proliferation of vectors, rest and breeding sites. It facilitates the contact between vectors and hosts, and therefore facilitate the transmission of vector-borne disease and can influence the change in disease distribution. Just 2 quick examples. Rift Valley fever, before 2018, was limited to sub-Saharan African countries, and lumpy skin disease till the 30s was limited to southern African countries, then moved up north, Arabian Peninsula, then the Balkans in 2013-16. We had the first outbreaks in Libya in 2023, got to Algeria and Tunisia in 2024, and now we are all discussing about what's happening in Italy and France. So, in this context, the ever-increasing abundance of remote sensing and Earth observation data with a variety of spatial and temporal resolution and biophysical products offers enormous opportunities. So I'm not an expert as you are, and Professor Kramer already provided lots of very interesting examples, but if Earth observation data can support addressing the 2 challenges I've just listed. So for animal movement, satellite data can use to study and monitor how animals move, not only for conservation reasons, but also remote inaccessible areas where there are also security concerns. But also animals can be sensors, so animal-borne sensors for collection of climate variables at global scale, land and sea. We have papers providing examples with elephants, seals, turtles, birds, etc. But also for vector-borne diseases. So the Earth observation data can support the development of models to predict and also potentially prevent outbreaks of VBDs adopting a One Health approach. Sorry, it's not moving. Okay. So in this context, WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, entrusted ISEDES Teramo as WOA Collaborating Center for Epidemiology, Modeling and Surveillance to implement the PROVNA project. PROVNA, it's the acronym for Defining Ecoregions and Prototyping Earth Observation-Based VBD Surveillance Systems for North Africa. So the first phase started in 2022, targeted all 6 North African countries from Mauritania to Egypt, and was funded by the German Economic Cooperation Development Agency in the framework of the PCTAD project. The general objective was to support the national veterinary services of the member countries to identify specific areas on which to carry out both entomological and serological surveillance activities for VBDs. And we had 2 specific objectives. The first was to define the ecoregions in North Africa, and the second was to build a customized prototype application, specifically focusing on Rift Valley fever. I suppose that now you're all eager to learn more about ecoregions and you crave details about this prototype application, but I'm sorry, you'll have to wait just a few more hours, and my colleague Anna Maria will provide you all the details of these technical aspects of phase 1 in session number 2 on the Earth observation applications. What I'll do on my side is to present you what we are currently doing in phase 2 of the project. So, is a model a perfect representation of reality? Unfortunately not. We do not have a crystal ball. This is a picture of a white dog. If I show you this frame and I ask you, is it sitting, standing, or laying down, you might have an answer. Different answer maybe for this other frame, another answer for this third frame, but sometimes reality is much more complex than we can even imagine. So we need field data, we need experienced local experts to validate our models and also to interpret the results that they provide. So we managed to allocate funds for a second phase of PROVNA, that we started at the end of last year, and the aim was to build on the results of phase 1 to establish a risk-based surveillance system for North Africa. The activities are currently ongoing, and the main target is Rift Valley fever, as for phase 1. This is the list of specific objectives, so we're not working on capacity building only. We are also trying to develop standardized protocols for the diagnosis and surveillance at national level, because the few data that are available were not standardized and harmonized between the countries, creating problems for the modeling aspects. We're also promoting the use of risk-based approach, and the final aim is to provide the National Veterinary Services with a decision support tool that is capable of integrating the satellite data with the data collected on the field. This is the list of the different working packages, and we have several kind of activities, as I quickly mentioned earlier. So country-specific on-field activities. Each country has its own country card, tailor-based according to the objectives and specific needs. So they can choose whether they want to work on entomological, serological surveillance, or both, according to the epidemiological status of the disease, because we have in the project countries in which the disease is present and others in which that are free for the disease. We are also purchasing material. All countries that ask for it receive mosquito traps, and we're also working for laboratory reagents and sample shipment. And capacity building, both online and in person, focusing on 3 main domains: epidemiology, entomology, and virology. Almost all the webinars have already been performed. The in-person trainings will be scheduled soon. Entomology and virology will be in November, and the epidemiology training on GIS tools will be in February next year in the labs in Isedes Teramo. So what are the future perspectives of the PROVNA project? Of course, the first is its application to any other disease with strong environmental and climatic component. The second is the adoption in other regions. We have now the example of PROVBAC, learning from the North African experience. We as WOA have recently started a project targeting Balkan and Caucasus countries, focusing on West Nile fever, always with the technical support of Isedes Teramo. And the third is the planning of on-field activities, so use those tools for strategically planning field activities, adopting a One Health approach. So in conclusion, just a few points from my side. As also Dr. Kramer mentioned, there is a need for evidence-based risk management, decision-making, policy briefing, and to do that, we require tailor-based surveillance plans that should integrate modern technologies as a complement to the classical surveillance tools. So Pravna is an example of that, as it supports national veterinary services in strengthening risk-based surveillance for vector-borne diseases, optimizing both human and financial resources through strategic planning. Thank you very much. I'm available to address all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco, for your comprehensive, clear presentation, for staying within 10 minutes. I ask the audience if there are some burning question immediately. Otherwise, we will move to the next speaker and we leave some other question for the discussion. Apparently, no. Okay. I propose to move to the next one. Please, Gordon.
Okay, so the next speaker is Claudia Pitillo from FAO. So Claudia is Senior Expert in Disease Ecology and Risk Modelling at the One Health Disease Control Branch of the Animal Production and Health Division at the FAO. She's working on disease risk forecasting, the development of decision support tools for Rift Valley fever, avian influenza, and also working on building the GIS capacity for animal health inside FAO. And she's going to be highlighting FAO's work to strengthen One Health systems, integrating human, plant, animal, and environmental information all together. So hopefully there's a lot of scope for Earth observation in that. So Claudia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, and we can see your screen as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much again, and thanks a lot for the invite and for this opportunity to share how FAO strengthens and integrates early warning system for agri-food threats. So as you know, FAO mandates spans from agriculture, food, fisheries, forestry, natural resources, and is guided by the 4 betters, so better production, nutrition, environment, and life. And with this, we work towards efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system. And through the One Health approach and the One Health program priority area, FAO address human, animal, plant, and environment health, tackling pests, zoonosis, and antimicrobial resistance. So with this program, FAO seeks to reduce the gap caused by the productivity losses from pests and diseases, so including zoonotic infection of pandemic potential in AMR, and so also the vector-borne diseases, as we will see later. We work through 5 main thematic areas, which are focusing on integrating early warning systems, biosecurity, risk management, announcing capacity for prevention, preparedness, and response for future pandemic threats and health challenges, strengthening antimicrobial resistant management, and announcing country-level One Health implementation, and finally also improving biodiversity, pollution control, agrochemical management, and water, environment, ecosystem health. And this is all cross-cutting, of course, strengthening One Health system and workforce capacity investment and infrastructure at all levels. To safeguard agri-food system, we need to have a collaborative and integrated approach that it's crossing all sectors, disciplines, geographies. As you know, FAO runs multiple systems and related platforms to monitor risk, different risks like droughts, floods, of course, animal diseases, and different pests, and as early warning system. And many of them are powered by Earth observation data. So the use of Earth observation data, remote sensors, is heavily done in FAO in all these domains that you can use. So from the Desert Locust Information Service to the Global System for Animal Health, which it's in our division, the Global Information and Early Warning System of Food and Agriculture, and water productivity, and so forth. What is needed now is to shift from this reactive detection to preventing and anticipatory action, integrated early warning system. So to build a multi-hazard early warning system where all this information can flow from one system to the other, be optimized in order to respond timely to any hazard. For this, FAO has recently launched the risk monitoring platform, which is a global public good, and it's a physical facility in FAO, headquartered in Rome, but it's also a digital platform that is accessible through online and through mobile phones. You have here the link. So this platform integrates hazard indicators with predefined triggers for rapid actions and resource mobilization, and it covers a different risk, as you can see, from drought, heat wave, precipitation, flood, teleconnection, also cyclones, earthquakes, volcanoes, along with, of course, animal health, locust, and conflict. And all these are not only related to FAO activities, but also with activities and data coming from outside. That can affect agri-food system. For this reason, they are monitored as well here. And as I said, it covers insurable risk like droughts, flood, and tropical cyclones, but also traditionally non-insurable risk. Taking into account conflict, locust outbreaks, and so on. This platform builds on the agro-informatics system that was presented also in the previous user forum, and the aim is to deliver actionable granular insights for prevention and investment. So here, of course, the role of interoperability to enhance the flow of the information among all these systems in FAO, but also outside FAO, because as I said, data comes also from outside systems and including ESA, require interoperable data, shared standards, and granularity. There are strong examples where this is has reached, let's say, a very mature stage. One of these is the global early warning system for the desert locust, and here you can see that not only this system, an early warning system, use Earth observation data to analyze, forecast, including integrating different models for different ecosystems for enhanced communication, but also use drones systematically for data collection at field level. And other examples are still in the EMPRES, so the emergency prevention system, for animal health. In that case, we were in plant protection, and covers the animal health. And here we include different tools. We are working on this, in our group, to enhance epidemic intelligence, disease reporting, data management, risk forecasting. And here you see some tools that we enhance here. So the EMPRES-I, the AIOS for media rumors together with WHO, the disease reporting with the event mobile application. And we would like also to talk about the Rivalif early warning decision support tool, that all these tools are used to enhance early warning signals and deliver rapid risk assessment for early action. And within these tools, the one on for the risk forecasting, so the Rivalif DST is heavily based on the Earth observation data. We would like to focus on this example of the Rivalif DST because here we are in a session of vector-borne diseases as well, and highlighting that here we have a structure, One Health approach to manage Rivalif in FAO. So we have integrated, and this is still ongoing, the river fever framework that has been developed together with our stakeholders through consultation meetings where the cycles of the disease has been really analyzed and defined in the different phases from the epidemic, pre-epidemic, epidemic, and post-epidemic, where specific actions, sub-actions, and activity have been identified to tackle this disease in a One Health approach. And here, particularly within the inter-epidemic and the pre-epidemic, we have the great support of this tool, web-based tool, which is the River Fever Warning Decision Support Tool, that integrates different risk factors, geospatial information. We have presented this in the previous user forum, so I'm not going to the details of this tool, just to highlight that is used for environmental monitoring, for risk forecasting. It enables validation on the ground to inform decision maker and apply preventive measures. So this integration within the framework and the digital platform is in place here in FAO. We have gone through a number of improvements in the past 1 year and a half, so since the last time that we met. And particularly, we have been able to integrate stakeholders' inputs in the last DST version. We have integrated a multi-criteria decision analysis methodology to incorporate the expert input. We have scaled up the model to the whole African continent and also Arabian Peninsula. So we have now maps, risk maps at 250 meters available as a temporal frequency on monthly basis, and also 8 days, particularly during the risk period. The system has metadata manual to facilitate the use from the users, downloadable maps. We have improved the spatial temporal analysis, incorporated new factors, and what is the most important, we have created now a public version, so that will be launched soon, and a country-specific, so password-protected versions, in order to protect sensitive information at country level. The tool, the platform is available in English and also in French. We are expanding to the North African countries as well, and Western Africa. At the moment, 13 countries are engaged, different level of the development of the tool, let's say not development, but the implementation of the framework and the tool. And all over, let's say, we have done a number of workshops, consultation, trainings in regional and national. Through the tool, we have issued a number of river fever alerts since 2019, when the tool was developed. 10 of them have been jointly issued with strategic regional partners like IGAD for the Eastern Africa. And because it's so successful has been already scaled up and adapted for the avian influenza. So we have now another dedicated platform for the avian influenza. And in order to enhance real-time data sharing, risk interpretation, and expert consultation, because what we know is that providing risk maps is not always sufficient. We need to facilitate data interpretation, and particularly the integration of expert knowledge that is at national level, and that cannot be captured most of the time from the satellites and the Earth observation data. So in terms of this announcement, we have, as I said, already included a multi-criteria decision analysis in the system to have risk maps, different categorized level of risk, low, moderate, high. And now we would like to move forward. Our efforts are on linking those risk levels to specific actions that have been identified and defined, in the River Fever Action Framework, and as well as new risk factors. I hear echoes.
Sorry, Claudia, can I ask you to move towards the end now because we're coming to the
Yes,
end.
there will be just my last one, where has also our colleague from our previous colleague has highlighted animal mobility will be a very important risk factor to include. This one is the avian influenza platform. This is my last slide. Our future, what we would like, let's say, wishing list. So to expand to other climate-sensitive diseases, building on what we have already created, and in collaboration with other partners, of course, increase especially temporal resolution and moreover reduce data latency, because we have access to different remote sensing data, but to have timely information, the latency should be reduced. Would like to have support in scanning anomalies in real time, adding mobilities, as I said. Also, enhance cost-effective risk validation of these risk maps would be very important, and having advance in hearing also from you in the forum on how this could be better adapted would be very important. Nowcasting, forecasting, the inclusion of new proxies, and of course the interoperability. This is something that we will tackle also in another session. And all to create a multi-hazard risk communication dashboard to help our member states. So thank you. With this, I have finished. Thanks a lot for your attention. Over to you.
Okay. Are there burning questions for Claudia for right now? Otherwise, one question down there. I'd ask all the presenters to stay for the whole session, because the plan is, we use the free time at the end for sort of more general questions and things. So, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Claudia. I'm Jeanne from the European Environment Agency, and I was especially interested in the incorporation of new risk factors, but you jumped that slide. So I just wanted to hear a bit more about the wildlife richness data you mentioned. Could you expand a bit on the type of data you are using, especially for the European territories? Thank you.
Yeah. So we in this case it's related to river valley fever, so not includes the European region yet, but for the avian influenza, yes, we have used risk maps, let's say predicted distribution map for wild birds. This is in relation to the avian influenza. That building from a data set that was produced by the University of La Sapienza and then enriched with ULB, so University of Brussels. So this is a project that we are running together with our colleagues in ULB, and to enhance the, let's say, the wildlife richness is important to identifying the interfaces with the domestic animals, particularly for a risk of spillovers of different diseases. In this case is the avian influenza. In case of the river valley fever, so here we are using ungulates, always from the same data set. That would be it's related to the virus circulation in wildlife. That it's very relevant for the river valley fever emergence and in domestic animals as well. So we are trying to incorporate this risk factor as well as a proxy. We don't have data on wild birds for the avian influenza location, or for the ungulates susceptible to river valley fever in case of the river valley fever platform, and we are trying to use this proxy. But having other data, additional data, and improvements of this product, that would be great. So hearing from you as well would be very, very useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we wait for your question for the end, Jorge, or is it? Yeah. Okay. So I think we'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I have the pleasure to introduce Laura Gillini from DG Sante. Laura Gillini is a medical doctor with a lifelong interest in infectious diseases. She is a clinical research, public health and policy expert in communicable diseases with over 20 years work experience and have managed projects and grants for several years, improving health programs across the world. She will present the policies of DG Sante on prevention, preparedness and response to epidemics from climate change and health angle with a focus on vector-borne disease. Thank you, Dr. Gillini. The floor is yours for your 10 minutes presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the invite and sorry for being online due to other commitments I have in the afternoon. I'll try to share my screen. So it's a little thrill. Can you see my presentation at all?
Not yet.
Screen.
Yes. If you can put the all slides. Yes, perfect. Okay. You are mute. Please open the mic.
Yeah. Okay, now we should all be set, I hope. So I think that the reason why I'm here is because I work in a critical unit of DG Sante, which is the unit that tackles health threats. And I'm going to show you exactly what we do a little bit later. Also because being an infectious disease doctor and having a PhD in neglected tropical diseases, my topic of work within my unit are specifically the vector-borne diseases, zoonotic diseases, and since 2022 also climate change and health. As such, I also set up a working group of which the ESA was a member, because since the beginning I felt the need for us as a commission and as EU agencies to talk to each other. And some of that regular talk under a very informal setting, brainstorming, asking each other for information, as to my opinion, had already some results, including some collaborative work and collaborative projects I'm going to talk to you about. So, by no means I'm gonna say that DG Sante does only what I do work, or the Commission does only what I do work on. In fact, there is within the Commission a current work in updating and producing a EU climate resilience framework, which is going to be ready in the second half of 2026, and therefore the coordinator DG is DG Klima, but of course the ambition is to have a cross-cutting framework. Really reflecting a coherent EU approach to climate resilience, and as such we'll have also a wide and interesting, I hope, health pillar. You might be involved in the future in our usual consultations, like the Commission usually does when we prepare strategies and comprehensive legal frameworks. We also have a toddler, which is the European Climate Health Observatory. I know to the ESA, the observatory sounds probably triggers some anticipation, but it is not really Earth observation, but it's more, it has been an attempt to create a platform to really exchange what several actors are doing. It operates as an informal partnership. There are several partners there. For instance, the Lancet Countdown, more recently the IOM, because of the interest and the association between migration and climate change, is jointly managed by DG Clima and DG Santé, and is really the work plan is handled day by day by the European Environmental Agency. We, under the work plan 26-27, there are some actions that focus on vector-borne diseases, including an action on change of seasonality of West Nile fever. I put in my slides the link to the Health Observatory website, and what I really like about all the EU institutions and teams is that you can find almost everything online and public, including the work plan, in case you are interested. Now, my unit is the one devoted to the implementation of the serious cross-border threat to health regulation. A regulation means, for those that don't really familiar with EU laws, is that it's a law. So we have the first ever health law for Europe. And this has been done after the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a limited scope because the health is basically regulated at national level. But when it comes to cross-border threat, then we do have something to say to streamline, to encourage, and to ensure collaboration between member states. It's a pretty innovative regulation. One Health is definitely there. There is a strong highlight of the need of integrated databases, including environmental data, and also encourages identification of risk factors for diseases. So not only the data related to public health, human health, but also related to the environment. In fact, we have started working on projects on vectors as well, which I'm going to tell you about a bit later. So this is the legislation that partly has come up after or during COVID and partly already come up but was linked to the new legislation. So we feel like the regulation, which I mentioned you about, serious cross-border threat to health, is like the umbrella of all of this. But we have also revised the mandate of the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, of the EMA, the DG ERA, the Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, has been also set up, and then how it intertwines with us when there is a health emergency has been defined and will be also defined in further strategic document which we are currently preparing. The thing I want to highlight here is that what's the scope of this regulation. So the scope of this regulation is not only to prepare for and to respond to crises and health threats of biological origin, which are already consistent, as we know, but also of chemical origin, of environmental origin, including those due to climate, threats of unknown origin, as we know, sometimes we don't know what we're dealing with, especially with new agents. We try to, of course, work, and our legislation works under the international health regulation umbrella. And in theory, in exceptional emergency situation, the Commission can decide to leverage and use the regulation tools and structures to respond to other sort of threats. Under the current political circumstances, we know that there are lingering potential threats as well. So really the body that we use to coordinate both preparedness, readiness, and response work is the Health Security Committee, which is basically a committee that is formed by member states' representatives. And there are different levels of this committee according to what we need to discuss. We also, when we need to discuss technical matter, like for instance, vector-borne diseases would be, we have a preparedness and response work, and we recently have also set up a civil-military collaboration and security preparedness working group. Yeah, a lot of threats might be of mixed nature. While the ECDC were really skilled and definitely used to immediately release a risk assessment for any lingering and potential threat, when we have a mixed threat, we need to ensure that we work together. So we are currently establishing SOPs and agreements, including financial support, to ensure when there is a need to produce quickly a rapid risk assessment for mixed threats or for chemical threats, we have people available to do so. Honestly speaking, the joint work was already happening before this regulation, in the sense the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control were regularly interacting, collaborating, and producing joint deliverables with the European Food Safety Agency. But under this regulation, we really are structuring things for all kinds of threats, and you see a lot of actors there. For instance, even Europol under, for instance, a threat that could be a bio threat based on voluntary release. We really work to work collaboratively for preparedness and response to epidemics. So we are trying to prepare a union plan, preparedness and response. We have been using the brain of some EU member states reps that have formed the working group, especially set up to be working on this, and that is expected to be published this year. But of course, we are at the moment heavily consulting, because this aims really to clarify the interaction between all the EU institutions when facing a health crisis at EU level. This new regulation, for the first time, allows the European Union to declare a public health emergency at the EU level, should a health threat require so. And so this, of course, we will be coordinating with WHO on this, but at the same time, we also really trying to leverage our tools, including HERA, because this declaration, including the ECDC, because a potential such declaration would allow the release of a series of resources to ensure prompt delivering of medical countermeasure, to ensure the ECDC is boots on the ground to support, if necessary, member states. So we are not only working, luckily, because otherwise my job would not be as fun as it is, but we are also working on concrete projects. So we are actually, as a B2 unit under Work Plan 2024, funding a project in collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency, to generate evidence on the use of sterile insect technique to eliminate Aedes aegypti from Cyprus. Okay, so the introduction of the mosquito is recent, which is good and increases the chance of eliminating the insect, but at the same time, we don't have really a case study also putting forward to other member states cost, risk, hurdles, and roadblocks when implementing such technique, which is by all means not a new technique. But we are really interested to use it as a case study for consideration by other member states at the time when the vector distribution is changing across Europe, something which we monitor through our VectorNet network. Under the Work Plan 2025, we also have a specific collaboration with the ECDC. Of course, we collaborate daily with the ECDC. We are the mother DG of the ECDC, but we really wanted to make sure that they could facilitate and summarize the evidence and lessons learned that are coming out from others' project work. In fact, one of the first things we realized when we set up the informal working group is that there are millions of euros invested by the European Commission in research and innovative projects. But we really need to make sure that we put that evidence together and we transform it in concrete suggestions to member states on what to do.
Sorry to interrupt. 1 minute more to.
Yeah, this is my last bullet
okay,
point.
perfect. Thank you.
Great. And then we also had, thanks to COVID-19 in a way, and an unprecedented amount of funding in strengthening human surveillance and sometimes animal surveillance or vector-based surveillance, depending from the choices of countries. So we have invested this through direct funding of national grants. And some of those grants are focused or will be focused either on One Health AI, for instance, avian influenza, or in countries that are experiencing a lot of changes in vector-borne diseases due to climate change on vector-borne diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I ask the audience if there are some immediate questions to pose to our colleague, Laura. Otherwise, I don't see the hands up. We can go ahead with other. Oh, yes, there is one question, please. No, it's okay. You can.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and on this regulation. I'm Jorge del Rio from UNUSA. The question that I have is because we are discussing here a lot of geospatial information and how satellite data can help. Is there any place in the regulation that is making a reference to geospatial information, or is there any sort of reference to the to satellite information, satellite-derived information there? Thank you.
Dr. Gillini, did you hear?
Yeah, I heard. As usual, I'm struggling. I mute myself. Sorry about that. So yeah, so these are words of our regulation. And so, yeah, I see a lot of potential thanks to those words. Additional to a specific reference to One Health and a specific reference to climate change and health, which is somewhere in the bodies of both the regulation and the enhanced ECDC mandate. Yeah, so honestly speaking, I think that one of the huge problem of this is that like medicine, it's become too specialized. Everyone has exceptional data, as the keynote speaker said, but it's difficult, more and more difficult to speak to each other. So I started from within the house. I really hope that this conference might be used as a sort of a platform for establishing a working group, so I can also start working more collaboratively with the outside stakeholders on this. But yeah, this is the legal basis that allow us indeed to make use, to me, of geospatial data. So I would really like to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we're now going to be very, or even more busy than we were previously. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you. Staying at the EU level, our next speaker is Margherita Aglio from DG HERA, the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority. Margherita is a policy officer in the authority, and she's been working on the Intelligence Gathering, Analysis and Innovation Unit, part of the threat team, focusing on vector-borne disease, environmental threats, and all in the framework of One Health. And she's going to give us an overview on how they're strengthening the vector-borne disease-related considerations within HERA. So please, Margherita, the floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. Can you see my presentation and hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So without delays, as we are struggling, I will start my presentation. It's going to be more or less to explain you what ERA is, because you may not be so familiar, and which activities do we have related with vector-borne disease. So DG ERA was created in 2021 in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, and it basically aims to strengthen the Europe ability not only to prevent, but also to detect and rapidly respond to what we say are the cross-border health emergencies. And how can we do that? We do it by ensuring the availability and the access of medical countermeasures. So in case you want just to keep two words from ERA, it's preparedness and medical countermeasures. What are the medical countermeasures? So it's basically medicines such as antivirals, antibiotics, vaccines, but also medical devices such as, for example, pacemakers or anything like this, but also diagnostics and PPE such as gloves. All of them are part of these medical countermeasures that we assess daily. And we do it through the whole value chain. So if we have to resume our daily activities, we do intelligence gathering, in which we try to assess if there is a potential threat occurring worldwide. Then we evaluate if there are medical countermeasures available to those specific threats, and if not, we try to foster research and development, such as the fundings that you have heard, like the EO4Health or the Horizon Europe. And apart from that, we try to foster clinical trials so that we can bring new medicines to the market. But obviously this wouldn't be enough, because it's important to have the medicine, but we also need the capacity to speed up and manufacture it in large scale. And so we also work in the manufacturing part, as well as the joint procurement with the acquisition by several member states, and also the distribution and creating stockpiles. This is just a short representation of ERA governance. So as you may see, we basically have a board that is composed of commission experts and member state representatives, that they define our strategic goal. And then we have the advisory forum, which it's a technical body of experts. And we interact, like, for example, with the Joint Industrial Cooperation Forum, which has vaccines manufacturers, but also with civil society. So it's basically patient associations and scientific societies that tell us which are the needs that they are currently facing in the field. And then we interact with several agencies, with the Trilogue, and some philanthropic organizations. The medical countermeasure strategy is a document that has been released very recently, and you may have access to it, that show us which are currently the priority health threats that require new MCMs. And we have the respiratory disease such as COVID and obviously influenza, and also contact-based virus like Marburg and Ebola. But obviously we have the vector-borne disease that are so much increasing given to climate and environmental factors. And in here we are targeting chikungunya, Zika, West Nile, dengue, and also tick-borne disease. Then we have the silent killer, AMR, and obviously, given the current geopolitical scenario, we are obviously considering delivered armed conflict-related threats, and we are doing a lot of actions on CBRN, so chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. In here, you can see then the 17 actions that we aim, and one of it, it's exactly to enhance the intelligence and the surveillance regarding these major threats, apart from developing other MCMs. And one of it, it's exactly new antivirals and vaccines against vector-borne disease. In this one, I just wanted to highlight that the One Health is increasingly recognized across the EU institutions and policies. So several documents have been released highlighting the needs to break the silos and start working more together in cooperation. And that's exactly what we are also trying to do. And just to mention that there is at the moment an inter-service group of the European Commission that tries exactly to share practices, good practices, and also shared projects. And this is the intelligence gathering that we do daily. So we basically assess what are occurring worldwide, so in what concerns epidemiology, and then what is the MCMs available. Here I just wanted to mention that we are developing an advanced technology for health intelligence and action. So it's basically ERA IT system. And this is still being developed and refined, but basically it aims to match potential health threats with available MCMs. So imagine that we can first, provide a secure way of information collection, like with a survey module, where we can understand what are the needs, for example, on chikungunya or West Nile, currently facing by different member states. But then, if we can also identify and prioritize the health threats, and also check which are the supply chain of these MCMs. So where is the active pharmaceutical ingredient being produced? Because we do know that around 80 to 90% of them are being produced in Asia. And so this shows a huge vulnerability of the European Union in what concerns medicines, but also where are they being established, and then also facilitate the assessment of a response in case there is obviously a crisis or a pandemic. These are just some of the stakeholders that we are considering for this Athena system. As I said, it's still being developed and refined. But here you can see, for example, the supply chain mapping of a certain drug and the marketing authorization holder. And then, so the goal is to understand all the channels that are behind it. And also the geographical dependencies that can put at risk the European Union, especially in this geopolitical context. What about vector-borne disease? So we do know that Europe is facing a new phase, so longer, more widespread, and also more intense transmission of mosquito-borne disease. ECDC has recently mentioned inclusively that this is going to be the new normal in Europe. So the outbreaks that we have faced this summer of West Nile and chikungunya, they really need a robust and coordinated response in what concerns the public health. And we know that these kind of emergencies and re-emergencies of vector-borne disease present a growing public health challenge within the Union. Apart from that, they usually have a lengthy incubation period, and the symptoms are usually not very specific, so it's difficult to detect them. And apart from that, there are a lot of disease that have no medicines available. So you might be asking, what is ERA doing to address this issue? So what we can say is that vector-borne disease have recently become a new threat priority. And so this year we have launched 3 actions on the EO4Health. One is to support diagnostics, the other is medicines, and the other is vector control and detection. Very briefly, regarding the diagnostics, what we have seen by our research desk is that there is a suboptimal sensitivity of point-of-care diagnostic tests. So these rapid tests that doctors try to use straight away in front of the patient, they have not the ideal sensitivity, but limited availability, and they cross-react with several viruses. And so we need more sensitive, more specific, if possible multiplex, so targeting several vector-borne disease at the same time, so that we can enable an early detection. And that's exactly why we launched this call. This one you can see, so it's already open. It will stay until the 4th of December. And basically it's to enhance the disease detection and thereby reduce this misdiagnosis and improve patient outcome, obviously. So we aim to develop novel diagnostic tests with higher sensitivity and specificity, and thereby stimulate research and innovation on these fields. But apart from diagnostics, we are also aware of the absence of medicines.
Sorry, Margarita, can I ask you to move towards the end now?
Yes, I can. This is just so we are fostering the development of a new dengue treatment, because there is currently no on the pipeline. And the last one is exactly to improve the vector threat detection by different member states to align these efforts on the environmental threats. Thank you so much for your time. I'm available for any questions that you may have, and all this information is also available online in case you want to consult or apply to any of the calls.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if you're interested in the calls, please go directly there. Any very burning questions, because we're burning up time? No? Okay. Okay, we move to our last speaker for the session then.
Okay, now I'm going to present, I have the pleasure to present Sophie Dollander from EFSA, our last speaker today in this session. Sophie Dollander is a specialized in tropical animal health and production, as well as veterinary epidemiology. She began his career in the Gambia at the International Trypan Tolerance Center, where her research focused on vector-borne disease affecting small ruminants. She is now employed at European Food Safety Authority in Parma, where she serves as a senior scientific officer in biological hazard, animal health and welfare unit. Her presentation will highlight how Earth observation data are increasingly used in support EFSA risk assessment. Applications include monitoring vector-borne disease affecting human and animal health. Thank you, Sophie. Floor is yours.
Thanks to you for the introduction, and I hope you can see my screen. And
yes, and hear well.
Okay, thanks a lot, and thanks to the organizers for inviting EFSA and for putting together this interesting program. And it's nice to see many familiar names there. I wish I could be there, and so my apologies also for not being there in person. I will try to keep it short because I know you want to go for that coffee. So EFSA is having one letter more than ESA, as you can see, and that's an important letter because it stands for food. We all like food a lot, and you may wonder what is an organization like a food safety authority having to do with vector-borne diseases. It's because our mission actually really reaches from the farm to the fork. So we are concerned about protecting consumers, but also animals and plants and the environment. So looking at it from a holistic perspective. So just for those that don't know EFSA very well, I have only 2 slides, so don't worry. But what I would like to mention is that we are a scientific body in the sense that we are not carrying out any policy making, but we are just advisory body for policy support. So what we are trying to achieve also is to promote scientific cooperation. As you know, we are a relatively small agency, so we are very dependent on external experts to help us with our risk assessments. So as I already mentioned, we are not, EFSA is not developing food safety policies, we are not adopting regulations, and we are not enforcing any food safety. So that means that a piece of scientific advice may not be implemented after all when there are more pressing priorities for policymakers. So coming then to vector-borne diseases, I will focus first on those that affect animal health and or possibly also public health. So we have currently received a mandate from the European Commission, which is one of the 4 bodies that can issue mandates to EFSA to address 25 vector-borne diseases. We have a 4 years time frame. So we have some recurrent reports that we will have to deliver that focus on the diseases itself, on the vectors, their competence, and the distribution, on the mitigation measures, and on the pathways for introduction. So we are going to have a first bunch in March 26, and then yearly update those reports. Those reports will feed a scientific assessment, which will end up in a scientific opinion at the end of next year. And from there, also an assessment of the available mitigation measures and recommendations. So to do this, as I already mentioned, we rely very much on experts. And this is just a slide for the vector-borne disease mandate, where we collaborate with VectorNet, which you have heard already, I think, about. Then the One Health Veterinary Entomology Network, which is an official network of EFSA and ECDC, where we invite entomologists representing the member states and neighboring countries. We have our disease profiles, which is this type of product where they keep up-to-date 7 living literature reviews on all these vector-borne diseases, but also animal health low diseases. And we have also the LoRa consortium, where they are providing a living online risk assessment tool. We have our animal health and welfare panel that has to review and adopt our reports and our opinions. And then we have our VBD working group that is actually in charge of putting together all the information from the different sources into the reports. So classically, the risk assessment look into where this disease occurs in the world, what's the probability of introduction, what's the extent of spread once it's introduced, and what's the potential impact. And this is one of the examples that I use now, but it's work in progress to show what type of outcomes this could deliver. For instance, this is a picture showing the probability of introduction only at a given moment of time by different pathways. It could be wild birds, it could be movement of animals, or it could be, for instance, products. So to come to such an assessment outcome, we need a lot of data, and we try to screen the literature on many different aspects. I already mentioned a few, but you can see here a list of all different literature reviews that we are trying to keep up to date, some of them with different frequencies, but to stay abreast of what studies are coming out and what's developed out there. But we also need trade data. We have Eurostat, we have UN Comtrade, but we have also our traces data that we can consult for instance, assessing the risk of introduction. We have disease outbreak data. I just listed here the animal disease outbreak data, but of course we are collaborating with the CDC and also the WHO's data that we get freely available. When it's about animal populations, it's getting a little bit more difficult in the sense that specifically arthropod vectors, wild birds, and wild mammals remain a very challenging subject in terms of getting very good resolute data. And that's why we are having this consortia trying to be prepared for our risk assessment. We need to collect data not now, but 20 years ago, and continue collecting it. And that's what we are doing. So most of these projects are collecting this data over several years. And then, of course, for the impact assessment, we also need economic data and social data. So giving then a few examples, and this slide I think I have already shown to you, but there is nothing new about it in a way. We are still collecting data on the occurrence of the birds, the spottings, and then this is used together with the spatial data in models to predict their abundance. And this, for instance, then again are inputs for other models like our bird flu radar, for instance, but also for the vector-borne diseases, as some of the vector-borne diseases definitely have the wild bird as an animal that can introduce the disease. For the wild boars, for instance, we have similar activities, and this is carried out by Enet Wild. And when we talk about vectors, we do have our vector net that is collecting data on geodistribution of the vector species, but also producing then maps to predict the probability of presence and lately also probability of abundance of some of the vector species. So I'm just going to give also a few examples of our plant health colleagues, like I'd like to do, because they are actually even more advanced than we are in the animal health in terms of predicting pests. There is this new project, relatively new project, which is called SEED project, where they're transforming geospatial data into practical information. So, for instance, one of the projects that we recently collaborated with, the Plant Health SEED project, is to forecast spread of animal diseases such as avian influenza. What they use is real weather data and see if the weather data is going to deviate the migration route of the wild birds, which with that could also deviate, for instance, the risk of introduction of avian influenza from their usual pathways. But the flyways may change with certain weather conditions, for instance, extreme weather conditions when lakes are frozen, etc. So this is really up-to-date type of information that is produced by using Earth observation data. And I'm not at all the one that is involved, but if you are interested, you could contact the email addresses that I provide in the slides. So our colleagues are producing this type of data to map the distribution of the pests, but for instance also of the vectors, the plant hosts, of course the climate suitability for the different hosts and vectors, and to support also surveillance and hotspot analysis. So data sources, including the Earth observation data, are the pest distribution maps that are collected globally or from EU databases, the host plant distribution, but also in the animal health is of course the host again from farm surveys, land cover data, crop maps, etc. And then the climate suitability layer. So this is nothing new for you. It's an ongoing work. And here you have a few, let's say, examples if you are interested to go and see some of those products or applications that we are trying more and more to automate and make it live available. So as I already mentioned, pest categorization is one of the important outputs, the quantitative risk assessment, probability of entry, establishment and spread, both for plant pests as for vector-borne diseases affecting animal health, surveillance support for targeting the high-risk areas, and identification of hotspot areas. So please contact colleagues if you are interested in any of these projects. This is just an example, and I think I'm running out of slides here, so good news for you. This is a risk assessment for Rittitrips syriacus, so you can see there are the type of products they deliver in plant health. What they gave me as a message for maybe Earth data and specifically in plant health is they would be very happy if there, of course, could be more detailed data sets on specific fruit trees or specific trees like almond or citrus fruits, which would help them tremendously, which is currently not really available. That's what I've been told, and that's what I just wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sophie, for your presentation. I think we do not have much time for questions, so what I propose is that if you have any question, you can write directly to the speaker. But anyway, during this session, we discussed the project in the field, the risk assessment, policy, data sharing, and interoperability that I think will be discussed during these days here, and so we have time to discuss it. And please, Gordon.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all the speakers for really giving us an overview of what's going on. I see a lot of data being used, a lot of need for additional data, a lot of proxies, which is always a good thing for opening up opportunity, and a lot of use of interacting models for things like multi-hazard, multi-threat, multi-process characterization. So a lot of space for new development activities. Thank you for setting such an interesting set of initial conditions for us. And yeah, we'll take it from here. So thanks everybody again.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, now we can move to the coffee break, and it will be shorter a little bit. So please come back at 11:45 so we can start the next session. And for the lunch, we have circulated the list of restaurants near Wuha. There are a lot. So if you go, you exit the building and you go to the right and you just continue walking in this street, you will find a lot of restaurants on both sides and with different options. You can sit in or just take a sandwich and come back. Or you can go to the left, and we have a beautiful garden here, and there is also a restaurant inside the park, so you can also buy lunch and sandwich, eat there in the garden, and come back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Cool.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. We're in a bit of a time bind, as you gather, because we were a bit late, quite a lot late this morning, and so we've moved everything into one session. We're going to shorten lunch, that'll please you, so that we can get everybody in. But it does mean that A, the speakers have to keep to time, and B, we have to start now, so if anybody comes in late, tough. We start off with Joachim Rocklov, and I quote, he is an eco-epidemiologist and modeler studying vector-borne and zoonotic diseases, and we're shortening the introduction, so that'll do. And he's going to talk about environment, climate, and arboviruses. Joachim, and the timer is on.
Cool.
Cool.
I'll skip the first slide. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll talk a little bit about one of the projects that we are engaged in this space. It's called ID Alert, and ID Alert is a project with about 15 partners across Europe. It's looking at arboviruses, particularly in Europe, but not exclusively. You can hear me still? Sorry. And in ID Alert, we have quite a lot of collaboration with different stakeholders because it's integrated and run more or less seamlessly with the Lancet Countdown, which has a connection to the observatory of the Climate and Health Observatory, and so on. So we do engage in the group of stakeholders at the European level, but we also work at the very local level with different stakeholders. So we do when we develop our models and indicators for vector-borne diseases and arboviruses, we discuss and we test IDs, and then we adjust models and outputs to requirements. The ID Alert project is particularly focused on developing indicators for monitoring trends in space and time. It's also engaged in predictions and especially at timescales where we haven't yet explored so much what's actually possible to do at the sub-seasonal timescales in Europe. We also do work more on the intervention side in generating evidence using rigorous study designs like RCTs, cluster RCTs, on what one could do and how effective it is, and so on in terms of interventions. For example, we've been just concluding the first phase of an intervention in Barcelona where we changed storm drains in the city. There is also quite a bit of focus on actually the detection and surveillance part in terms of emergence of new vectors and mosquitoes in new locations. And that's testing out different smart traps and different new AI technology for automatizing the surveillance information. Yeah, so I'm going to show you a little bit of the results from this project, which relates to West Nile virus. And we heard a little bit about West Nile virus. It's been picking up in Europe. It involves birds, host birds, some specific species of birds, which are replicating the West Nile virus effectively, and then there is a mosquito, Culex, usually, who helps to spread the virus in the birds, and sometimes it spills over to humans and horses, particularly. This is the human number of cases in Europe. As can be seen, the last couple of years, there's been some peak years, and if you go further into this time series, which stops around 2019, you see even further variability and some new peaks there. 2018 was, though, unprecedented, so we wanted to, in the project, we wanted to study this and look at the patterns using different Earth observation data and climatic data from Copernicus particularly. We sort of made a data-driven, a completely data-driven analysis without any assumptions at all about transmission processes and pathways and so on. And this analysis shows that there is a number of factors at play, and maybe not the most logical ones would be, of course, climate we know is also at play, but vectors and host birds actually came out at a pretty low level in this ranking of important predictors. And there could be reasons for that, and climate and bioclimatic factors came out at a very high level. Maybe it relates to the scale of the analysis, which is at the NUTS 3, so it's aggregated scale, it's quite coarse scale, because that's where the data is available. And likely these other factors play more of a role at other scale. The graphic down to the bottom shows from this model how predictions would indicate a higher suitability over time in aggregated in Europe. These projections show using data from Copernicus and climate models how this might develop into the future using different scenarios and models of climate change. 5 minutes left, okay. I wanted to contrast this to another approach, which is gives different information, but on a similar topic. So this is still West Nile, and it's also research that's been conducted in the project in IDAlert, where we take a completely different approach. So the first one was totally data-driven, no assumptions at all. This approach is mechanistic and process-based. So basically here we look at what's known in terms of the climate sensitivity of the mosquito vectors and the mosquito vectors interacting with host birds and pathogens. And the pathways and the processes are outlined in this schematic transmission cycle figure. The traits are combined using novel statistical methodology, and then there's the experimental data, which is the dots in these graphics, are combined and sort of pooled into nice smooth relationships, and then plugged into a transmission model, like a SEIR model type. But we didn't use this for prediction. We used this just for validation to the R value with the outbreak and the data observed in Europe. And we come up to a kind of a similar relationship in the observational data to the experimental data, which is interesting because it means that what actually is observed in the experimental settings can also be observed in the field. And it also supports the relationships and importance of variables that was in the data-driven analysis. So just putting the different pieces together and it gives a stronger evidence. But while we see a changing and increasing incidence with the temperature-driven R naught increases, it does not explain everything. So there is quite a lot of variability in the annual year-to-year cycles and in the intensity of the transmission. Yeah. So we do learn something, but there's definitely something more going on, which is not climate-driven, and probably it could be socio-ecological interaction and host community characteristics that drives the amplification of virus at the very local scale. I wanted to mention something else, which is not from the same project, but it's a colleague of mine in Heidelberg who's been using Earth observations for looking at these socio-ecological interactions. And here although the image is pretty crappy, it's actually sensing where there's water tanks in favelas in Latin America. And then he went through a big effort in actually labeling these images to the water tanks, and then trained neural networks to do automatic detection. And that is actually working out really well for predicting these water tanks. And the water tanks are also having an important role in terms of predicting the incidence of dengue, etc. So that is just a different example of what can be used. Last comment, my last 20 seconds, really, I'm about to be done, is that I mentioned the Climate and Health Lancet Countdown. I'm a co-director for the European. We're going to have an open invitation now during the fall for new indicators. So if there's someone of you who thinks something is missing in the report and see an opportunity to contribute indicators, that would be welcomed. When it's been submitted, there's always a peer review process, so there's no guarantees, as always. Another countdown which I'm also engaged in, which just started now, is a plastic countdown. And that's also interesting when it comes to zoonotic and vector-borne diseases, because there's these interactions between, for example, breeding sites and egg laying in urban settings. Yeah, and that was it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is Annelies Tran. Can you organise that? Yeah, thanks. Annelies works with CIRAD and the TETIS within that. She's a physics engineer, that's her background, and earth sciences. And current research focuses on remote sensing and spatial modelling in ecology and epidemiology. Once we find the presentation, she will be talking in 10 minutes and no more. Mapping suitable areas for West Nile in Europe from satellite imagery. Until 2024, then she did something else, it seems.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to this very interesting forum. I will be quick because I will also speak about West Nile virus, a very similar study than Joachim. It's a long-term study on how to use satellite images to map suitable areas for West Nile disease in Europe. So West Nile virus is a flavivirus, and it is responsible for West Nile disease, with which epidemiological cycle is quite complicated because it involves a lot of different vectors and hosts. The virus is transmitted from, it doesn't appear very well, but from birds, domestic and wild to birds, but transmitted by mosquitoes from the Culex genus. And humans and horses are only accidental hosts. The mechanisms of transmission are not always fully understood, but for sure environmental determinants are involved because of this transmission cycle between mosquitoes and birds. So a long time ago, more than 10 years ago, we started with ECDC a study about the environmental predictors of West Nile fever risk in Europe using a very basic, simple model, database model, a logistic regression model to explain the occurrence of confirmed West Nile fever cases at district level from different environmental variables. And we used a dataset for training data from 2002 to 2011, and as dataset for validation 2012 and 2013 data. So the main risk factors that came up from this study were very similar to the previous study. The anomaly of temperature in July, anomaly of a water index derived from MODIS imagery in June, an overwintering index, the presence of wetlands, and the presence of passerine migratory routes, and also the human population. So among these risk factors, some of them are fixed. It's a structural risk factors, and some of them are changing every year. And from this model, we produced risk maps from 2002 to 2013, and these maps were quite nicely predicted the occurrence of West Nile at that time. We used the area under the rock curve. It's an indicator designed to assess the quality of the model. So it ranged from 0.5, so like the model is very bad. It's not better than a random classifier, to 1. It's a perfect model. And if you have values of more than 0.8, you can say your model is quite good to predict the difference between infected and non-infected districts. So, coming back to the present, for the PhD of Badja, just here, we needed West Nile fever risk maps. So I said, okay, we did this long time ago. Maybe we can just use it like this and you will have your map. How she used it is another story. But then came the question, is this very old model built from 2002 to 2011 cases still able to predict the risk of occurrence of West Nile fever in Europe? So regarding Earth observation data, we processed again MODIS images. You have the characteristics here. Over all Europe, we calculated the water index again, the anomalies, etc. And we produced the risk map from 2010 to 2023, and we compared them to observed data. And as you can see, so in this map, the probability of having human cases of West Nile disease is shown in green, low risk, and red, high risk. And as you will see during this year, the predictions were quite good. So the model, again, was regarding the area under the rock curve. It was quite good, and I was happy to see that. So in more detail, so regarding this indicator area under the rock curve, it was quite okay. In more detail, the model was not perfect. It failed to predict correctly the rise of the number of districts with confirmed case. Some years it was okay, some years some information was missing. And more important, some new outbreak locations were not detected by the model, especially in Western France and in Germany. Certainly because these outbreak locations were outside of the area for which the model was trained initially, so it's quite normal. And I came to the conclusion. So it seems from this study that an important part of the variability in West Nile virus transmission in Europe at the district level can be captured by environmental drivers, and some of them can be derived from Earth observation. The risk maps can be produced yearly in July, so we are close to early warning system we talked yesterday. And as research perspective, because there is always a room of improvement to a lot of things, we can think about combining different data sources to these environmental drivers. There are a lot of teams working on birds and mosquitoes distribution maps, we've seen, and also maybe thinking about using other data coming from event-based surveillance data. And of course, developing new innovating modeling approaches. Thank you for your attention. And just, if I have 1 minute more, we just published this year the translation of a book dedicated to remote sensing and spatial modeling with applications to vector-borne disease, mosquito-borne disease, and is open access. So if you want more details on this study and a lot of other studies, you can download it. Thank you.
Thank you, Annelies. That was marvellous. Not only a fascinating talk, but more than in time. It's really nice to know that models that were done a while ago still work. I mean, that's very encouraging for the rest of us. Thank you very much. We next have Carla Ippoliti from IZS-AM. She says she's a mathematician at the Italian Reference Centre for Veterinary Epidemiology Programming and Information and works with WOA. She works with information systems and analysis and disease spread, which is cool. She's going to present a study using cumulative spectral approach with PlanetScope SuperDoves imagery, which is 3-meter resolution provided by ESA. So once we've found the presentation, we'll go. There we go. Is that okay? Yeah, go for it. Sit, stand, jump, whatever you like.
Whatever. But do.
That's cool.
That's good. Okay. I can speak with this, yeah? Yes. Okay. I will be rush. Okay.
I'll hit you when I need to.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I will present this ongoing activity that has been carried out in the frame of a project, is a funded project, so we have partners working and contributing consistent to this activity. Okay. We are dealing with a mosquito, fruit-water mosquito, and for their life cycle, there are essential ecological factors which we are going to address. In the life cycle of a mosquito, different phases are important for their life cycle, which require different environmental conditions, standing water, moist soil, and or vegetation. All these are relevant for the entire life cycle. And what we are going to see here is an application at a really micro-scale landscape where they live and where they breed. And we can do this through the availability of newly high resolution, very high resolution satellite data. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, sorry. Okay. The data is the PlanetScope SuperDove data, which provide data at 3-meter spatial resolution, daily revisit site time, 8 spectral bands, so all close to the Sentinel-2. It is running since March 2020, so newly data. And the data, it is a commercial dataset, and it was provided for this study from the European Space Agency as part of the third-party mission program in the frame of the EO4Health Resilience project. That's an example of how we can see part of our landscape. The red point in the middle is one of the entomological sites in our region, and this is natural color or the false color in which the vegetation is in red, highlighted in red. The different bands, I want just to show you, just to everybody get familiar with these kind of things, the red and the near infrared band. What we can do is the classical indices, the normalized difference vegetation index, combination of bands in which the greener, the higher the vegetation, the lower the color, the white color, water or urban surfaces. There is some mix at certain point, or the other classical indices already mentioned, the NDWI. Where we applied these images in central Italy in these study areas, which were in the northern of Abruzzi region, and then in other 3 sites in which we concentrated. Fusino area is flat land, particularly interesting because it is full of channels with water, with fields, cultivated, very intensive cultivated field. So detect water from satellite in there was really interesting job to do. And then Altino site is a place where there is the river, vegetation, and some interesting mosquito species were present there. Campo Marino is a marshy area close to the river where other species are present. In Altino, we have the orange one is the Culex pipiens. The second most abundant is the Aedes vexans. And in these sites, we have the most, it's the site where vexans is most abundant in our region. In the marshy area, mainly the Aedes caspius species is present and distributed. Okay. A lot of images. We can say one every 10 days in 4 years. What we wanted to do is exactly to detect the breeding and survival site. But what was the problem is that we have no mid-infrared bands among the 8 of the planet. And the water detection in these rural environments is not so straightforward. Narrow channels, turbid and shallow waters, and some false positive arrive from bare soil and urban area. We have tried this approach. We investigated the cumulative spectral index with a thresholding approach to map the likely breeding sites. Add some sampling points, trying to divide between A, core water, channel or stream, and B and C, places where water is permanently or intermittent, yes, and then the pseudo-negatives. With a rock curve and good performances, which we add the thresholding way to distinguish these 2 categories. These are some of the examples, and this is in April. The blue is the water, and the green is the suitable areas. In a different date, the involved suitability areas are quite different. This is another example in Campo Marino. We can appreciate in here the high level of spatial detail that we can get. This is another date. It's the end of August. Everything was dried, and so it was really reduced. Mainly, I want to bring to all of you these open points, these ongoing activities about planet. The co-registration of all of the images should be a prerequisite because we are going to look at the seasonality, so following the value of the pixel across time. And with this approach of the cumulative index, we rely on the harmonization of the reflectance values among the different dates, among the different satellites, and across the whole period. In our method, we have to definitely need ground truth data to validate the thresholding way. We need to compare with other methods, either baseline with classical inches or machine learning approaches. And the guess is to try to see if this approach works with Sentinel-2. We have some advantages because it's a regular, free data set, so stronger application will possibly be built on this. Of course, being different spatial resolution, we have to deal with the spectral mixing that is not easy. Concerning the entomological data, we are going to associate our result, translating it into water persistence, sequence of day and wet moment, co-presence of vegetation and what kind of vegetation to the abundance of the 2 species that will work in a different way. Of course, temperature, climatic condition will be required, and okay, the objective is to help in the entomological surveillance, which can be done now at different, very local microscale, both in space and in time. Okay, I'm done. Thank you to all of you for the attention.
Thank you, Carla, for keeping it in time. Thank you. And our next presenters will be our facilitators, Baja Bodua. Baja is a veterinarian by training, and she has a PhD in computer science applied to epidemiology. And her current research focus is on malaria in West Africa. And this is what will be the topic of her talk. So we are ready.
Almost. Do we, I'm not sure on how to do the presentation mode on the. Oh. I think I need the help.
You prepared the presentation for everyone, and yours is not working.
Yes, for me it's not working because it's.
So in the meantime, we can say that she will present a research that is part of the Amareti project, and that highlights how the genetic structure Plasmodium falciparum populations in West Africa can help to better understand malaria transmission at the local scale.
Donc, dans le comme ça.
Here it is.
Okay. Ici. Comment? Okay, sorry. I will start without delay now. So we all know that malaria is one of the deadliest vector-borne disease. It is caused by a parasite called the Plasmodium and transmitted by a mosquito. And if not treated, it can lead to death. And when we think about malaria surveillance, as we are seeing in the previous presentation, we mainly rely on two types of data. Epidemiological data that helps us answer who are the affected populations, how often, since how long, and environmental data such as temperature, rainfall, that help us answer two questions like where to focus and when to intervene. And thanks to this tool combined with a prevention campaign and awareness campaign, a very good progress has been made. If we take the example of the Sahelian region, and more precisely if we look at Senegal, malaria incidence has dropped by 80% between 2000 and 2020 because people now have access to an efficient treatment, mosquito nets are distributed, and children under 10 years old have a seasonal chemoprophylaxis. But despite this achievement, malaria persists in certain areas, and in regions like Kédougou, like you see here in the map, progress has stagnated and malaria is still endemic to this day. So the question is, why? Is there something we are missing that satellite cannot show us and that clinical records won't capture? Usually when we talk about malaria, we always start with the visible numbers, the number of cases, the number of deaths. But if the parasite was here to present itself, I think it might say, you are looking at the visible tip of the iceberg. What about all the people carrying me without even knowing? The one who don't even go to the clinic, the asymptomatic carriers. They are the one who maintain and sustain the parasite in the environment from one wet season to another. And this is where the Mars project comes in. We study the genetic epidemiology of the parasite itself to better understand the transmission dynamics. Now I will show you the method we used, along with some key concepts in genomics and what they mean for the dynamic of transmissions. So we went to Kédougou. It's this region that is not far from the Malian and Guinean borders, and we focus on 4 different villages. This is how it looks from the ground. And we conducted a cohort study where we followed around 600 participants during 2 years to capture the seasonal variation of the parasite population. And at different point of time that you see here in the graph, we collected dry blood spots, as you see in the pictures, and epidemiological data via questionnaires and surveys. And then, from these dry blood spots, the one who were positive for the Plasmodium falciparum, we extracted the parasite's DNA and we obtained barcodes and genomes. Now, what is this? The genome is the whole set of DNA. It's like a detailed book with all the information regarding the genetic profile of the parasite. And the barcode can be seen as a summary of this book with some key references. We use barcodes because they are easier to obtain, but we still need genomes to validate our pipeline because they are way more informative. Now, the first metric we took a look at was what we call the multiplicity of, or the complexity of infections. It shows us how many strains of Plasmodium are simultaneously affecting one host. Infection can be monoclonal or polyclonal, and it is a very good indicator of transmission dynamics. For example, in highly transmission setting, we expect to have more polyclonal infections because we are bitten by more mosquitoes. That's what we see here. It's all the black dot above the red dotted line. So EMOI is higher among clinical carriers, but it can also be high among asymptomatic carriers. And if we take a look at the EMOI per age group, we can see that it is higher among the 10-20 years old age group. And it might be because these people are no longer protected by the chemoprophylaxis, but they haven't acquired immunity yet. Another key concept in genomics is what we call the identity by descent, or IBD. It's a measure of genetic distance between 2 barcodes. What we do here is that we compare all our barcodes by pair, and the result we obtain is comprised between 0 and 1, and it can tell us if 2 barcodes are completely different, if they are related, usually from 0.5, 0.6, or if they are identical. And if we look at our pairs distributions, it looks like this. Here are all the related pairs we had. And why is it interesting for us? Because it allows us to rebuild the network of transmissions. Like you can see here, we have each nodes representing a barcode with colors representing the different locations. And thanks to this, we can see the transmission chains, identify cluster. We can see if we have more transmission intra-villages or inter-villages. We can also see the potential link between asymptomatic and clinical cases. And also what the barcodes can tell us is the drug resistance. So if we look at the drug resistance markers, we can see if our parasite population is more sensitive or resistant toward a specific antibiotic, if you have new introductions, etc. Now, instead of showing you a boring table, I decided to put this picture because we didn't notice anything unusual or surprising in our data set. Yeah. So to conclude this more open point, I wanted to show you genomic metrics and what extra layer of information they can give to us. Maybe this genomic indicator can be used as proxies in malaria surveillance. And also I'd like to insist again of the importance of combining data. Thank you.
Thank you, Balia. That was brilliantly presented and very clear. And very interesting results. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elisa Mora de Checo, wherever she is. Yes, there she is, at the back. We've talked before during this meeting about citizen science. Well, here is one of the main proponents, or a representative of one of the main proponents of citizen science, an app called Mosquito Alert. And those of you who know mosquitoes in Europe will have heard of this. Elisa is science communicator and research manager with expertise in citizen science, public health and community engagement. She's got a doctorate in evolutionary biology, and she's going to talk, when we get the presentation going, on digital citizen science for mosquito-borne disease mitigation, embedding behavioral change. I'm speaking slower and slower. That's all right. In vector management. Cool.
Thank you very much.
Share the screen again. You stop sharing. You have to relaunch the share screen.
Thank you for your help. Good morning,
Can we move
everybody.
the title bar, actually?
Well,
Just keep going.
okay. What would you think if I ask you, or if I told you that a photo of a mosquito in a backyard is the same of a nucleotide in a DNA sequence? Maybe you think this makes no sense, but as my colleague just said, alone a sequence, it may seem irrelevant, but together integrated with thousands and thousands of reads, we can have a pattern. We know mutations that causes diseases, or we even can also have the evolutionary history of a species, and that's what we are doing at Mosquito Alert. One photo maybe seems irrelevant, but when we have thousands of photos, then we can establish patterns and model risk. That's what we are doing, and I'm going to show you one example. This study that you can see here was published 3 weeks ago, and it's the results of 20 years of integrated entomological surveillance. And what's the novelty of this study is that citizen science was included here as a source. 3 invasive species were detected, found in more than 1,800 municipalities in Spain, the 22%, where lives 66% of the population. And citizen science allowed 31% of these first detections. So here we have a proof that citizens are human sensors and have an active role in human health. For all those who don't know what is Mosquito Alert, it's this system that you can see here. It's a socio-technological system. We have an app. With this app, citizens can send to us pictures of mosquitoes, information on bites, and information of breeding sites. And we have several communities involved in all this process that you can see here. We have an app, this app for this data collection. Then we have an expert community from people with all Europe that help us to validate the reports, together with an AI that works in parallel. Then all this data, it's processed, and we have a scientific alert, mosquito alert scientific team that has models. And all this information, when it's classified, goes to this public map that you can see here. And this map has been being used for vector control too, in vector agencies. Well, once we receive these citizens' data, then we can control for the bias, and after that, we develop models, and we develop these tools that can be used for surveillance. For example, we implemented an early warning system. We can detect vector activity hotspots, and also we can detect anomalies in the mosquito activity. And we also, and this is something really important for us, we promote preventing habits and awareness in public health management. Well, I'm going to focus in 2 of these tools that I said previously. The first one is the one in blue. We can include different kind of data, smart traps, field traps, and the citizens report, and then we can model it to vector activity hotspot detection. And the one in red is that we implemented an early warning system. How we can do it? People send us the reports. Then we have an artificial intelligence, which is called AIMA, Artificial Intelligence Mosquito Alert. And what does AIMA do? We check the distribution of the report. And if the report comes from a new locality, then we set up an alert and we send it directly to the Ministry of Health. And I'm going to show you now 2 case studies.
so you can have an idea of how this works. For example, this is the case study of Galicia, in which the early warning system detect Aedes albopictus in the region. I don't know if you are familiar with the north of Spain, but nobody was expecting to detect Aedes albopictus here. So we make launch a press release together with the Ministry of Health. We had a lot of success, and this gave us the first detection. And then we had a combined reaction together with the local government, so we could confirm the presence in the field in less than 72 hours. The 6th of August, we received the first report. The 7th of August, we coordinate with the experts teams in the field. The 8th of August was, we had the confirmation by expert, and the 9th of August, the public was informed. We make a press release together with the Xunta of Galicia, and then all the citizens were informed, and we make a call for public participation, and the results can you see that are there. The star was the first communication together with Xunta and Galicia, and these are the results of the reports. In yellow, you can see the mosquito photos that we received on 2023, 2024, and 2025, and in red, the daily bite reports. But mosquito alert has been proved not be only useful for surveillance. We have been also invited to the emergency committee in last flooding disaster that happened in Spain. I don't know if you were aware of that, but it was an absolute disaster with more than 200 deaths. And we were invited by the Ministry of Health to this arbovirus emergency committee because we were prepared. We had a role in centralizing citizen reports. So here you can see some of images. So the Ministry of Health was really worried because the temperatures were still really high and was October. So they were really worried about the stagnant water. And so we launched a communication campaign, and we obtained really nice results. This is the installed audience of Mosquito Alert. And the campaign really worked, and fortunately we were prepared, and the winter came, and then nothing happened with mosquitoes, but they were really worried because there were previous experience that in the basements, when there are floodings, there are a lot of problems with mosquitoes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, no worries. And we should think in communities as an active partners, not just passive data providers. They can be co-authors in public health. But what we detected is that there are current gaps in this, that we the feedback that we provide to the participants is limited, and we can integrate them more into control strategies. And this is going to be the future of Mosquito Alert. We are going to redesign it to inspire behavioral change and to boost protection actions, and Earth observation data will have a role on that, and I'm going to explain it soon. Well, here you can see an evolution of the app, and I will try to be really, really fast. The first one is that we would like to implement an AI-based assisted mosquito identification of breeding sites. So when user uploads a picture, we would like to develop this AI that will tell to the user where are the possible breeding sites and which species is more likely to be there. The next step is to tell the user that how can remove these breeding sites and to implement calendars and reminders to make this protection sustainable in time. We also would like to implement a mosquito weather index that will translate Earth observation data like weather, land covers, water bodies, and citizen reports into daily mosquito risk exposure, so we can provide timely personalized risk information to users and engage citizen engagement. And also, we would like to implement geofenced real-time alerts. This will be powered by Earth observation data and will be triggered when users enter in high-risk zones, defined also by this Earth observation data and citizen reports. They will be delivered real-time with personalized prevention advice. And I'm going to just, if I have time, just to give Okay, perfect. Last slide. Two examples. For example, in a case where there is a peri-urban flooding after storms, we can have inputs of standing water and then send notifications to the users that are near wetlands with notifications about prevention measures that they can do. Or, for example, if there is a near heat wave in the city and we know that there is stagnant water or where the highland surface temperatures are, then we can send these geofence alerts to the user with prevention measures for people to be aware. But for this, there are some requirements that we need to take into account. We need this Earth observation data to be available. We need interoperability. This has been seen previously among databases. This is crucial. And we will need an automated data pipelines with ESA, for example, and robust data infrastructures are needed to make all this possible. And what we think is to include Earth observation data in these geofence alerts can maximize the impact of the notification system of mosquito alert. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. And very interesting presentation and practical application on how citizens can help in our surveillance every day. Next presenter is Daniela De Angeli from Brazil.
Over there.
Is she? Yeah. Daniela is a scientist making and conducting research on the intersection of disease and macroecology, and she main goal is to research gaps and fill the research gaps for a better understanding of the patterns and mechanisms contributing to parasite spread and the parasite ways to mitigate pathogen impacts. She will speak about the increasing malaria in Amazonian indigenous land due to illegal gold mining. Thanks, Daniela. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I would like to thank Stefano for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to be at the ZSA User Forum. And boa tarde for everyone. I will present a research that we have been using satellite imagery to understand what are the environmental drivers of malaria in indigenous lands in Brazil. But before I actually start the research, I cannot, okay. I would like to thank my two collaborators in this project, Professor Mordecai from Stanford and Professor Andrew McDonald from UCSB. In addition, I would also like to thank the Brazilian Ministry of Health and the Brazilian National Indigenous Foundation, FUNAI, for providing me with the data, the malaria data I use in this research. Today, I will make the case that changes in land use are a major driver of malaria in indigenous lands in Brazil. We know that land use change can affect the incidence of several distinct vector-borne diseases. And when we think of malaria, malaria peaks at early to intermediate stages of land use transition. And there are a few mechanisms that can lead to this increase in malaria. One of them is an increase of the contact of people with vectors. The fact that in the Amazon, the main vector of malaria, Anopheles darlingi, breeds at the forest edge, meaning that when we have deforestation, there is an increase of the area that the mosquito can use to reproduce, and then also increasing the abundance of mosquito. Possibly can also have an effect of the loss of biodiversity due to dilution effect. And when we think specifically of illegal gold mining, which has been an increasing problem in indigenous lands in Brazil, there are many mechanisms that mining can contribute to increasing malaria. One of them is also the increasing vector breeding habitats. I think it's very clear in this image how illegal gold mining in the Amazon can increase puddles, which can be used as vector breeding habitats. We also have the fact that when it is illegal gold mining, there is a use of mercury because it's cheap. And mercury can weaken people's immune system, making them more susceptible to the disease. Another one is the fact of the importation of parasites, because when we think of illegal gold mining in the Amazon, we have people coming from other regions to remote areas of indigenous lands, which they are not supposed to be there, to mine. So we have an importation of parasites from people moving into the region. But before I proceed, I would also like to make a point that the people that do this sort of illegal activity in Brazil, they live in a position of social vulnerability. So this is, the idea of this research is not to blame illegal miners for disease outbreaks in Brazil. And when we look at the data of how much illegal gold mining has been increasing in Brazil, we can see a very steep increase in illegal gold mining from 2015. And with all of this in mind, the main objective of this research is to quantify the role of illegal gold mining and not the changes in land use on the increasing malaria incidence in indigenous lands of the Brazilian Amazon. And to conduct this research in August 2024, I obtained data on malaria cases in Brazil between 2007 and 2023. I'm not sure if you can actually see the image, but when we think of the health data for indigenous people, we have data at very high resolution because it's not municipality level. We have coordinate points associated with health units. So I have, for this research, I used the data of malaria cases annually for each health unit located in indigenous lands in Brazil. A total of 170, more or less. And in addition to this malaria data, I also collected data for land cover using Map Biomas Brazil. For this research, we use forest cover and mining cover, because for farming, there was no major changes over time, so that was excluded. And we estimated 3 distinct variables using forest and mining cover. The first of them was the total cover of forest and mining per year. The other one was changes in forest and mining cover. So that was calculated by obtaining the data from a cover of 1 year and then subtracting that cover from the year before. And we also calculated forest edge perimeter as a metric for forest fragmentation, which is the total area of forest edge and in the proximity of each health unit. And when we look at the data of malaria in indigenous lands in Brazil, we can clearly see that there was a sharp increase in malaria cases from around 2015, which is also when there was a sharp increase in mining, as I showed you before. And interestingly, when we look at the data of mining cover, we see that for most cases, we do not have a high percentage of mining cover in the region. It was most of the health units had around less than 0.1% of mining cover, with only very few communities or health units where we had a percentage of about 5% over 7%. And what we decided to do next, after looking at this data, was to do causal inference models to understand and quantify how those changes in land use are affecting malaria incidence in Brazil. So we did panel regression models evaluating malaria incidence as a function of changes in mining, forest cover, forest loss, forest edge habitat, while also controlling for climatic variables. Those models, we also use fixed effects to control for health unit and year fixed effects, meaning that we can causally infer how changes in land use are affecting malaria incidence because we're comparing each health unit to itself over time. And when we look at our results, we can see that for mining was the main land use driver of malaria, considering our indigenous communities, with a one standard deviation increase in mining, increasing malaria incidence by 4%, considering our indigenous communities, and considering only indigenous communities located at an intermediate distance to urban centers. We have a standard deviation increase in illegal gold mining, increasing malaria by 6%. When we considered only communities close to urban centers, we can see that forest cover has a very interesting effect, but that effect is unimodal. So in this image, we can see that malaria peaks when forest cover is about 58%, decreasing by 28% with a one standard deviation change in forest cover. So if it reduces one standard deviation, malaria incidence decreases 28%, and if it increases one standard deviation, malaria incidence also decreases 28%. So this is my last slide. The main conclusion of this work is that the impact of land use and cover impact malaria incidence heterogeneously in indigenous communities in Brazil, with effects that differ based on the distance to urban centers. Interestingly as well, we did not see any association of changes in land use with malaria incidence in the very remote communities of the Amazon. And the reason why we believe that this could happen is because of a lack of access to malaria treatment and malaria diagnostics. Some of the communities that we have analyzed, they are located over 100 hours from an urban center, so that really makes it really difficult for people to treat malaria. And well, I'm assuming we're not doing questions now, so that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was, it's nice to see things so ably quantified and explained. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Marita Brax from RIVM in Holland. She's a medical entomologist at the Dutch National Institute for Public Health, it's called. Extensive expertise in vector surveillance and control. She's contributed to national and international vector-borne disease projects and is now a part-time lecturer at Leiden. She is going to talk about the next part of looking at vectors. At some point, they have to be controlled. And Marita is going to tell us about that in 10 minutes, aren't you, dear?
Yes, I'm going to do this. So something completely different. I work with really already 18 years, and so that means that I did also ESA and all kind of other mapping. My talk will not contain any no Earth observation data, because I was asked to look for the gaps. So there are no images of what I want to solve. So I ask you to solve my problem. So there's nothing simple about vector control. And this is actually one of my aims, that we entomologists have forgotten to tell people that it's very difficult. Because what you see in vector-borne diseases that we always come back is that we all do everything to control the vector, because vaccines are not there, other things, but we never talk when we predict or early warning there's an epidemic. And what we're going to do then. So predicting is not the only goal we have to do. We also have to prevent or solve it. So a little bit about vector control. Where do you stand? So we have this idea, because I also give a lot of lectures for physicians and non-entomologists and not vector-borne diseases. And they ask, like, who's protecting those vectors? Why don't we get rid of it? And we forget to answer a question. So usually a quick assessment, you can think about it, I will not do a query, is could we ever have 0 vectors, and would that be effective against vector-borne diseases? And then I usually do in workshops, ask them 3 different levels, whether it's theoretically effective, is it feasible in reality, and is it desirable? There are 3 different questions, and when you ask these things, it's very good to distinguish these 3. And then you have team 1. I call them the populists in our own bubble. They think that everything is possible. It's the wishful thinkers, and it's not very common in green or left-wing communities to call people populists, but I think it's the only way to get attention to people. Don't tell people lies. When it's when you say, when we have enough money, we can do it, I don't think it is, because I'm in team 2. It is effective, of course, when it's vector-borne diseases. When you remove the vector, there are no vector-borne diseases, by definition. Is this feasible? Nah, I don't think so. Is it desirable? Yes, I think so, because I have to oppose, because I work at a governance of sustainability lecture group who says, like, actually it's not desirable to eradicate anything. So it is actually the three parties, and I'm in team 2. So since it's my talk, we do continue on team 2. So, okay, when it's not vector eradication, it's still the same different levels. And you can look at that, for example, for mosquitoes on 4 different scopes. And very often people don't consider them on 4 different scopes. Very often vector control, when you do it in the lab, when it's a biocide, sure, when you put the biocide in the larvae habitat, larvae will die, or something like that. So that is interesting. So it is, of course, effective, and this is a little bit whether it's feasible. Then it's the next one, on population level, can we do something with the vector population? And so I will concentrate on the, as I said, the gaps that we have, and I will continue to that. So first, the vector control. Very often people are not realizing, but vectors are strategists. And this is the definition of it. They can grow rapidly and the density due to a high reproduction. Everyone knows an R0. An R0 of a mosquito population is humongous. Make a maximum use of the food and space to prevent extinction. They are made to be killed nearly all in winter and then come back the next season. So the only thing they do is to come back, bounce back. That's why you have eradication or fuzzling around with vector control. And they produce large offsprings with relatively low survival rate. This means it's a humongous high spatial temporal variation. Talk with people that work with culicoides. Even in a field, the traps in a month don't collect anywhere between an average from 0 to 2,000 in a night. This is a high spatial variation. And it is also that they bounce back, that control is never long lasting. So, disease reduction. Of course, we do vector control because we hope to have an effect on the disease. And this is what intuitively you have these ideas. Like if you have 50% reduction, you have a 50% of risk for virus transmission. But usually it's a little bit like this. And we actually have no idea where the tipping point is. So we might be 50% here and still nothing happens with the disease. And in the field there's less, it's really limited amount of evidence for this. Then we go to the sustainability. Do not forget that there's a lot of money. A lot of entomologists ask, like, if you put all the bullets on us, we will finish, we will make it. This graph is, for me, a reminder that recently in Istanbul, they do Aedes albopictus control. In Istanbul, it's 70 million a year. 70 million. It's not easy money like asking for a little bit more of money. I'm not sure what you can do with all that money, but there's also a lot of other things that need to be done in a city. Then, so is it sustainable beyond the current experiment, the project, or the madness of the day? There's a lot of very keen, specialized neighborhoods where they have, everyone is on board for this 2-year project and they say it's effective. But the moment you go away, it's not that intense anymore. So is it really real besides the day, the project, or something else is happening? And you can also consider if it's sustainable, depending on what kind of control you do for biocides, but also in all kind of other, even with Wolbachia, it goes back to the amount of money. Is it worth the effort for the evidence given? And these are all question marks, and I think it is important that if we do something with Earth observation and do something about preparedness, we have to think, but okay, when we know what we're going to do, what is we actually going to do with disease burden? Because dengue didn't arrive yesterday. It has been around, and also albopictus is maybe new to Europe, but I think we all thought, like, well, the tropics, they don't know what to deal with Aedes aegypti. And I worked in Brazil with Aedes aegypti. I work in the Caribbean with Aedes aegypti. And suddenly Europe thinks like, oh, albopictus, but that's a different critter. It is a different critter, but it does exactly the same thing. Lives with humans, and it's very difficult to eradicate, and it reproduces very quickly. So maybe we can look to the to the tropics and think like, oh, maybe we learn from it and do better. And in the meantime, it's creeping up, and it's in every big city in the Mediterranean area. So go away a little bit from mosquitoes. There's also something like tick-borne diseases, and I asked Sophie van Wambeke, who I work very often with. She is a geo specialist, I think I can, from Belgium, and she works more on tick diseases. And this is one pyramid that we published one time in 2016, that you have risky climates, risky landscapes, risky behavior, and risky physiology. And there's a temporal scale and a spatial scale. And I think, of course, Earth observation is very good in the spatial scale, not so good in the temporal scale. And then she published last year a very nice paper that I could borrow. And this is classical landscape epidemiology. You look for the land cover and the land use. And the hazard is usually very well represented, but the exposure is not so good. What do people in this landscape? And she added actually a huge layer to it. I have not the time to explain it, but she uses actually, instead of classical landscape epidemiology, she looks at land systems where it has a lot to do, and she categorized it in land legacies, distant causes, inequities, and trade-offs. And those things would be very nice if we can use some Earth observations in those. She was very helpful in an email to tell me what she's missing in the Earth observations. And while she wanted to compliment that there's a lot of information growing in the last 10, 20 years, obviously, she identified the following three major aspects. That there is a request for coherent time series for studying trajectories over long term that bears relevance to the land system perspective that she introduced earlier. And this is also for vectors, and Willy and I will take that as our own responsibility, that we don't have data for the last 40 years of whole Europe where the vectors were. We are trying it for the last 20 years, but before that it's difficult. But also those time series to allow to understand the timing of various environmental changes. For us, it's very hard to look for it, but there are a lot of environmental changes, and not only climate change, because one of my other things is like everything changes, including the climate, not forgetting that there's other things happening with vector-borne diseases. Another thing she would like to investigate is a little bit connectivity, so the spatial aspects. And then she made a big thing about the spatial temporal resolutions, that when you have data sets, that it would be nice if they align, because the skills might be different, and then very different conclusions you will have. And as I mentioned earlier, it's very hard for also mosquito-borne and tick-borne diseases to assess exposure, so not only hazard. 22 seconds over.
Yay, well done. Brilliant, Marita, as always, and it's great for people like us to be grounded in reality. I think it's a strong message. Thank you very much. So it's your turn. Jolly good. Anna Maria. She's head of statistics and the GIS unit at the Instituto Zooprophylético Experimental. Anyway, there. Teramo, for those of you who know that. She focuses on epidemiological analytical methods and spatial epidemiology of major animal infectious diseases, and she's ready to go, and she's going to talk about Earth observation in vector-borne diseases in 10 minutes.
Yes, very attractive title, I have to say. I want to focus on a very few key messages. We have been talking of availability of data during these days, and I want to separate when we have surveillance data available and when our policymakers ask us to have prediction models or early warning system. Well, first of all, if they are not willing to share data, well, they shouldn't ask for early warning systems or for predictions. So this is a very delicate point that we have discussed also with the authorities. But Earth observation can, of course, help in that.
but can also help when we don't have surveillance data available. But we don't need to talk of, we can't talk of prediction, but we can talk of classifications, for example, of our land use, land cover, our climate and environment. And in these two main containers, we have been working with several projects funded by ESA, the first two. And the second one, the Provna project, we have listening to many times these days, funded by the WOHA. The history started times ago when we wanted to develop a prediction model for West Nile in Italy. We have surveillance data. We have very good surveillance data for virus circulation in Italy. And so we decided to work with positive cases, which means presence of virus. And we associated pseudo-absence data. And we developed a machine learning model, an extreme gradient boosting model, associating land surface temperature, day, night, vegetation, surface moisture, and rainfall with the virus circulation points. And we were able to go back in time with this Earth observation data, so to produce a really early warning system, because we had mapped 16 days in advance. So we can say, okay, what's going to happen in the next 16 days. And what we think is very important is not only research or provide modeling, but also provide tools to our decision makers, or also to the veterinary authorities. So we developed a sort of web app in which we provide every 16 days the prediction or the suitability of climatic and environmental conditions for the West Nile. And we also associate the current status of West Nile spread. And this is the situation in Italy now. So we have many cases in the north, but from this year also in the south. We continued the project with the EO4Health resilience, in which we wanted to check the feasibility to work at this level of resolution. It's 250 meters resolution at continental scale. And we did that with, within the consortium, and for the acquisition of the image, the processing, the composition, mosaicing, we work with the GMV who did all the job, and we simply try to apply our model, the Italian model, to the rest of Europe. This doesn't mean that the model is scalable, of course. We just use the Italian data, and although the Italian data are within different domains of temperature and vegetation, etc., to cover all the rest of Italy, this was just an exercise to see if it is feasible or not. And the model was developed in R. So the platform in which is currently running is completely different. And we make this effort to make available a research model developed in R into a platform, and what is a success. But some thoughts, because at the end of the story, we had to face some problems. The model ran automatically, so we need to take into account that we might change data repositories, and there might be workflow fragility. When the NESA, it is based on MODIS data, changed repository, we simply had no images anymore, and we realized only after the data came. So this is something that can be taken into account. We need to prepare for the MODIS retirement to provide data continuity to the model. And we see some different solutions. We can use transition from MODIS to VIRS. But we have to pay a little bit of price, because they are not exactly the same. These are a quick comparison, and the values and the data are a bit different. So to include uncertainty into the model should also be taken into account. We might use Copernicus as the backbone for continuity. That might be a solution, or probably other solution. And we also faced gap-filling problems because of the optical sensors. We have surveillance data which are jeopardized across Europe, depending on countries and type of surveillance. And the models, of course, need to be updated. This was the data for training, and this is the current situation in Italy. So all the southern part of Italy should be included again, and the model should be trained again. PROVNA project, already mentioned, we had as a main objective to define eco-climatic regions similar in between each other in Northern Africa. We wanted to work with surveillance data, but we didn't have, and we don't have right now. So what we decided to do was to identify these eco-climatic data using ecoregions, using different data: night surface temperature, daily temperature, water index, vegetation index, soil moisture, and rainfall at 250 meters resolution. That is a huge resolution for that such a big area. And we process the data every 16 days again, so we had the temporal resolution very high, and the entire process and manipulation was quite important. And we applied a super self-organizing map, which is an artificial neural network in which we used 40 by 40 nodes so that each pixel could fit in one of the node. And we used also an RGB coded, so to assign red color to the most important variables, temperature when it was temperature, green for vegetation, and blue for rainfall. And as you see, this is the result. It's one map for one every year, and we have mostly red areas due to the main desertic area. Here, then we have areas in green, which are, of course, vegetated, which is the Nile of Delta, and the most variable areas are in the north. The high resolution, I would say high, allowed us to detect in the middle of the desert the oases, so we can detect not only because they are green, but also because they have a different land surface temperature. And having one ecoregion per year, we can monitor how the landscape change and how also the climate might change. So this is the evolution between 2018 to 2024, which is recognizable also from the Copernicus satellite Sentinel-2. We developed again an application because we wanted the country to play a little bit with these results, so to get the flavor that something can be do even in field. And so what we have here is different years, different layers, and we can zoom into a specific area, for example, this one of interest, and we can select one pixel, and all the other similar pixels belonging to the same ecoregions will be selected. And in here you see that for many years we had the same cluster, the same ecoregion, and the last year there was a change. And also in here we have a pattern of the different variables and the path of the pixel from one point from one node to the other, mainly due to NDVI and water index. Same problems, we don't have surveillance data to validate this ecoregion. We are working on that with continued project PROVNA 2 with the in-field activities and with the extension to the Balkan areas and Caucasus areas. So a few conclusions. We think that continuity matters. Continuity of data, because we have to provide continuous data, comparable data, not to lose past investment. As already been said, we should work more from science to action, so to provide tools and to help the decision makers to base their hopes, their decisions on evidence-based. Open and shared data, yes, EO data are already available, but we should work more on health data. And I strongly believe that sharing data depends on building trust and addressing political problems, privacy, and economic barriers. And we have a dream, but we can't have this dream, actually. We can't ask for a unique data set. So any research, any objective, different purposes need different data sets. So we might also work, as also Marietta was saying, we have to work on different spatial and temporal solution depending on the objective we have in our research. And yeah, again, last one, multiple initiatives, especially on producing data. Probably we should coordinate our effort in not wasting so many resources among different initiatives. And thank you.
So we now have a slightly awkward situation. I thank you, and then you introduce me.
Yes, of course. William Wint, Senior Analyst at the Environmental Research Group in Oxford, Senior Research Associate at Biology Department, over 50 years of experience in spatial analysis, data management, and distribution modeling. And yes, the floor is yours.
Yeah, maybe 45, I'm not sure. Right. I'm going to tackle this thing about what ESA can do for us head on, because that's what I thought might be more useful rather than wittering on about vectors again. I've been doing this sort of stuff particularly with satellites since the mid-90s, so I've had a bit of time at doing it. And in order to evaluate what's needed, we need to know what the components are for looking at vector-borne diseases. It's no surprise that they're vectors, they're hosts, and their diseases, mosquitoes, ticks, mammals, birds, whatever, and then loads of different diseases. But also we have to start thinking about the way those diseases behave and the economic and social and health impacts. Vectors, well, what sort of data do we need in order to look at them? We need to know about their population dynamics, we need to know about their distributions, the presence, the abundance, the seasonality, the parameters, movement and spread. We've heard a lot about that this morning. Today. And the sources are fairly wide. I mean, they're from the literature, from fieldwork, from online projects and project archives, and so on and so forth. They're fairly diverse sources. And there's a model that comes out of it. But there's lots of gaps. From the hosts, then here's an example of birds, but that's just one example. It's complex data. That's 1,400 odd species for West Nile. And you need to know what you're doing. And what sort of analysis do we do? Well, we need to collect the data. There's mechanistic modeling, there's stochastic modeling, and there's impact assessment. All sorts of different things. And if you look at what's involved in that, well, in the collection, it's access and archiving, which ESA has something to do with. For mechanistic modeling, it involves all sorts of things, but including covariates. Stochastic modeling, the same. Whether you're doing past or current or predictions. And for impact assessment, we're looking for visual proxies and indicators of impact. And again, ESA has some sort of input on all of these things. What sort of sources are there for covariates? Well, there's loads of different sorts. There's agriculture, climate, environment, blah, blah. We've heard about all these things. But if you look at where we actually get them from, most of them we can get from Earth observation. That's remote sensing up there in the bold. And in terms of movement, we can get from GNNS, which is, again, ESA-based. So the overall conclusion of all this is that the covariates and the provision of data is well within ESA's remit to be relevant to disease modeling. So let's just have a look at what some of the issues might be. Resolution is one of them. There's 3 dots on that, which you can just about see, and it's, I think, 10 kilometer and 1 kilometer resolution, and if you extract the values from those 2 images, you get different values according to the resolution. So what that means is that whenever you're doing stuff, you've got to know what resolution you're playing with, and you've got to make them consistent and coherent, as we've heard a number of times this morning. And of course, time series, we need consistency for averages and trends, and so on. An issue with covariates is that it's bloody complicated. I mean, if you don't know about it, there's all sorts of words that nobody's ever heard of and mean different things in different places. Getting hold of it is something that's important and quite difficult. But for the sort of stuff that we do, we need the products to be available at multiple standardized spatial temporal resolutions and extents, for example, either their native resolution or aggregated to 1 or 10 or 5 kilometers. We need to have the times standardized, daily, decadal, monthly, whatever. We need to have either the extent as the raw tile, which can be quite difficult, or standardized to a tile or a continent or global. And the more standardized it is, the easier it is to do what is now called data cubes, but just used to be called spatial archives in the old days. And we need to be able to process this stuff. And processing the covariates derived from remote sensing assumes specialist Earth observation knowledge. You need to know what level 3A processing is. And if you're going to get other people to use this stuff, you've got to simplify it. Gordon made that point at the beginning of this session, and I'm making it at the end. We need to make it more accessible in these stents. If you look at what's out there, well, there's lots of archives. There's Earth data from NASA, for example, and there's Copernicus, and there's ESA archives as well. I mean, you can get hold of them, but as again Gordon said, some of the file names are 1.5 miles long and don't mean much, and they change over time. And I'm just going to have a quick look at the Sentinel stuff, which is the most recently available from and is ESA sponsored, of course. And if you look at it, then there is lots. It's quite complicated. One of the things that we look at is NDVI, so vegetation, and if you look for NDVI in Sentinel, you find it, but it's not global. So it comes in nice little tiles like that, but if you want to do a global study, or indeed a study that crosses those tiles, you're in trouble. You've got to try and amalgamate those or aggregate them, get rid of the duplicates and all that sort of stuff. LST, so temperature, if you look on Copernicus, which is one of the most obvious places to get these things, it's still at what's called level 2. So in other words, it's unusable for most people. ESA's made an effort. It's done some very nice LST stuff monthly up to 24, but it's not to real time. It's lovely stuff. It goes all the way back to wherever, it's 1974, I think. Anyway, long time. It goes up to fairly recently, but it's not near real time. There are daily LST estimates from Leicester on CEDAR, but you can see on the right there, it's not really complete. It's a bit stripy, and there's quite big holes in it. So again, the data are not mature enough at this point to get hold of. It's there, but it's not there in a way that's easily accessible in the ways that we want it. Standardized, complete extents, global extents, and so on. I mean, we've progressed a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, if I gave this talk 2 years ago, I would have said I couldn't get hold of Sentinel data at all. Now, at least it's getting there, so please keep up the good work. But I just want to remind you, there's quite a long way to go to make it equivalent to the sort of stuff we've been used to from the agency that shall not be mentioned in America. The other thing that's going to be useful, I think, for ESA is to extend the interpretation of these images. So we can, I mean, CCI is a brilliant product, but perhaps there's more room for fusion with other things. We need to start looking at combining it with other layers, land use, plant distributions, whatever, and see if we can come up with something that's more directly relevant to vector-borne diseases. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you. So that's, oh, do you want to do it?
No.
No. Can you show the previous one? Can I do what?
Go back. Go back.
Yeah,
To
I don't know. Maybe. Yes. And
we can discuss later.
Maybe we can discuss later. So we're late. You've got an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. You have to find your own, so go foraging. There is, I think, somewhere, is there a list of suggestions? But if, according to our host, you basically go out the building and turn right. Is that correct? Yes. Yep. Go out the building, turn right, go foraging.
And we will be back for our closing keynote for the session on
At
vector-borne
2:30. So
disease.
that's an hour and 10 minutes, and you'll be in deep trouble if you're not here by 2:30. You won't get any coffee or anything. All right, thanks very much for keeping in time. Bye.
Recording stopped.
C'est le 5. Donc, limite, celui qui est sur scène veut changer.
Commenting on other people's
Okay, excellent.
You can sit here if you don't want. This is. Oh, how it works.
Yeah, it's just strange. Yeah, it's on. It's got 3 lines on the battery. That's good. I think it's 4 out of 5.
Okay. Thanks for coming back after lunch, and we can start our session to last presentation. It's our closing keynote speech. Adrian Tompkins from the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Italy. Adrian is a senior research scientist in the Earth System Physics section, and his research interests focus on cloud and convection dynamics and physics and their representation in weather forecast and climate model. Thank you.
Thanks
the floor
very
is
much.
yours.
Yeah, I had a little introduction actually on the board. So I am from a kind of a climate and weather forecasting background. Before I moved to Italy, I was a staff scientist at ECMWF, and I was kind of responsible for the clouds and microphysics. So if you look at your app on your phone, the Windy app, and you look at the forecast, I was the one, if it doesn't rain and it says it's going to rain, it's my fault. I wrote the code for that, okay. But since I've been at ICDP, I've kind of started a sideline in applications in health, in particular with a focus on malaria, which makes me kind of transdisciplinary, which I think probably in my case just is a polite way of saying I know very little about a few things, more than just one. But anyway, I often start, so just to remind ourselves, so what I'm going to be focusing on is the climate sensitivities of the malaria, should we say, disease, and in particular the vector. So I like to start with this beautiful cartoon from Bombley's, which just basically shows the life cycles of the larvae and the adult. And so, for example, if we think about temperature, it affects these life cycles in a myriad of ways. It speeds up the larvae development. It also speeds up the egg development in the adult female. But at the same time, high temperatures increase mortality. The rainfall is needed for a breeding site. So what I wanted to do, actually, I show this slide with trepidation because when I put it in, I wasn't sure. I sent the slides to my group for feedback, and so after an hour, one wrote to me and said, I really like the simple model at the beginning to motivate the temperature sensitivity. So I thought, phew. And then 10 minutes later, another one wrote to me independently and said, dump slide 3 to 5. It's too mathy. So anyway, a little bit in trepidation here. But so basically, this is just a 2-box model. It's kind of the simplest system. So all we're showing here is L is larvae, and basically what's happening? There we go, back again. So we have the G is just the kind of gonotrophic net rate. It's kind of like the number of female eggs that are laid by the vector, so it's related to G times V. Then we have the larvae dying. I don't know if I can use, no, I can't use the pointer. So we have like the larvae dying. I don't know if this will be picked up on YouTube. I'm a bit in trepidation here as well. Just there, and then we have F, which is the rate of emergence. So then the F term appears in the DV, which is the rate of change of the adults. So they are basically emerging, and they die. Okay. But of course, all of these parameters are functions of temperature. So, and we were reminded of that very nicely in Joachim's talk this morning. So we see now I've got a T in all those brackets. And so you can look at the linear stability of this very simple system, okay, and you can see when it's going to be uncertain. So all I'm showing here is I just took 4 parameterizations available in the literature, and then I pop them into the model, and you get this U-shaped curve for the vector growth rate, okay? So on the left-hand side, it's 0 because it's too cold. On the right-hand side, the mortality is getting far too high, and it's 0. And in between, you have this growth rate. So it's like this inverse N, and it peaks at this sweet spot. Now, the only take-home from this slide is basically this sweet spot is quite uncertain. So we saw in Joachim's very nice slides this morning, this scatter with a nice smooth line fitted through the middle. And probably some of you were thinking when you said that, well, you could shift those lines around and they would still get a pretty good fit. So I could take a different set of parameterizations and fit them in this model, and it moves that sweet spot quite far to the right or left. I can make that peak at 32, or I can make it 29. So the take home here is that we have this sweet spot of maximum growth, but it's quite uncertain. You can take data from published studies in the lab, which are being added to all the time, of course. Probably right now, as I'm speaking, there's some PhD student clutching a mug of coffee, heading into the lab just right now to count up dead mosquitoes from the day before in a box at a controlled temperature for some previously undocumented species. This, by the way, is for Anopheles gambiae, I forgot to mention. There's also, for the malaria transmission, we also get this kind of inverse U. This is a classic paper by Craig et al. We won't go into the details, but on the top left, essentially, it's just an estimate of the time taken for the parasite to develop inside the mosquito, which gets faster as you get warmer. And on the top right is one possible curve for mortality, or survivability in this case, which drops off a cliff at high temperatures. And again, if you put those two together, you get this sweet spot with vectors surviving long enough. Okay, so just remember that inverse N. Okay. What about the rainfall? Where does that come in? As I said, it provides the breeding sites. And so in this kind of simple model, we can put that in terms of a carrying capacity. So you can kind of like tail off and break the source term here. And we've got this function, C of P. P is the precipitation. Okay. So as the larvae get more and more, then basically you have this kind of limitation on the population in this model. So that means the availability of ponds and breeding sites. But this is even more uncertain. So in the model I show you later, this link between precipitation and carrying capacity is extremely uncertain. It's one of the hardest things to try and represent. And it gets even harder, of course, if you want to look at vectors which are urban breeders. So we've been doing some work trying to parameterize Albopictus in Italy, for example, and that was, again, a challenge. Okay. And so you can get, like, for example, this is a study which shows basically 3 seasons rainfall in the hard blue, and then you see basic transmission of malaria. You see the cases here, and you see this delay between the rainfall and the basically the malaria cases, of a delay for these loops and these transmission cycles to spin up. Giving you a delay of 1 to 2 months, depending on the temperature. So that delay tends to be shorter in warmer locations. And so, of course, people have been thinking about this for a long time, how we can use this to actually look at early warning. There's been a lot of work, for example, at IRI, looking at ways of using this. And so this is a paper from that group there, where it's looking at 4 years of cases in time going to the right. And in the last year, you can see there was a peak of cases in this illustrative example. And if you were just monitoring cases, of course, you're really just reacting. But if you're monitoring climate, and you might see an anomaly in the rainfall, that already gives you then a 1 or 2 month possibility of having an early warning. And then the idea is you can actually then maybe extend that by using basically monthly and seasonal forecasts, which was something we were looking at as well. Where does the predictability come from for those forecasts? Well, it really looks at the times, it really depends on the timescale you're looking at. So on this graph, as we're looking at kind of monthly to seasonal timescales, most of your predictability comes from, in the tropics at least, comes from tropical waves, such as Rossby waves, planetary waves, the Madden-Julian oscillations. So quite a bit of my earlier research was on these waves in the tropics, which a little bit like if you drop a stone in a pond, you can predict how the waves are going to propagate across the pond. It's the same in the tropical atmosphere. And that gives you anomalies on kind of weekly to monthly timescales, right out, of course, to variability in ENSO. So particularly when you're looking at seasonal timescales, then the king of the party is ENSO. And that has ramifications around the globe. So ENSO, as you're probably all aware, of course, is this sloshing of warm waters to the east and to the west in the Pacific in terms of anomalies. So when we have an El Nino event, then we have warm waters in the mid to the eastern Pacific. But it has teleconnections and ramifications around the world, which are shown in this chart, where we expect, through the propagation of waves, to have anomalies in precipitation. As you get further away from the region of the Pacific, these do get weaker. I was tempted to put a slide in and actually show the covariance, but I thought it was a bit too much detail. So it's just to say, really, and it's a take-home, ENSO doesn't explain all of the variability in rainfall and in precipitation around the globe. In places like Africa, it only explains a small amount of the variability. But it is predictable. So about 8 years ago, I was serving for quite a while on the WCRP, the World Climate Research Programme's panel for seasonal prediction. And we actually made a study there of all of the operational systems available at the time, state of the art. And we just said, well, how well do they do at predicting ENSO? And even at that time, and things have improved since then, you'll see that this graph on the top is essentially showing like a week 1 to 4 prediction against the black line, which is the observations. And of course, the forecast is very well indeed, but then also you do very well if you simply took the initial conditions and persisted them, because the ocean evolves very slowly. But if you look at the bottom graph, even at a 6-month lead time, so the red lines and these dots are showing you the prediction of the SST patterns, the sea surface temperature patterns in the Pacific, 6 months ahead. Even 6 months ahead, we still have a good bash at actually getting the anomaly correct in these systems 6 months ahead, and much better than you would do, for example, just simply persisting the existing initial anomalies, which is shown on the column there. So that basically motivates why we wanted to develop Vectri. So Vectri was a model we developed at ICDP, and it was really focused on modeling these climate sensitive parts of the cycle. So it's a gridded model, so it can run over an area, a region, or a country, usually at resolutions between 5 to up to 100 kilometers, and using input of climate data. And I should emphasize that it's a free and open source code, so all our dirty laundry is there to see, okay? And that was actually one of the main reasons, the motivations, because there were some models out there at the time which were available, but they were all closed source. You could only get the executable, and we wanted something we could share with our partners on the projects I was involved with in Africa as a research tool, and eventually somewhat more. So I'm going to quickly go over the model because I want to show how it's used. So the larvae cycle is pretty much the same as the 2-box model I showed earlier, but it resolves the various stages of the larvae development to try and better represent the delay between the rains and the onset of malaria. And we have a model for the hydrology, drainage into temporary ponds, which is particularly important for Anopheles gambiae, okay, which was quite well validated. I had a PhD student in Ghana who used to go every day with his tape measure and monitor a big series of ponds all around campus, and we've also tried to evaluate it in Niger and so on. And then this is basically coupled to a kind of a classic SEIR model, box compartmental model for the progression in the human. I should mention in passing that in one of the projects we have now, one of my group members is actually looking at also coupling this to an agent-based model for the human component, which is work in progress. So the model essentially takes temperature, rainfall, and population density, but can also ingest other aspects of the environment, such as slope and soil texture, which impacts the infiltration, and then produces as output parameters relating to the vector, such as vector density, but also parameters related to the disease in question. I should say, although we have an Aedes model, we don't have any dengue component yet, so we're still developing. In terms of diseases, we only have a malaria component. Okay, so forecasting. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties. If we just take a basic weather forecast model, and this was actually the forecast for right now, made 5 days ago, okay, from the ECMWF system. So showing the low pressure to our southeast. So that's like a 5-day forecast for today. Okay, now when you're looking at these, I'm always told that forecasts are wrong, okay, so make your own conclusions there. But why would they be wrong? Well, basically, we've got 2 sources of uncertainty. One is model error, and part of my research over the last 30 years or so I'm not quite up to 50 yet, but hopefully I'll get there. So basically, on the right-hand side is like the representation of small-scale processes, such as clouds and convection, and then also errors in the initial conditions. Okay, and that is actually one area where we have really let's see what's happening here. Excelled in terms of our technology. So this is sometimes referred to as a quiet revolution. And that is, if you think about it, one of the most challenging, and this, in a way, this is exactly the same in our field. If you think about atmospheric measurements, you've got things such as balloons, where maybe a country like Italy only launches at 2 sites twice a day, where you have 1 pencil observation. And you somehow have to mix that together with millions of satellite observations, okay, a very fine resolution, aircraft data, okay, and you have in situ station data and a myriad of other data sources. And so the way that actually that is done inside the weather centers is by a variational simulation system, which actually then ingests it into a model by actually just perturbing the model to get an optimum state in terms of an evolution of a model between the observations and an initial run, okay? So it's not like a nudging, it's something more than that. It's based about using a model without going into too much detail. And it really has revolutionized prediction in the atmosphere. So if you look, for example, this chart here, those blue lines show for performance, as we go up the y-axis, you have a better forecast. And back in the 1980s, there was a huge gap between the northern and southern hemisphere, simply because there's more land and more observations in the north. But with the advent of these data assimilation systems and the ability to ingest the massively increasing amount of Earth observation data, you can see how the forecast gap between the north and the south hemisphere closed rapidly in the early 2000s. It really was a revolution in our ability to predict what was going on. Okay, and that was through these advances in data assimilation. Okay. Now, for our purposes, we're going to be focusing on the use of a seasonal forecast, and so the seasonal forecast on the top relies also on the initialization of the ocean, because it's an atmosphere model coupled to the ocean, okay, and it's going to be running at a coarser resolution. I mentioned those boxes and the small-scale processes. The weather forecast model I showed you is running with a box size of around 9 kilometers. So that's roughly the distance from here to Notre Dame and back again. Okay, that's the size of a grid box. Instead, these seasonal forecasts are running at 35 kilometers operationally. And they're now available in real time on the Copernicus. I've heard Copernicus mentioned a number of times. So you can now log on and access the raw data in real time when it's available for the seasonal forecasts, as well as the reanalysis. Okay, and then you come up with predictions. So these things run on step by step, hour by hour, week by week, month by month, out to 6 to 12 months ahead. Okay, so you have these daily fields. And this, by the way, at the top right is the forecast for precipitation for July, August, September. That was made at the beginning of May of this year. So this shows the anomalies predicted for Africa. So at the end of the conclusions, you will see how it actually did for Africa, and you can also see a strong rainfall anomaly in Indonesia. Okay. So for the malaria forecast at the bottom, we want to run this model, but of course to initialize the model we also need initial conditions. So the model, in order to make a prediction for the future state of the vector and the future state of malaria, needs to know what it is now in order to make that prediction for the future, integrate these equations on. So it needs to know what the vector density is at the beginning. So how do we do that in order to make this malaria seasonal prediction? Once we know that, of course, then we can integrate it on using the temperature and the rainfall day by day to give us an estimate of the surface ponding, to give us an estimate of these life cycles and how they're evolving. Okay. So what we did with our pilot system is we actually then used the vector model itself, driven by observations of temperature and observations of precipitation. And that's because, of course, although some of these parameters we can know from like field studies and cross-sectional surveys, for example, the parasite rate, they're not available in real time for use in a forecasting framework. Okay, and we need to have access to these in real time. And so I think one of the opportunities is, and I know there's a lot of work in this area, is to maybe to try and use some of these variational assimilation approaches to ingest observations into a modeling-like framework. And this kind of variational assimilation, to my best knowledge, I don't think is happening that much now, although I have to say my best knowledge is a pretty low bar, I feel, these days. I like to run a lot, and sometimes in long-distance races, you have the people with the timer with the balloons, no? With the time, and sometimes I'm very ambitious and I start off next to a balloon, and I used to run that speed 20 years ago, and halfway through the race they slowly disappear off into the horizon as I can't keep up with them anymore. That feels like my relationship to the literature these days. Everything moving on and just watching the balloons disappear over the horizons, I'm afraid. So please forgive me if I'm not quoting your work there. And so this is an example of the kind of thing we did, okay, for example, testing against Sentinel case data from Uganda in this malaria forecasting system. And so this is for Kanungo, and we're looking at basically forecasts that are 1 month and 3 months ahead. And we have an ensemble of forecasts indicated by the grey shading, and we see that basically the modeling system was able in this study to get the kind of year-to-year variations, but you can see there are often strong delays in the timing. So it's certainly not a perfect modeling system, even if we're able to show significant skill in here. Now notice that these time series were very short. Okay, so one of the things that really we need for robust evaluation of these systems is longer time series of validated data. And of course, there are all sorts of other areas where there are basically uncertainties. So I already talked, number one, about the errors in the actual climate prediction itself in terms of the initial state and the model. But of course, there are going to be errors in the malaria initial state. I'm not ingesting any of the, for example, surface water kind of fields from Earth's observation. Errors in the malaria model, I've talked about the uncertainty in those temperature curves. And of course, we're only looking at malaria perturbations driven by climate perturbations, and there are going to be many, many other non-climatic factors that are going to be involved. And one can see that if you look at a map where we try to validate the system against district data. So you'll find that you can have two adjacent districts, one where we do very well indeed at getting the year-to-year variations in malaria cases, and then right next door you can have a district where we have no correspondence whatsoever, and the malaria signals themselves have no correspondence. Yet the climate, the spatial scale of the climate anomalies is on much larger spatial scales than the district scale. And so that kind of indicates that other factors are going on, and it could be imperfections in the data, but it could also simply be that non-climatic factors are playing a role. And there are limitations, as I said, in the malaria forecast itself in terms of the underlying driving climate. So on these maps here, for example, if we have this colored chart, if you see yellow, it basically means that the system has skill in predicting malaria and also temperature. So you're at this intersection here. And in these maps, we can see 1 month ahead, we either have the map white or we have it yellow, which means we have skill in all three of the variables, or we have skill just in the malaria and temperature. Then the map turns green 2 months ahead. We only have skill in malaria. How can we have skill in malaria if we don't have any skill in predicting temperature or rainfall at those timescales? That's that delay between the rains and the actual malaria prediction. So we're actually getting a kind of a month gain from the climate prediction, 1 to 2 months, and then that leads to a kind of 2 to 3 month skill in the malaria until eventually the map starts to turn black because we lose all potential skill. Okay. But how much of the variation does that actually explain? So this is my last kind of simulation I'm going to show, and then I'm going to talk, if I have a couple of minutes, about how to integrate this into decisions. So we've been looking at an idealized experiment now, and if you look on the top two here, we have rainfall, and on the bottom two, we have temperature. Now, they look very similar at first sight, but if you look closely, you might be able to spot what's different between them. And that is, if you look at, for example, the rainfall, you'll notice that the second one every year is the same. Okay, so all we wanted to do is we want to simply run a simulation, assuming a perfect model, where we first of all just take the actual rainfall and the actual temperature, and then we will like swap out the rainfall for a repeated. So we're removing all interannual variability in rains, but we still have a realistic variation of the rains. And we can do that then repeating 2000, repeating 2001, repeating 2002. And then we can do the opposite, where we just simply repeat the temperature and allow the rainfall to vary. And in that way, we can try and look and see how much do the climate variables actually explain year-to-year variability in cases, and also the parasite ratio in this kind of ratio, in this mix and match. So this is what we see on this map here, where this is the total year-to-year variability. Okay, and so you can see it's actually highest in the monsoon fringe areas, where year-to-year variability in the monsoon drives year-to-year variability in the malaria cases, and then also in the highland areas. But if you look at the actual division between precipitation in the middle panel and the temperature-driven variability in the right panel, you'll see that the temperature really is playing a role in the highland areas, but not in the warmer areas of the Sahel, where nearly all of the variability is driven by rainfall, year-to-year variability. Okay. So why would that be? Well, let's go back and think a little bit about that curve I showed right at the beginning. Remember, I emphasized this response curve with the flat top. And so quite simply, if you imagine your year-to-year variability in the vector density or or the percent, as we said, the vectorial capacity to be V here, that you have two linear terms. Basically, it's going to be responsible. It's going to be the rate of change of that with respect to T, and then you have like a temperature variability, perturbation, and then with respect to precipitation and a precipitation variability. So if you're in the colder highland areas, you're at that part of that response curve, which is very steep. And so then temperature, for a given temperature perturbation, you can drive more of a variability. Whereas if you're near that kind of sweet spot, like in West Africa, as we see, then really, it doesn't really matter. Even if you predict temperature very well, you're not going to get a very strong response in the malaria cases or in the year-to-year variability in the parasite ratio. It's really not going to have a strong role. It's less of a case for precipitation because sub-seasonal variability also plays a strong role and it's highly nonlinear. Okay. How long have I got? Do I have a couple of minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to try. I might jump out. I've got a couple of jumping out points here, because in this in these projects, we've also been trying to think about how one might want to integrate this into like decision processes. And so one of the things we try to do is look at cost-loss ratios. And this is only to emphasize one simple point, that even if you have a skillful model, it might not have value for a certain decision entry point. And so here you can have a threshold process where you try and say, okay, if I go above a certain threshold, I take an action. Okay. If I predict that's going to happen, I take an action. So if I predict it's going to happen, I take an action, and I have a cost of an intervention or a cost of my action. Okay. And that might prevent an outcome. So of course, if I don't forecast that's going to happen, and I don't do any action, and it happens, then I have a loss function as a result of that. And then, of course, you can have basically no events. And so if I predict it's going to happen and it doesn't happen, I've still got the cost, and it's been a false alarm. And so you can look in each location, you can try and break down your model prediction into its economic value for different cost-loss ratios and different frequencies of events. And so what you find is, for example, this is another location in Uganda. We find this stripe of economic value, but here in the bottom left, we've got very low cost-to-loss ratios. In other words, your intervention is so cheap that you would just do it anyway. So even if your forecast is very, very good, you still have no point to actually use it. It's much better to always intervene and take your action. In the top right, the cost of your intervention in that decision process is very high in that case. And so then you have the opposite effect where it's actually very expensive to intervene. And again, your forecast system has to be very, very good in order to have any economic value. But of course, not all decisions are simple threshold processes. So one of the things that we were thinking of doing, and in fact, this was a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, we didn't get that grant at the time, but it's definitely on my to-do list. It was looking at, for example, supply-side decisions. So this is not a binary process. So you might have a location where you have very regular transmission. And so this was John Snow that was actually talking to us at the time about this. And they were saying, well, we have to supply medicines, and we want to make sure that we have a contingency so we don't have any kind of cases of stockouts. Because if you have very strong year-to-year variability, and we have a very large number of cases, then we have a stock out, and it's very expensive for us to kind of then move medicines in the rainy season into the location. On the other hand, we don't want to move too many at the start of the season because they only have like a year shelf life. And so the idea was to use the seasonal forecast there to try and look at how one might adjust the amount and timing of the basically the supplies in order to maximize the benefit. And so this is one of the areas where you've got a continuous strategy you've got to develop on the back of your system. And I really think it's an area where one can look at having a hybrid approach of applying AI on top of a dynamical model. And so we started a year ago in a much smaller pilot to actually look at doing this with the SIT, the sterile insect technique, okay, where we actually have a parameterization for this in the model, which we've been trying to calibrate against a number of field studies. And we can simply use the machine learning on top of the dynamic model to look at the spacing, the seasonal length, and the amount of the intervention, and then try and actually then use AI to actually derive the most cost-effective strategy. And so this is, for example, one of the early results of this, where using AI on top, we showed that you could actually get a factor of 3 increase in the impact, which means you could have 3 more field sites, or or basically 3 times cost savings in this pilot study that we're in the process of trying to write up now. Okay. So basically, in conclusion, I wanted to just give a hint in the time available of how some of the ways might be that we can try and use, how we've tried to think about how to use temperature and precipitation information in a forecasting context, and show how some of the limitations are in terms of initial condition error and in limitations of the models themselves. But I really wanted to get across the take-home message that in some cases, even if you have a very good forecast system, it doesn't mean that translates into good information about the malaria transmission. So that was the example, for example, where you could have a very good temperature forecast, but if you're near the climate optimum, it explains very little variability in the malaria variability near that kind of climate optimum. Okay. And then at the end there, I was trying to talk about some of the scope as well, about actually using data assimilation. I've been talking to Carla as well, that we want to try and use some of the data assimilation methods to try and use a way of ingesting some of the work that she's doing with the observations of standing water into the model to initialize the modeling system. And then last of all, I was talking a little bit about how you might want to test the model forecasts in the framework of a decision. So we have 2 new projects now, one funded by the Wellcome Trust, and another one that's coming online hopefully soon called Convince, where we're trying to look at how to use machine learning on top of the dynamical system to try and basically derive cost-effective strategies for interventions approach. And that's the Convince project's led by Swiss TPH, and hopefully is coming online soon. So just to say that's kind of work in progress on that side. Okay, I'll stop there. Thanks, I think I'm really out of time. By the way, this is what happened in the middle panel. That's Africa the last 90 days, which I just pulled up at the weekend. And you can see that it was very wet. I think it's actually a pretty good forecast. Look, pretty wet here and dry along the coast. It didn't get the Mali kind of anomaly. And Indonesia as well was very wet. Okay. Australia, it's not really their rainy season, so that really should be masked out, in my opinion, so in the north. So we'll let them off the hook for that one.
Okay. I would suggest that if there is any burning questions, we can take one, unless we can move to the end of the session 3 for a panel discussion altogether. Any burning question? Okay.
I don't have a burning question, but I have one that I would be interested in the answer to. These things, as far as I understand it, these things, as far as I understand it, are done at 35K resolution. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, certainly in the sort of things that I do, if you start playing around with that resolution, you might get rather different answers. Yes. Do you know how? Because if you take that either up to 100 or down to 5 or something, do you come up with those same zonations in general contiguous great patches, or does it become more?
That's an excellent question. So in response to that, one of the things we did with Madeline Thompson, actually, is we tried to use the machine learning on top to try and account for errors due to sub-grid scale, very fine scale changes in climate at local levels. So we're kind of using machine learning calibration of the model to account for that, because you can imagine, as you're right, within a 35 kilometers, if you've got complex terrain, and we found, for example, in the Kenyan highlands, without doing that, we couldn't simulate cases at all in one of the plantation areas, which definitely had epidemic transmission. By doing that, we had a very good reproduction of basically the cases, simply by allowing the model to see an error and adjust for that in the climate, to adjust just basically the difference in height between the kind of average over the grid box and the actual altitude of the plantation. And so another way we're going to try and address that, which is, again, you're very right, is in the Acclimatize project inside our ICTP. We have a group that's very interested in Internet of Things. They do a lot of work on low-cost sensors. So as part of that, what we're going to do is we're going to try and implement a very high-resolution map of low-cost sensors around Dakar and St. Louis in the north, both in urban, peri-urban, and nearby rural areas. And then we have basically machine learning experts in NYU who are going to then try and actually map and see how much we can actually then learn and go down using basically remote sensing from the kind of grid scale down to a much finer scale. So the information from the climate system gives you the overall envelope of the climate anomalies, but then you can use Earth observation mapping to then map that down to the much smaller scales. So this gives you the overall 35K risk. Exactly. Just not just elevation, but also land cover type and so on, and breeding sites and so on. So it's going to be basically precipitation, temperature, humidity, and also land cover types that we're going to try and ingest to try and answer that question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Ilaria Zilioli. I'm from the European Space Agency, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the third session of today. I will have the honor to co-chair together with Philippe Abdel-Malik, that you have already met today. Just to give a short introduction, I think you have already...
Yesterday, yes.
Yesterday. So
yeah.
I don't know, for those that were not here yesterday, Philippe is the head of the Intelligence, Innovation and Integration Unit at the World Health Organization Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. And he's the head of intelligence, as I said, and he leads the global initiatives to integrate public health and technology to strengthen pandemic preparedness and response, including the Epidemic Intelligence Forum open source, so-called EIOS initiative that previously he worked in Canada, so he has a kind of very broad international background. And today he's here with us to talk about how we handle the pandemic during COVID-19. And so without going any further, I give him the floor to introduce us to basically how COVID spread so suddenly and what the World Health Organization Hub helped monitoring this critical situation that we all witnessed already 5 years ago, but that it's very clear in our memories. Thank you very much, Philippe.
Thank you, Ilaria, and hello again, everybody, and thank you again for having me here. I will try not to take up too much of your time because you've heard me drone on already. You heard me drone on yesterday, so I'd like to give more opportunity for the others on this panel to speak and for questions as well if there's time. So as was mentioned, it has been 5 years since the start of COVID. Time flies in a certain way. And I don't know what your personal experience with it was, but everybody here in the room who's obviously older than 5 years old has gone through COVID. So everybody here has gone through that. why did it spread and so quickly? Well, that's a bit of a complicated question, but some of the things that we do know from an epidemiological perspective are linked to just the mode of transmission and fast and high transmissibility, short incubation period, and then, of course, the rise or the emergence of variants. And we've heard a little bit over yesterday and today about all of these and some other things as well. And so with these different combinations, I think we saw the world react in a lot of different ways. You already heard yesterday a little bit about the gap maybe between the evidence or the science and then the policy and the decisions, and the impact that has on societies. And as a result of all of this, a lot of different organizations and agencies and initiatives were started. And we'll hear about some of those initiatives today in this panel. You've already heard about some of the research and initiatives earlier today and yesterday. But one of those is the hub that I'm currently at. So I was based in Geneva. Before moving to Berlin, I was part of the team that created the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. And the idea behind the hub was to sort of extract my team and create a bigger team as well around that. So there are, I only had one of the units at the hub. There are 3 other units there as well. But the idea was to extract us from the response side of things so that when an emergency happens, we're not deployed to the field and consumed with response, but rather supporting the field and member states with solutions that strengthen their decision-making capacity. And so if you ever look at the website for the hub, you'll see 3 sort of short phrases that try to capture why we were set up, which is better data, better analytics, better decisions. We're not a data hub. We don't store data, but we're looking at how we can improve data quality and access to data, maybe through new mechanisms. And you heard Moritz talk this morning a little bit about federation, and so we're exploring that. You hear a lot in the data space, and COVID, one thing I think COVID did was it didn't necessarily, it taught us a few things. But more importantly, I think it brought to the forefront a lot of things that epidemiologists and public health professionals have been saying for years, things that come up with every outbreak. But when it was COVID and it hit everybody so hard, these things were highlighted even more. And these are things around data quality, data access, information sharing, lack of standards, things like that. And these are some of the things that we're trying to address. And so when it comes to data standards, for example, rather than trying to enforce anything, because WHO has no enforcement power, we're looking at how do we leverage technology to transform data into a defined standard. So things like that are the types of things that the hub focuses on because of the highlighted impacts and also gaps that COVID revealed or emphasized. So that's a little bit sort of about the progression sort of through COVID. Everybody here will have their own opinion about whether it was handled properly, what WHO's role was, and I'm happy to talk to you. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding perhaps of what WHO's role is when it comes to outbreaks, but happy to talk to you about that. But enough from me. I did say that I won't talk for too long, and I've already talked for too long, so I'll hand back to Hilary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Philip. And I forgot that we also have, as a facilitator, Marie-Louise Hohenbühel with us today from Nova Space. And she will be happy to collect also all the questions online as well as from the public. And if you agree, I would suggest that we reply to the question at the end of everybody's speech. So as far as I'm concerned, the reason why I'm here today, I'm not like most of you an expert on epidemiology. On the contrary, I'm actually a lawyer. And but as I said, I work at the European Space Agency. And actually, I am from a city, Bergamo, that was the first city in Western world to be hit by COVID. So I don't know if you can see the image on the screen right now. This is very symbolic image that actually was taken under the windows of my brother's house, but it really was spread all over the world. And the reason is that when we were hit first by COVID in Bergamo, we didn't know how to handle that. It was just dramatic. And my brother told me, well, when I saw these military trucks coming from my window, I thought they were coming to help us. And he called a friend and said, oh, great, you're so reactive. You're already providing support. And his friend, who was the associate of the mayor, said, well, no, these are militaries taking away the coffins from the hospital because we don't know where to put them. So this was really shocking, a shocking and dramatic period for us. And of course, all the community around the world, and in particular my colleagues in ESA, since I was there, my family was still there, and by coincidence, I was there the weekend we were locked down. The reaction of my colleagues was, let's try to do something to help this city, even because the legal department of the European Space Agency was hosted in Bergamo a few years before. So they wanted to show my colleagues, we tried, and myself, we tried to provide some support as we could with some space technology, and that's how Earth observation comes on the scene. And the next speaker will be related to that. I don't see Chiara. I don't know if she's around and if she wants to. Please come up on the. Please feel free to come up. So Chiara Clementini, who will talk more in detail about this project. It was called Urban Forest. Chiara is an engineer at Gematics, a company that had a contract with ESA to develop a project. She will talk more about that concerns monitoring the trees and the forests, in particular the public, the trees, the green spaces that are in the cities or in our gardens, not necessarily forests outside the urban areas. So together with Earth observation data and ground data, they included Bergamo among the cities part of this project. Why Bergamo? Then Chiara will talk more in detail about the project, because Bergamo is in a very polluted area of North Italy. And we think there's a strong tell us that there's a strong correlation between pandemics and diseases. Pandemics and pollution and other type of diseases, not only pandemic. So Bergamo was maybe affected by COVID also because of that reason. It's a highly industrialized area, and despite the fact that we are close to the Alps, there's a very heavily stagnation of the air, and as such, a very high pollution. So this project combines Earth observation data together with ground data. It was one of the probably first projects, at least as far as I know, that associates Earth observation data for the COVID, for the pandemic. So I'm very pleased to leave the floor to Chiara from Gematics that will talk to us more about that. Thank you, Chiara.
Thank you, Ilaria.
Sorry, I just need a second. Is this one? Yes.
Okay. No. That's fine. Okay. Yes. Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Chiara Clementini. I'm Chief Product Officer at Gematics, and my today's talk is titled "The Earth Observation Application in Health for Health in Cities: The Outcomes of MAFI, SAGS, and Urbana Projects." In the next 10 minutes, I will describe how satellite Earth observation can be translated into practical health-relevant information for the cities. So how to translate data into actions to improve the well-being of the citizens. Next slide. I can. It's not working. At all. Okay, so the COVID-19 pandemic made more evident how environmental quality, urban quality can influence health both directly and indirectly. In particular, high pollution reduces physiological resilience. The limited access to green areas increases the psychophysical stress. We experienced that mainly during the restrictions. And moreover, heat can reduce the well-being and increase health risk, and in particular can restrict mobility to the cooler places or less hot hours of the day. But what if this were different? So we can breathe, if we could breathe fresh air, live in greener places, or enjoy activities outside during the whole day. In this context, we can consider this simple storyline. We have satellite Earth information data that are consistent and continuously collected over wide city areas. We can combine them with databases and other information coming from the ground, from in situ, and we can combine them also with the population information. We can derive, by this combination, we can derive analysis and indicators, and administrations can use them to implement targeted policies and actions to improve the cities of their citizens, to improve the well-being. So, using this information, administration can explore where to act and who benefits of these informations, of these resilience actions. Here we have Bergamo. Bergamo was one of, as Ilaria said, one of the first cities who started this process of using satellite data to produce actionable information. Bergamo was one of the first cities to be severely impacted in the early stage of the pandemic. It's in the city of in the north of Italy, and after the main stage of the pandemic, they expressed the need for resilience information, information to build resilience that can be implemented to improve the environment. So starting from information and data, combined with local information to identify specific actions to be implemented in the city to improve the quality of life of their citizens. So we started from data, from satellite data. We combined this information with the local data and implemented a replicable methodology for other cities. So in this context, we carried out a number of ESA projects. We started with MAFIS, then there was AGS, and the ongoing project, which is Urbana. And through these projects, we progressively moved from static maps, simple satellite maps, to a multidimensional knowledge system, co-designed with institutions and scientific partners. You see in these pictures all the actors that have been involved in these activities. We involved professionals from nurseries, agronomists, architects, and urban planners. We involved scientific experts and Earth observation experts, but also the municipalities by interviewing them, making them stating and expressing their needs. Then ministries, European Union and the United Nations, but also citizens were involved in these projects. So by interviewing them, by interviewing all these actors, we extracted their needs and included their knowledge into the algorithms that we were building. So these are the core services these projects deliver. In particular, you can view them as 4 lenses on the same city. We have, firstly, the urban vegetation maps that with the characterization of species, but also characterization of the structure of the trees and the vegetation in general. This information were classified exploiting an artificial intelligence model trained with the local samples, and this is particularly important to retrieve the ecosystem services provided by the vegetation and the trees. Then we can monitor the evolution of vegetation in time. So in particular, to evaluate their health of vegetation and to assess where the green loss increases environmental and health vulnerability. Then we can provide daytime and nighttime high resolution land surface temperature that have been retrieved by applying super resolution algorithms from Earth observation data. And this is key to provide hotspots and heat islands dynamics. And lastly, the fourth one is the parameters and pollutants both for air and water. And this is key to provide continuous information in time on the evolution of pollution, but most importantly in space. So we are not able to only provide this information on a single point of measurement, but we can provide this information all over the area that is going to be monitored. Okay. In the case of Urbana, as I said, it's the ongoing projects. We move from layers to decision by applying this workflow. So we started from these layers, and we applied processing chains. We processed actually these layers by applying a number of processing chains. You see here, for example, we applied algorithms for reconstruction of the time series, for the geographic alignment, for the data fusion, for super resolution, as I said previously, for the extracting the variables of interest. We applied analysis and indicators by developing a specific analysis or specific algorithms derived from dedicated analysis and consolidated methods derived from literature, for example. And we derived this information on impacts and priority mapping, again applying basically geographic information, so GIS tools, GIS algorithms to arrive to the decisions and let administration to design the specific solution they wanted to implement. I have a couple of examples here of what we have done in these projects in Urbana. For example, we combine high resolution land surface temperature both for daytime and nighttime context with albedo and information on materials over the city. We derived from satellite information distribution of green, both on public and private areas. And we also consider urban canopy, population data, local data, and also some information on elevation, slope, and land cover. I'll speed up since I'm late. As outcomes, we derived very actionable information. So where to implement, sorry, I have to go forward. Okay. Where to implement the specific strategies for the roofs. So, for example, cool and green roofs, where to plant more trees, how to manage soil, or where to implement the shade structures, for example, considering the network of mobility or the network of energy. But again, and this is another very short example regarding the correlation between temperatures and emergency calls. So calls made by the citizens to the emergency services, they were correlated together to find vulnerable neighborhoods of the city. And this is available information to improve support services for the citizens, for example, ambulances, to strengthen the healthcare system, and so on. This is just a slide to show the value for public administration, that this information is reproducible, that with this information it's possible to monitor pre and post outcomes, and this kind of approach can be adaptable to the specific context of each city that is going to be monitored. As of last information, I want to give you 3 takeaways. The first one is that the combination of Earth observation, geographic information, and local data can speed up the better decisions for environment and the citizens. That collaboration is the level for impact. So as you see, as you have seen, we have collaborated with a number of institutions and partners, and it was very helpful. It was key to the success of these projects, and that these projects have started this process of moving from maps to operational guidance, but is contributing to demonstrate that Earth observation has the potential to support the definition of the strategies and to create more livable cities and to reduce the health risk in urban environment. And you find my contacts. Sorry to being late. Thank you for the attention.
Great, thank you very much, Chiara, and thanks for showing us how Earth observation data and advanced analysis can be used to help cities like Bergamo, as we just heard, especially in the wake of COVID, strengthen resilience, reduce health risks, and plan more livable urban environments. I particularly like the maps to multidimensional knowledge systems to operational guidance bit, so thanks for that, and the emphasis on collaboration. It's my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker. I don't know if Dr. Angela Finelli is in the audience, or is she online? Sorry, online. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
There we go.
I don't know.
Great. So I'll just quickly introduce you, Angela. So Dr. Finelli is an epidemiologist with expertise in zoonoses, emerging infectious diseases, and One Health. Her work spans disease surveillance, risk assessment, and advanced modeling, with teaching and policy research experience at a number of organizations. I'll just list a few here from her bio. Those include the European Commission's Joint Research Center, JRC, EFSA, we heard from EFSA this morning, ECDC, and she's collaborated with international partners like WHO, WOA, right here, and USAID. Dr. Finelli, welcome. Great to have you. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Just 1 second, because I need to show you my screen. I'm not really familiar with Zoom, but
so I need to stop this one.
Just 1 second. Okay. So share the screen. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. I can stay.
Can you see them? Sorry, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I also uploaded on the drive that you sent me the link. Anyway, so today I will talk about the APES project. This project is a project that is carried out in the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. APES stands for Assessing Infectious Disease Outbreaks with the Pandemic and Epidemic Risk. This is an exploratory project, meaning that the purpose is really to explore a research topic, and this type of activity at the GRC has the potential to advance science, but also to contribute to science for policy. Thus should have a link to UI policy, but also should not have predefined themes, because it's a result of a bottom-up process. Are GRC scientists that propose project ideas, and are not the DG in Brussels that commission them. This type of projects have a duration of maximum 3 years. So the APES project is linked to different EU policies, namely the European Green Deal, the EU Biodiversity Strategy, but also the Sustainable Development Goals, by advocating for ecosystem conservation, health sanitation, sustainable practices, and climate action to prevent zoonotic diseases. The objective of the project is to improve the understanding of how different anthropogenic drivers can affect pandemic risk. And the team is split between 2 sites, in Seville and in Ispra. And we have different expertise. I'm an epidemiologist, then there are experts in biodiversity, in climate change, in forest, so we complement each other. So here I just wanted to show you that we already had some output from the first year of this project. We are about to start the second year. And there are ongoing research. I will now quickly talk about one of the first year research output. And then on an ongoing project. So I personally focused on assessing the risk of the WHO priority disease. And the objective was to assess the impact of disease shared risk factors and identify areas that were at risk and those that were inadequately prepared. So we focus on these diseases. We excluded the COVID-19, and we use the Gideon database. We use different predictors, including climate and environmental predictors. My colleague also developed a new indicator that is this human forest proximity, which basically can be considered a sort of proxy of wildlife-human interaction, because it shows how humans are getting closer to forest over time. So we built 3 model frameworks using a machine learning technique, namely Bayesian additive regression tree model. We validated the models, and then we also corrected this model considering the travel time to healthcare facility that we thought as a good proxy for detection bias. We also classify the countries into different categories, trying to adjust the risk by the International Health Regulation C3 indicator, which is an indicator that basically we retrieve from the WHO observatory database. It's an indicator of the capacity of countries to respond to zoonotic threat. So it considers different factors such as disease surveillance, early warning, and so on. Here you can see the results. You can see our risk map, and that only 3% of the global area is considered at very high risk, and this is located mainly in South America and Asia. And you can also see on the right the relationship between each covariate and the probability of an outbreak. And what is interesting here is this human forex proximity, where we have a negative relationship with a higher probability when humans are getting closer to forest. We classified country using a matrix, and we found only Papua New Guinea to be critical, and the majority of Europe is anyway at least concerned. Some are exposed but resilient. Here I posted the link to the EU Science Hub because we also built an interactive map if you want to have a look. And here, just to show you this forest-human nexus, we published a paper on this indicator, and you can see that in general the population is growing over time. Of course, this trend varies between the region. Here is by climate areas, but at the same time, you can see that the forest area is decreasing. Here you have the reference for this paper. And now I will quickly talk about the ongoing project. We are focusing on leptospirosis. Leptospirosis is a climate-sensitive disease. We worked with the CDC that kindly provided us the data from TESSI, and we built an integrated nested Laplace approximation model, quite complex because it considers random effects for seasonality, spatial autocorrelation, and we also included a set of covariates, namely the forest-human nexus, which is a slight improvement of the human forest proximity indicator, also mammal richness, a drought indicator, and temperature and the population as an offset term. We wanted also to look at what could happen in the future considering a different emission scenario. So we ran the model considering the next GDP projection under a mild greenhouse gas emission scenario and a high greenhouse gas emission scenario. And then we basically isolated the effects of temperature and SPI, and then compare the future projection with historical reference period to assess potential significant increase or decrease of the incidence. So here you can see some preliminary results, and you can see that there is a clear seasonality in the disease incidence with higher incidence and greatest number of NUTS3 regions affected during August and September. We converted also the incidence into risk using the classical epidemiological equation. And here you can see the expected percentage change in the incidence under both climate scenarios and short-term and long-term future. And in general, what we found is that the impact is generally more widespread and larger under the high emission scenario, and is stronger in the long-term future than in the short-term future. So from the map, maybe it's not that clear, but if we look at the number of NUTS that are experiencing a change, a significant increase, we may detect a potential shift in the seasonality of the disease in the future, because we found a significant increase that dominates in February, so in winter time. Of course, this can vary between scenario and also short and long-term future, but in general, the majority of the nuts were experiencing a significant increase during winter, and part of them also during springtime. Anyway, these figures show you the number of regions with significant changes, not actual disease incidence. So the main conclusion is that higher emission scenario drive larger and more widespread increases in leptospirosis incidence, especially in long term, and that EU action on mitigation, such as Green Deal, Fit for 55, is critical to limit future health risk. And we need some adaptation, so maybe stronger surveillance, flood and water management, and public health preparedness. So thank you very much. I hope that I respected the time.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Finelli, for that presentation and for just talking about the different ways that can be used for the risk sort of mapping and understanding of the spread of disease. Good to see other examples as well other than COVID. A lot of people are tired of hearing about COVID, so thank you.
Thank you, Beck. And better, sorry about my little crisis, allergy to dust. It's now time for Sara Aparicio, that I would like to join us on the floor. Sara is an Earth observation data scientist. She's working also for the European Space Agency at Solenix. And today she will talk about RACE, which is a joint cooperation between the European Space Agency and the European Commission, and that aims at showcase the power of Earth observation to inform on societal global challenges. And this is another one of those initiatives that was inspired or was really a consequence of the COVID-19. So, Sara, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi. Besides talking about this RACE initiative, I will also give a very light overview about Earth observation data sets that are fed into this platform. It's called RACE, Rapid Action for Citizens and EO. But before talking about its present status, let's go back in time to the infamous date of year of 2020 when we were hit by COVID. This was what triggered the creation of RACE. This is a joint collaboration between the European Commission and ESA in order to allow civilians to look at the changes on the surface of our planet caused by lockdown activities. If you remember, there was all these stories on the news about how the wilderness were taking over because everything got empty. And if you remember about what happened in Venice, the waters got crystal clear because there were no boats because of the activities were all stopped. And ESA started spraying these images, but then it went further and we created a platform that assesses multiple indicators showing exactly how the surface or things that can be perceived from space changes because of lockdown measures. So among of these indicators in these platforms, you could see the parked airplanes because no one was flying anymore. You could see how emissions were drastically brought down because the closure of industries. You could see the traffic, how it changes, especially in the borders. You could see also changes in agriculture because workers were not allowed to move abroad for their activities. And even there was changes in the parked cars in the malls. So here is where I would say a bad joke about the toilet paper and during the COVID times. But now it was rebranded to Rapid Action for Citizens with Earth Observation, and it has more or less the same goal, which is to develop fast and quickly access to satellite data that even non-experts can look at it and interpret and understand how it was created. It looks like this. It's a platform where I will try to open this afterwards to see in real time with you, but you have the satellite data. You can slide back and forth depending on the indicator. And then on the right, you also have how it was created and what data it was used to create the indicator. And also, what is also the goal? It's to allow industry, European industry, but also researcher institutes and universities to come up with quick products using funding services and uploading, so to speak, into this project, and then allow to promote it within citizens and educators while showing how we arrive there. And once again, it brings me back to the Earth observation data, how this data is created. As you know, satellites have different sensors, and due to the different technologies and different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, it allows to see very different things. And ESA has these three different families of satellites. There are lots of them, and I will focus on the Copernicus one, the Copernicus family of satellites, which is the largest Earth observation program in the world. And yesterday someone was speaking about, yes, there are these satellites, they are even numbered. Yes, indeed. The satellites belonging to Copernicus family are called Sentinel, and they are numbered from 1 to 6. And I will focus on these four missions, even though there are others already running, to show you how they can be used to derive these indicators on health. So first comes Sentinel-5P, which has a sensor called Tropomi, and this one allows to see different gases on the atmosphere. This is again an example of COVID. It could show you how the different concentrations of SO2. A more recent case, it can be also used to track emissions from fires, like CO2. Next in line comes Sentinel-3. This one looks towards more the thermal part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's good for what? To assess land surface temperature, and from this, for instance, derive the risk of heat waves and all the associated issues to the public health that it entails. Now comes the Sentinel-2, perhaps the most popular and most used. The satellite has an optical sensor on board, so it's more similar to our eye. So what it shows on choosing the bands of the visible part of the spectrum and combining them, it's more or less what our eye sees. And it is very used, for instance, to understand the quality or the health of vegetation, which is very interesting, for example, to see the habitats for vector-borne diseases animals. But it can also be used to assess the danger of going in the water, because you can see water quality using this satellite. And we move to the last one of the family, which my very biased opinion is one of the most amazing ones, because this carries a SAR sensor, so it's a radar-based, which allows us to see through the clouds. So it's independent, since it's not an optical satellite comme the previous one. It allows us to see in dark conditions, and regardless there is cloud cover or not. So it's very widely used in polar regions that are always covered, but also after the aftermath of big rains and floods, it can still help us to see what's happening on the surface. So it's very used for climate change topics and for the aftermath of disasters. So the magic comes when we combine the satellites. And in the case of, for instance, trying to understand or surveil vector-borne diseases, if we grab Sentinel-2, which is an optical one, and can tell us, for instance, the health of a forest, for instance, And if we grab a SAR that can tell us where are the water bodies, and the Sentinel-3, what is the air temperature, we using some AI or more fancy statistics, we can derive maps where showing us the ideal conditions for the mosquito to lay eggs and procreate and so on and so forth. And now we come back to race and current times, and I will show you, I will try to see if I can access the internet here. I'll show you the last indicators that were added from companies. And let's see if I can manage. Yes. To access, you can go to race.insa.int, and we are trying to show the screen for people connecting online, correct?
Yeah.
If not, I can continue on the PowerPoint because so it's showing in the online, no? Okay, I can continue with the PowerPoint. So I added some animations just in case. So for instance, this indicator combines a satellite that shows surface temperature with the energy, the efficiency of buildings in Toulouse. So you can, from this one, derive the risk of the heat risk. So it's more towards the real estate world. This one, for instance, combines multiple satellites, some of them that I mentioned before, the Sentinel-3, Sentinel-5, and it shows the risk of people towards of areas of pollution and heat. And we have finally, let me see if I can see, this one is also very interesting, combines once again not only satellite data but ground data, and you can zoom in, it's about biodiversity. You can even drag a polygon on this area and it will show you even the species that can be found there. So it's the magic of combining ground data with satellite data. And to finalize, since I cannot, okay, you can access here this platform, and since I cannot show you more because of connection, but this platform also allows to use these interactive maps to create stories. And I think I'm on time.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this very interesting presentation. And I think it's always fascinating to see through the eye of the satellites, because they really show us what's happening on Earth from the point of view of pollution, heating, heat waves, floodings, etc. This is very helpful also to show to the public what happens at global scale. And I think our data are very important to show the situation in many ways. So thank you very much again for this interesting presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to Stefano Ferretti, again, that will talk to us about a very interesting initiative that was done at Castel Porziano in Italy. Stefano, you will tell us a little bit more about it than I know. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ilaria. Now I'm picking back on what we have seen from Sarah right now. So after the immediate response to the period of the lockdown, at ESA, still in this open innovation dimension, we have done two things. We have opened a call called Open Innovation, OSIP, Open Space Innovation Platform. So it was a call open to all Europeans to propose ideas to use space technology and data in the case of pandemics. And we have also analyzed some initiatives, in this case with the presidency of the Italian Republic, that hosts a park in the south of Rome, in a place called Castel Porziano, where they have wild animals. It's a closed park, but it's accessible by particularly children, elderly people, people with disabilities that can spend some time in the park. And therefore, we have discussed with them how to run citizen science activities and support these kind of initiatives that have been proven to be extremely beneficial, as we will hear also tomorrow morning, in the case of lockdowns, of mental health issues associated with lockdowns, and so on. You want me to move there? So I will quickly run through the first slides, because most of it have been already presented by Sarah. But what you can see here is, in fact, our motto, which is taking the pulse of the planet. So we are looking at the planet with multiple sensors and data and different models. And we are building the new set of Copernicus satellites. So you have seen with Sarah the first 6 missions. We have another 6 missions already in the design and manufacturing phase, as well as 2 satellites called Biomass and Flex that are looking at photosynthesis and the carbon cycle for forests. We also use commercial data, and in this specific case, we have been looking at the tree structure. So how can we link the biology of trees to the kind of data that we can acquire, both in situ, from airborne and from satellites, in order to reconstruct the actual functioning of the forest, and therefore to ensure the societal benefits to the public. You see here that there are also special towers that are installed in this park, so we can cross-correlate the data that we collect with in-situ sensors mounted on the trees to the data from space as well. And we have proposed the different type of data sets also in the context of an hackathon. So again, this is another element of open innovation. This happened in Geneva, at the Geneva Digital Health Hub. We will hear more from Awa in the session, still this session today, and also from Caroline Perrin on Thursday morning. And 2 challenges were related to this kind of data that we analyzed. The benefits of trees will be explained tomorrow, during the session of tomorrow, but the concept here is, instead of prescribing medication, I'm looking at the WHO, can we prescribe nature? And we know in the UK there is already this kind of process in place with doctors prescribing nature, let's say, walks or physical activities in the nature. And this is part of the idea that, in fact, we are trying to pilot with the Castel Porziano Park. We will also reconstruct the digital trees in digital twins with different data layers, from the satellite data to drones. There are also operational drones, hyperspectral drones running there, with the towers you have seen, with IoT, Internet of Things sensors placed on the trees, as well as with the visual inspections. This study is running also with arborists, so experts that are taking care of trees, with medical doctors that are analyzing the benefits for the citizens there, as well as with the experts on Earth observation. So in conclusion, the digital twin of a tree is, for now, it is a concept. It promotes free, full, and open data access. It explores the benefits of trees and forests for society. It discusses the method and technologies, including Earth observation satellites and digital twins, to monitor forest in the terrestrial ecosystems. And it underlines the role of open science and interdisciplinarity collaboration to advance ecological and environmental studies. The role of citizens in carrying out dedicated campaigns is one of the benefits among the various options that have been considered. This takes advantage of the collaboration also with the European Forest Institute BioCities facility based in Rome, as well as with the availability of the Castel Porziano Park with dedicated campaigns with students, citizens, people with disabilities, and elders. The idea is here for them to interact with the trees and the forest, to provide qualitative feedback to the scientists, to run randomized control studies that can integrate all these data in the end into a digital twin in this remarkable peri-urban natural environment. And it also outlines the benefits that trees provide to society, favoring the dissemination of scientific principles and allowing the testing of affordable IoT technologies in the field by any citizen. I want to underline any citizens because we are also developing some small kits, IoT kits in our PhilHub, and they are made available at a very low cost to schools, for example. The proposed data cubes are cubes of data aggregating all the different layers I have mentioned before, are composed from multi-source sensors, so flying, like satellites and drones, in situ, like the ICOS forest towers, the tree talkers, and these IoT platforms, including specialized visual inspections by arborists with professional instruments, and including also, I didn't spend too much time, but DNA laboratory analysis on the genetics of the trees. The digital twin concept could then be used to simulate the potential impact on trees of climate change, varied environmental conditions, forest fires, pest attacks. We will hear more in this session on a dedicated project on pest attacks, hydrological cycle modification, pollution intensity, and various socio-economic factors, where these factors are both anthropogenic factors, but could be also risk factors induced by a pandemic, so a lockdown. It could also become an important tool to support decision makers in taking public health decisions, assessing the direct benefits provided by urban green areas in mitigating heat waves, reducing pollution, improving mental health, while providing a sustainable environment for social interactions and wellness activities. So with this, I thank you for your attention, and I hand over to the chairs. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Stefano. I guess why swallow a pill when you can climb a hill, right? So thanks for that. And we'll keep that in mind, something maybe to explore a bit in terms of a little bit more, perhaps, the role of nature. Our next speaker, I don't know if she's in the audience, Anna Oliveira. Yes, great. Hello, Anna. Welcome. As she's coming up, I'll read the shortened bio that I've summarized. Anna's the Chief Technology Officer for Space Applications at Plus Atlantic. I don't know, is that how you say it? Plus Atlantic? Yes, Plus Atlantic CoLab, and an expert in Earth observation applications for climate change hazard mapping and impact assessment. She earned her PhD through the MIT Portugal program, where she developed models of urban heat island dynamics in Mediterranean coastal cities using Earth observation and climate data. At Plus Atlantic, she leads technical work on major international projects with the European Space Agency, Copernicus Climate Change Service, Destination Earth Services, and Horizon Europe, addressing areas that include marine hazards, urban climate impacts on health, and trustworthy AI for environmental applications. As we're waiting to get things up and ready, maybe I'll just say from the abstract that she'll share some insights from the EO4Health project, showing how Earth observation data and AI can help predict health impacts from extreme temperatures and poor air quality, and support more effective early warning and response strategies. Welcome, Anna. Over to you.
Here, can you hear me? Yes, I guess so. So thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm very glad to share the work we have been doing at Plus Atlantic with these consortiums that I will briefly speak about. I will be presenting mostly EO4Health. It's an ESA-funded digital twin component under the Digital Twin Earth initiative of ESA, and it's one of the early DTC actions. It's a consortium led by Plus Atlantic in collaboration with GMV and the Faculty of Medicine in Lisbon, Portugal. And on the other side, I will make the bridge to a new project that just kickstarted. It's a scientific research project under the climate program, and it's again led by Plus Atlantic, but in strong collaboration with the Danish Meteorological Institute, the Faculty of Medicine, and the Statum Serum Institute, which deals with epidemiological data in Denmark as well. So starting with EO4Health, about the motivation. Can you hear me well if I go like this? No, maybe not. Okay, so the motivation for this work is basically common sense from things that we've been speaking about, heat waves, excess heat exposure, but underlying these climate drivers and climate change, we also have other confounding factors, like, for example, the demographic structure, also the case for immigration, the prevalence of elderly, the aging population. And if we look at Southern European states, we do have a problem on coastal urbanization. So we have an overlap on these urban sprawl tendencies that have occurred in the last decades or so, with urban spaces not well prepared to cope with the upcoming climate change hazards. This includes heat waves, but also other hazards such as sea level rise and storm surges. So if we talk about heat waves and we talk about temperature-related illnesses coming from environmental and climate drivers, we also have to consider confounding factors or compounding factors, if we will. And in this case, EO4Health is specifically focused on air quality. This is because air temperature strongly modulates air quality, especially in urban areas, and this depends strongly on the seasonality, but also on the place where you live. And the fact is that until now, we do have very good scientific understanding of the hazard mapping, both for heat waves, also for air quality. But this is complex in the sense that one thing is the climate as an absolute variable, another thing is the relative-based anomalies. And for example, even though Portugal has lower temperatures near the coast, in relative terms, the coastal area is warming faster. If we overlap this to provide maps of heat-related excess mortality indicators, we come to something like these maps that you are seeing on the screen, which is maps of the incidence risk ratio of mortality and hospital admissions by gender groups. And you see how they are clustered not only as a function of latitude and longitude or the air temperature data, but they also resemble the complexity that we know from the demographic underlying data and also the healthcare services that we know that each metropolitan region or municipality has. So this is to come to the conclusion that even though many hazards have a special component that is slowly varying across space as a function of latitude, longitude, and altitude, in terms of the underlying vulnerabilities, it's a much more complex patchwork that leads us to the response variable. In this case, it's the loss of lives and the loss of, or the costs, the burden of the disease. Now, the EO4Health project deals with this in the following manner. So in Portugal, actually, we tend to surveil air quality and air temperature in separate terms. We have routines in place for the meteorology, led by the Meteorology Institute. And in terms of environmental variables, it's another institution that does this. The public health receives information from the weather services and also from the environmental services, but both hazards are not taken taking into account with each other. On the other hand, we know that we have kilometric scale resolution, but as you've seen from the previous plots, we also know from experience in the field that has been published that the outcomes are actually local specific, which means that having the hazards as they are currently delivered, which is at the regional or national level, it's inefficient and it does not translate into what is the outcome that we see. So to this effect, the project is focused on two use cases. Basically, they are the mirror to each other. One is focused on the extended summer season and is working with heat waves and ozone exceedances, both when they are overlapping in time and space, but also when they are acting separately. And on the other side, we have cold extremes and nitrogen dioxide. And the reason for these use cases, and you may ask why cold waves in Portugal, we do have an underlying problem in terms of the quality of the buildings, and we do have a very strong energy poverty issue in Portugal, which means that people, a lot of people has houses that are not well prepared to cope with cold extremes, but it's hard to make them moving because of the economical constraints, and it's also hard to make them intervene in their houses. On the other side, nitrogen dioxide tends to be clustered in metropolitan regions or where these demographic issues and built-up construction issues overlap. So in terms of approach, we are dealing directly with the stakeholders, the national stakeholders that I mentioned before, and we have been gathering the information on the currently existing workflow. It's very much reliant on manual work, so PDF files are sent weekly to the medical doctors to act in the field. And we conducted a stakeholder consultation earlier in the year, and we will conduct a next one by the end of this year to validate results, to establish what would be the ideal scenario for an operational Earth observation-based machine learning-based model to be deployed operational for the Director General of Health. So with this, I lead you to the how. Basically, our response variable is in situ observations. This is our ground truth. Then we use machine learning together with weather forecasts, also satellite data as predictors, and also model data and landscape predictors to basically come up with the downscaled solutions for hazard indicators in terms of heat extremes, cold extremes, ozone exceedances, nitrogen dioxide exceedances, and to compute when they overlap in space and time. Now, to achieve this, this is some pictures of the workflow. We put everything together into a consistent database since 2000 up to 2018 because it's the response variable that we have on the healthcare side, so hospital admissions and mortality per municipality in Portugal. And then we use the geospatial data that I mentioned before. I will jump these slides, otherwise I will take too much time. So, for example, in the case of the nitrogen dioxide, you can easily see that it tends to be clustered in the metropolitan regions around the Iberian Peninsula. By the way, we are training the full Iberian Peninsula just to make sure that we have enough of a number of observation and extent of area of interest to produce an algorithm that is scalable outside of Portugal. And when we go to the exceedances, we can see that they tend to occur in these cities in space and time. So, jumping up a few slides, we are converting Sentinel-5P, which you can see here, pictures from it, images, sorry, converted to in situ observations. And what we do is to deliver this in the downscale to 1 kilometer grid size to make sure that we actually detect the variance in space for these municipalities to know which locations in the city are more exposed to these extremes, and then to compute the compound events together with heat exceedances. So this is an example for a cold wave in Portugal. You can see the evolution of the temperatures. You have Tx, which is daily maximum, Tn, daily minimum. Then you have the excess cold factor, which is an indicator for cold waves. And then you have the nitrogen dioxide. And in the last map on the right-hand side, for me, or left-hand side if you are looking on the other way, you can see the compound events in blue. And this is triggered mostly in the Lisbon region, where the excess mortality tends to occur. If you look at the numbers, you can also see that you have almost 100 excess mortality during the day when we have the peak of this compounding event, and this represents the anomaly in terms of the healthcare results. Now, if we look at heat waves, a similar patch occurs, but in this case, because ozone tends to be, let's say, counterbalanced by nitrogen dioxide and carbon dioxide emissions in the cities, we have the other way around. So often ozone tends to be largest outside of metropolitan regions. Nevertheless, if we look at the compound effects of both, you can see that the orange map is showing a compound effect of both heat waves and ozone spreading the full Portugal on the peak days. And if we look at the impacts, we can see that we have more than 1,000 excess mortality in the scope of a specific heat wave period, and the hospital admissions tend to be more than tenfold these numbers. So we are talking about tens of thousands of people in excess. I know that I'm exceeding my time, so I will basically move to the end. So the next steps are to produce impacts for this. On one side, to produce scenarios for decision makers. On the other side, we want also to put this into production into a streamlined solution that this Directorate General can receive. And finally, we want also for this information to be delivered publicly. And this is why we developed a streamlined platform to show this information. You can go to www.atlanticsense.com and you can check the results of the project that are there. This is still an ongoing project, which means that you will see layers be coming up next. I had some slides on the next project, but I believe I already extended my time. So I just took some notes that I would actually would like to mention as concluding remarks, if you allow me. Yeah, it's very brief. So as I said before, in Portugal, we tend to have daily excess mortalities during heat waves that reach some hundred people, 600 for example, and daily excess hospital admissions that reach approximately 10 times this, so 6,000. And in percentage numbers, we are talking about 20% increase. During the summer, we tend to have the medical doctors on leave, summer leave, like everyone. And this summer in particular, there has been a big problem in the news for the political stakeholders because, for example, many pregnant women have been taking, having the babies on the roadsides because the obstetrician emergency services have been closed because of insufficient number of doctors. And we know, for example, that these premature deliveries are very much enhanced by the excess heat wave. We have another problem that I'm also not showing here in this project, but I would like to draw attention, which is wildfires. I haven't seen a lot of mention to this, but we have a very strong problem with that, not only from the, let's say, land use, land cover perspective, but because these plumes also affect hospital admissions nearby. And finally, to conclude, can I? Just to conclude that, yeah, with ESA, we have been discussing also with Stefano that these things have to come together into a digital twin approach. So we cannot split these predictors and these effects on a single way. We also have to consider the compounding and confounding effects of different aspects in a coherent manner if we were to adapt to climate change. And this would be my closing remark.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, thank you for sharing this information also with Portugal that are familiar to other countries in Europe, especially those of the southern area like Italy, where also the heat waves is every year is increasing, and this has a strong impact on the population, especially the older one. But I was really surprised to hear about pregnant women and their issues. So I think it's very inspiring for many of the people in the audience. Thank you so much again. And if there will be questions, we'll call you back on stage later.
I was just going to tell you that in a study we published, actually we had 20% excess hospital admissions in pediatric ages as well.
Thank you. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce Mirna Hussain, which is, I think, online. I don't know if we have Mirna already
Yes.
connected. Hi, Mirna. Welcome. And I'm pleased to introduce you. Mirna is a technical digital advisor with the German Agency for International Cooperation, working on the One Health Data Alliance Africa and broader digital health initiatives. She has a master in medical informatics/digital health from the Deggendorf Institute of Technology in Germany. And Mirna works with partners from different institutions across Africa. Mirna today will talk about the Vector Space team, which is a winner of the Special Award for Best Idea in Leveraging Earth Observation Satellite Data for Vector-Borne Diseases. Mirna, if you're ready, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, awesome. Then, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's really unfortunate that I couldn't be with you in person, but I'm glad to be able also to plug in online. So as I have been introduced, I will be presenting on the vector space, which is the idea that was really the hackathon prize last year during where a lot of team members were also part of it. And then this vector space, it has really grown up as an idea to become the Earth observation-based malaria prediction via temporal graph convolution network. So today, and maybe to mention that this whole idea has been supported by GIZ, the German International Corporation, as well as ESA and Speedicom, which is a private software company. So this is where last year we celebrated at the Space and Global Health Hackathon in Geneva the winning the special award for the best idea, which was the challenge number 9, regional disease surveillance platform. So this is what was the first our idea, focusing on leveraging the combining satellite Earth observation data to address malaria outbreaks precisely in Ethiopia. And we had just like in general mapped what are the existing environmental data. We have looked what could be could we have access to mosquitoes data, which we could also feed in the model and make precise prediction on how the risk will proliferate later on. Also, we have looked into socioeconomic data, and this is what I will walk you through throughout. So that was the initial. We also looked at two kinds of existing models. It was more the deep learning and also mechanistic and the potential users. So here are just some members from the big team we had initially, and then we had some members also joining along the way during the acceleration phase this year. So, but before maybe jumping to the model itself, because as we said, our main idea was the regional disease surveillance platform. So for any model to be operational, especially working with partners on ground in the IGAD region, we would need a foundation or an architecture where this model will run on. And this was the motivation that we applied for this hackathon. So I'm part of the One Health Data Alliance Africa project. It's a project at the GIZ that focuses on supporting partners like African Union and member states to use data more efficiently in order to address outbreaks and make predictions. So we are exploring use cases at national level. In Cameroon, we have been looking into malaria, AMR, anthrax, cholera, schistosomiasis, but at earlier stage, and also trying to start with piloting AI-based disease risk prediction. Also, we have piloted the Cameroon One Health Information System, which allows data sharing across different sectors. In Malawi, we had a deep dive into the rabies data. So we have seen that there are so in order to really estimate the real burden of rabies, you don't have to look only the rabies that has been reported from human health, ministries of human health, but also rather from livestock and agriculture. And also we had a very good exercise to get more the deep view on what exists in in Malawi, and then we had also one dashboard showing the vaccine gaps. So how much vaccines have been procured for against rabies and how many they have been administered. And then we are stuck at one challenge, that some data tracking or following the vaccine administration was lacking. So this is an area where we look forward for next year to work on in depth. In Rwanda, we have focused on MR, and in IGAD, we have focused on the vector-borne diseases, most precisely the vector space, malaria. So why that? Because we had the partnership with ESA to say that, okay, maybe the satellite images and the weather data, these are very good input for our model to help to monitor the risk levels. And this is where I will dive later on to see how our idea has really evolved throughout the year. So this is also on another level. We are involved in many principles and frameworks. We are supporting AU-IBAR, the African Union for Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources, our main partner, with developing One Health information policy and architecture. We are working on certain data sharing agreements and also working on blueprints, how to start to exploring a use case, to a consultation with partners, and then to generating analytical models. Also, we have certain different strategic partners. And I think here maybe mentioning the quadripartite, this is where we finally supported the AU-IBAR with the AU Digital One Health platform. So at the initial part of the project, we came across the scoping study that the quadripartite were drafted how to develop the GOHIS, the Global One Health Information System. But then I think it has the one primarily recommendation was defining a use case, because if you want different big organizations to, like a WHO, WUHA, to exchange data, then they need something tangible or concrete use cases. And this is where we translated it concretely, but at regional level. And we supported our partners in Africa, AU-IBAR, to develop the AU Digital One Health platform. It's an open source data mesh platform where you will be able to share data products. These are clean, shareable, and traceable data sets. We have, for example, for the vector space idea, the rainfall delta cubes. We have the NDVI trends, livestock movement logs, and these could be used for different use cases. Data contracts, it's quite like the machine readable data sharing agreements. They check the quality security standards of the data that are being shared between sectors or across domains, and also adhering to certain standards. AI discovery, because there is also a feature integrated in this platform. It's called the chat with data products. So sometimes the partners, they need something easier to interact with their data. So just, can you tell me how many cases of rabies I have in Malawi, in Rwanda, etc. And this is where they can get it at continental level directly when it is connected to member states. Self-service, because it's like based on plug and play. You don't need a lot of IT skill set. So here, as you see, the data flow, it's a harmonized mesh architecture. We have, in recognition for this platform, we have won the WISES Prize, which is the World Summit on Information Society back in July this year, acknowledging that the ICT tools has been used to advance or to help stakeholders address outbreaks and diseases with using technology. So this architecture, we are also looking to have it as a global public good. So definitely that could be an opportunity that it can be applied in different scenarios, and also maybe to scale it up to global level rather than just regional and continental. So moving to, and this is where it was celebrated also in July with our partners at the AU, and also we see our doctoral work also from IGAD. So from back to the modeling part, so we have said like our hackathon idea, it was platform as part of it, and then the modeling. So we started with looking at the data. So here the data scientist in the team has really done a excellent job in mapping all the predictors and asking the questions, what could affect mosquito habitats and what could be the indicators that react to these research questions. So we have plotted temperature, wind speed, land surface temperature, NDVI, etc. And then we have mapped them also or connected to the data sources. Then we have also looked at the existing modeling work. And I think today it was mentioned by Dr. William, the mechanistic models and the deep learning. So the deep learning, we have found that, okay, maybe connecting the dots and lines would help the model to learn more the patterns on how the risk is propagating across a certain terrain. Mechanistic is more like, you know, the equations, it is already a set one to know how your disease would then be impacted. So we had the combination of these two models. So this is what we found in the literature as well. Maybe this was a central limitation that we said there is certain sometimes mismatch. So there was a paper, and I was happy, like if Sean is here, he's a data scientist joining our team. He really did an intensive literature review to really find out what could be the best approach to really model vector-borne diseases and mainly malaria in Ethiopia. And then he has listed that to build a malaria early warning system, you would need to combine weather data and malaria case counts, but and also to line them up by time and district. But this could be sometimes challenging because there is mislabeling of the certain districts, and also some districts they change by time. So sometimes they cover different areas compared to before. So these were like a really challenges. So this is where
Mirna, I'm sorry to inform you that you ran out of your time, so I invite you to conclude. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So maybe I can come to the directly to the model. So we said that instead of following a gridded approach, more a graph, which means that the model could spot upstream signals like the hills rainfall leading to pooling of water in downstream valley. And this is where the model, it can help to predict the risk and see how the risk flows across a terrain. And such in Ethiopia, it was a complex terrains with the different landscapes. This is the strategy we have used to predict malaria at a very fine scale resolution, which means we have here the district outlines, and this inside the district we have certain boxes which we call voxel. In the voxel, if we are able to spot the environmental similarities, and I think here where we can benefit from Provna project that was presented earlier, because they have defined the eco-climatic regions, and here we have really been inspired to say, okay, in this certain voxel, if we have similar climatic factors, and we can really see where the higher and lower risk could exist, and accordingly it can tell me what contributes mostly to the malaria cases that are at district level. And this is where I can make a focused interventions, because the hotspots, rather than having a drone that could spray a large district, it can really target more the hotspots and make it more higher impact. So I'm just like wrapping up with this slide. We said the data input layer, it is the modeling work. We said about the infrastructure, which is the open data mesh platform that we have, but also to reach out the users, we need to disseminate to them the results. We want to watch out next year, hopefully when we implement it, pilot it, to see how much the professionals are relying on the SMS-based risk or the map-based risk, how much they are using as well these in order to make their interventions, and that could be the success. So vector space, which was now as an evolution for us based voxel-based ecosystem, commons for threat observation and response via speedy mesh platform for analytics coordination and early warning. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for exceeding the time.
Great. Thank you very much, Mirna. And also congratulations on the awards that you received. And nice to see this applied in the Africa region as well. Our next speaker is Branimir Radun. He's
almost
online.
There. Almost there. It's Radun. Hi, thank you.
I'll just give a quick introduction. Thanks for joining us, Branimir. Branimir is the CTO and head of the Natural Resource Management Department at Oikon Limited, Institute of Applied Ecology. He has over a decade of experience in Earth observation, GIS, and environmental protection, and has led major projects on habitat mapping, forest monitoring, land use, land cover mapping, and monitoring services, and smart agriculture. He's worked with organizations such as ESA, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the World Bank, and today leads an interdisciplinary team applying advanced geospatial technologies to support sustainable resource management and align with global conservation goals. He'll be talking, I guess you can see the title of the slide there, but just quickly, he'll share how satellite data and machine learning are being used to detect pest outbreaks in Croatian forests, providing early warnings that help protect biodiversity, sustain forest health, and support climate resilience. Branimir, thanks for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Big thanks to the organizers for the invite. Thanks to Isa and Stefano in particular for connecting us and for inviting Oikon for this presentation and for opening the topic on forest ecosystems, natural or urban, and the benefit on human health. So I can skip trying to connect those two topics. This is a presentation revolving around the ESA-funded project that we had, which focused on utilizing Earth observation data, in particular Sentinel satellite data, to detect and monitor occurrences and spread of threats to forest health ecosystem, forest ecosystem health, mainly through pests and diseases. And this was our starting initiative in the project, and it later evolved into monitoring pests, but more about that in the later slides. So what is the challenge from the Croatian perspective, but this can be translated to almost luckily all countries in the world, especially in Europe. A lot of the Croatian territory, national territory is forested. Almost 50% of the territory are forests. And of course, climate change is happening, and natural old growth and new growth managed forests are under threat, under stress, and their health, ecosystem health is declining, either through direct impact of climate change or through invasive alien species that are coming, which is basically a circular thing where invasive species follow climate change in some cases. That means that ecosystems are a threat, ecosystem services, but also industry, because a lot of industry is revolving around forest ecosystems. So traditional monitoring here is limited, of course, by personnel coming into the field, detecting infestation. It's time consuming, it's localized, and it's difficult to implement at rough terrains. Forest ecosystems are very beneficial. The health perspective was covered already, but also biodiversity hotspots. Forests are biodiversity hotspots. They are carbon storages, and they do a lot of climate ecosystem services that impact our daily life. Our main initiative was, to see with the experts. We had our own idea what is affecting the forest the most, but the idea of the project was to sit with the experts, with managers of protected areas of forests and so on, and see what is their biggest problem. And through dialogue, we came that the biggest problem, both ecologically and commercially, to natural resources, are the spruce bark beetle and the oak lace bug. One affects, of course, as the name says, spruce stands. This is a natural pest that naturally affects spruce forests when they are declining in health, when they are older, when they have some trees that are sick or so on. But due to climate change, the stress on European spruce forests is increasing, and this is a hotspot for the infestation, which then spreads to healthy trees also. The other species is the oak lace bug. This is an invasive species, came from North America. It attacks pediculate oaks primarily, although it spreads to other oak species, and it sucks the chlorophyll out of leaves. And the problem with this bug is that it has very high reproductive potential, 3 to 4 generations per vegetation season. So it's really difficult to fight with it. As a part of defining the overall scope of the project and what to focus on, not the overall scope, but what to explicitly focus on, We also developed different requirements, such as accuracy thresholds for early detection, late detection, resolution, so the minimum resolution of detection, temporal coverage, and the fact that the models need to be robust and transferable, because this needs to be implemented across Croatian territory and across Europe, hopefully, in the later stages. The approach for both species was generally the same. So it was based on Sentinel-2 optical data, time series analytics, combined with extensive ground truth data collected by us or our stakeholder partners with who we communicated. Then modeling the detection algorithms or the spread algorithms through deep learning, ensemble methods, and so on. And basically to output operational models validated that basically can detect if forest is infected by those pests in particular. So regarding the bark beetle affects spruce forests. So the evolution of the infestation happens like this. So you have healthy trees, healthy forests, and then the bark beetle comes. It's a natural bug that basically takes care of already dying trees. But of course, when the infestation is high, it spreads to healthy trees and causes serious damage. You have two phases, green phase and red phase. So the green phase is the phase where the tree is stressed but not visibly. So the infestation is happening, but the leaves are still look healthy to the naked eye, and it lasts 20 days to a month before the red phase. And the red phase is the phase when the needles start falling off or turn brown, and you can visibly see that something is wrong with the tree. So the trick is to react in the green phase. You can set pheromonic traps. You can gather the bark beetles, and you can basically the tree can survive. But the trick is the green phase is not visible. So this was where we decided our area of advantage will be. So we use time series after detecting the red phase. We did time series analysis that took into account 5 Sentinel-2 images prior to the infestation. So this is the time series that we were analyzing, and we were focusing on trying to see fluctuations in the spectral signature of the spruce stands during the green phase, and trying to see whether there is some correlation in those fluctuations that happened in the green phase, which are not visible to the naked eye. To do this, we explored a lot of different band combinations, indices, vegetation indices, and so on. Did exploratory data analysis where we basically found out which indices, features, or band combinations are crucial and independent one of another to detect fluctuations in the spectral signature. And out of 35 features or indices, 18 were left as representative. And on those, we developed a temporal neural network where we saw our key identifier of the presence of the bark beetle was the regression of the fluctuation of the green signal in all those for all those features. The result for the bark beetle was good in the training area, so 96% of the detection in the green phase. Of course, this is an area where the model was developed, and later we will talk more about transferability. What is the key of upscaling the product? Red phase was of course detected with high accuracy, and the overall accuracy was about 90%. Regarding the oak lace bug, we needed a different approach because the oak lace bug is very hard to manage. Basically, when the infestation happens, you can only sit and watch it. There are some management activities that are being done, but unsuccessfully. And this is now affecting a lot of all basically pediculate oak forests in Europe. It's spread from Asia Minor through Europe, basically. And what we wanted to do, we wanted to monitor how it's spread across the territories. The approach was the same, a lot of different indices and band combinations. Here we use machine learning algorithms, so boosting, gradient boosting, to differentiate the effect of the oak laced bug on the forests, to differentiate it from other stressors which are happening and which are not pest or disease related. So in this case, the oak laced bug is easy to detect, but it's hard to monitor because its effects are similar to other stressors. What we found out with using gradient boosting in this case is that it achieves strong transferability between sites and between geographies, which is important, and is robust enough to easily transfer to other oak species, because when the oak laced bug is fed up with the pendiculate oaks, it easily spreads to other oak species. And this is a very key industrial species for this part of Europe, so this is why it's important. Again, feature analysis, feature selection, and so on. And as I said, the differentiating healthy and infected trees is easy, but what is the trick is to monitor and manage the spread. And here you can see from 2014 the dynamics of the spread. So basically, you can see hotspots along major highways in Croatia year by year.
Sorry to interrupt you. I have the sad role to inform you that your time is over, so I have to invite you to conclude, please.
Thank you. Closing with this soon. With this, you can see that the oak laced bug, the major spread way is through truck stops when loggers carry trucks. In this case, this is a main route from the Spacua Basin to Italy for processing. You can see when the truckers stop to get coffee, the infestation spreads to neighboring oak stands. What are the spectral insights? Red edge bands have been crucial. Sphere bands for moisture loss, and vegetation indices and combinations, as mentioned before. Transferability was achieved through fine-tuning on 3 or 4 different areas. The accuracy dropped a little, of course, but we achieved transferability and robustness, which is key for next steps in the development. Operational impacts were achieved, early warning systems was developed, cost-effective monitoring achieved, and policy support, which is important for us to put this into a policy perspective. For the next steps is IoT integration for continuous on-site monitoring, continental expansion in the later stages of the development. We will focus on the Mediterranean countries and Scandinavian countries for the spruce, and to multi-threat detection to expand to the more on the topic of forest ecosystem health, overall ecosystem health. This is it. Sorry for taking some additional time, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for keeping us on time, Ilaria. Our next speaker, I think, is in the room. Yes, she's here. So she's coming up. I'll quickly introduce her, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Awa Babington Ashaye is the founder of Saitu Hemophilie, the first AI-powered multilingual health education chatbot for hemophilia in sub-Saharan Africa, now deployed across multiple countries. She's a biomedical scientist, virologist, and global health researcher at the University of Geneva, has over 2 decades of experience designing and implementing AI-driven health innovations and patient-centered digital strategies. She served for over a decade as adjunct professor of digital health strategy at Grenoble École de Management, and as the head of global health initiatives at United People Global. She's led digital innovation programs and founded the COVID-19 Action Hub, a global platform during the pandemic. She'll present a new space and global health curriculum today, I believe, that unites space science, One Health, and global collaboration to drive innovation and improve human health. Thank you very much for joining us, Awa, and over to you.
Thank you. I have the honor to close the session today. I want to thank warmly Stefano for the invitation. So I'm going to delve into a very important topic that we actually work on for now a few years at the GD Hub. So I'm going to go about innovation, open innovation, with the aim to develop a space and global health curriculum. But first of all, I want to give you a bit of background. about the Space and Global Health Network. So it's a network that's been created officially 2022, but in 4 years before that, it was already added as an item in agenda of the SDSC of COPUS, and a working group was already created. A year after, a plan for different years were actually designed, and then officially the network was created. So what is the Space and Global Health Network? It's a network of member states, academia members, individual experts on different fields of science, willing, and I will share a slide later about the mission, willing really to connect the bridges between space and global health. So I'm in the GD Hub. So the GD Hub is actually the operating branch of the Space and Global Health Network. We're working with UNOSA, with Jorge, who is here also in the room, with also the Swiss government, also has a mandate with us. And we also working, of course, with the WHO in different work that we're doing. So our mission is to strengthen collaboration, as I mentioned earlier, on space and global health domain. Personally, when I entered the field to support the coordinator, like a lot of people I've been working with, it was still a kind of a mystery, right? What does that mean, space and global health? So the goal is really to raise awareness on those two topics and the potential it can bring to tackle global health issues. And we also want to make sure that we develop the hub and that we're doing, having more members, I would say, but mainly developing concrete outcomes per se. So we also want to leverage on different UN mechanism, of course, to really connect with different stakeholders that we can work with. So now, what about the space and global health curriculum? So in 2023, we held a major conference in Geneva. And during this conference, one of the main, I would say, work that we found interesting and important to work on was about capacity building. My colleague Caroline, the head of the GDR, will also dive more into this topic on Thursday. So on capacity building, we decide that we want to develop a curriculum to develop skills, and also competency on health and global health. Also to really understand the application of space and global health, but also to identify challenges when we want to apply the technology for global health. And we also wanted to make sure we tackle different targets. So you have two targets. One is like more policy decision makers in one hand. Another target, I would say, like undergraduate PhD student on medicine and different field of science, where we'll go into more granularity on the curriculum, for example. So we use open innovation, which is really the DNA of our work, and we have been really actually grateful to have a very dynamic task force that was created in 2024 after the SDSC that we held in Vienna. And the task force at the beginning was 24 members. Now we have 55 members task force. So it's a voluntary basis. And we divided task force in different subgroups, focusing on the content, partnerships, different topics, to making sure we can have a structured way to deliver content. Then we use what we call a reverse engineering process. Realized if we wanted to have people delivering concrete outcomes, we need to have a practical approach. So we work on case studies, and we have on telehealth, for example, on vector-borne disease, on malaria, and we divided groups to deliver actually cooperative case studies. And I'm pleased to be here today because I will invite you, definitely if you're interested, then to join and the curriculum and present your case studies as well in our platform. So all that's done what we did a mapping of existing, of course, training material on space and global health. And after that, we had a Delphi process. Delphi process was really aimed to build the content of the curriculum. I have a slide quickly after that to give you more details. And after the Delphi process, we were able to present the syllabus of the Space and Global Health curriculum in February 2025. And after that, what we also been doing is making sure that we can then develop the content for the curriculum. So once again, we define lead expert groups for different modules, and they are the responsibility to build the content based on specific template that I will also share with you next slides. So here, as you can see on the Delphi process, we have key milestone that you, of course, all aware about the type of process. But what we did for the round number 1, we did the mapping, and we identify key domain and subdomain on space and global health that will be meaningful for our 2 targets. After that, we ask the members of the task force to complete this list in the round 1. And then in the round 2, we ask them to rank the different domain and subdomains by order of importance, and to mention if it should be mandatory or not, and for which target will be the most relevant to focus on, for example. And after that, we have 2 consensus meetings to align on the final content of domain and subdomain that actually concluded to a syllabus of space and global health. We also wanted to make sure that we could integrate use cases. And of course, the use cases were about to develop data literacy, for example, and build familiarity with diverse data sources, analytic skills for the curriculum. But also they can also, for example, apply satellite imagery for tracking disease vector. I mean, different also examples that we have in the curriculum. In terms now of concrete outcomes, so we have now a draft curriculum with 11 modules that you can see on the screen. Of course, an introduction on the full topic on space and global health, tackling space technologies and Earth observation. Module 2 and 3 are very specifically targeting future application of geospatial method and data for health, for example. We have a module on telehealth. And I put on screen the module number 6 because it's about actually Earth observation and application and on ecosystem health. Where we really want to have a first module delving on introduction on Wild Health approach. And we have 6 classes specific module, where also we're going to, you can see on my screen at the bottom of the slides, have a specific module, the role of space technology in managing vector bodies in the waterborne disease. And if I can make a call now, because in the way we're building the curriculum, we have now finished consensus meeting, so now we are reviewing the final content on that, and we want more case studies for this module particularly. So please get in touch during the break or during the 3 days so we can work together to integrate different interesting case studies. We'll also be developing a MOOC online where we will be, of course, building on the curriculum for the 2 targets. And once again, if you are interested, we'll do a call for lecturers, of course. We have a fantastic panel of experts today. So you also could be interested to participate in the next phase of the MOOC, I would say. So if I were to share maybe key takeaway, and so is it working upon innovation, right? And in terms of, innovative process, in terms of outcomes, actually, I have to say that in terms of lesson learned, I would say that yes, participatory work actually methods work. If we use the Delphi process that we maintain, for example, and that we're making sure to have a kind of inclusive leadership. That's why I call the way we actually led the task force on many levels. Because all those members I mentioned are 50 members task force, all voluntary people, and they deliver, 1 or 2, for example, deliver 10 pages for only 1 module. So beyond the passion of the work, you would say, is making sure that we include them. And of course, there's a way what they have to gain in that process. We talk about sharing expertise, of course. We also going to publish our work, so we also to showcase and share the connection of the participation of different people from the task force. And also, I think the lessons are we can build new knowledge system thinking using this kind of framework, I would say. And finally, I think that we've been able to have a network that is stronger, more focused, because the roadmap we thought we defined was clear in a way in terms of steps overall. And this is why we've also been able to move from 100 of members to double 200 members now that we have in a network, I would say, last month. Of course, challenges, any cases. I would personally say that probably having this kind of transversal coordination requires time, of course, and constraints. So it's mainly about resources, so last point, and how you can also balancing breadth and depth in this process. My last point would be in terms also of challenge, how you can sustain, of course, engagement in the long run to really build this kind of interdisciplinary work in space and com health. Thank you very much, and I'm available if any questions before a small break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awa, for this very interesting presentation. I think that maybe as a conclusion, we could really say that the aftermath of COVID is that it probably put the human beings under such a stress that it also created a lot of new initiatives, new developments, new technologies, and at least maybe we can look the aftermath of COVID. I mean, we started from the very tragic images of death, and we conclude to all these new developments that have been developed to overcome this terrible situation. I will give the floor to Philip just to conclude before we break for a coffee break, and then maybe we can have the questions after that all together.
Great. Thank you, Ilaria. Thank you to all the speakers, and also thank you to you for staying and listening attentively. As I think Ilaria made it, it was very strategic of you to show your first photo as we went then through the journey of the opportunities that incident or that event created for all of us. And you can see a lot of the different initiatives, projects, and ongoing work, not only specifically related to COVID, but then extending beyond that to other areas, all the way from how we use in practice Earth observation satellite imagery for prediction alongside AI, machine learning, for analysis, all the way through to just now, how do we develop the workforce, a competent workforce, multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, that can utilize all of this. And so I really appreciate that journey that you've helped bring us on, Ilaria, and all the speakers. And I look forward to the question session. So you've got a bit of time to think about some questions, some really challenging questions to ask our speakers. And thank you very much for your attention.
Allow me just the last word to thank also Stefano Ferretti and the European Space Agency for organizing this event, and our hosts here at WOA. And I also would like to tell you that there's a QR code here in front where you can also that you can use to send your questions or comments or whatever you like. I hope I said it correctly. Thank you very much, and we have the question and answers after the coffee break. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
because they didn't come back yet. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back. If I may ask the speakers in the previous sessions to please come and join us on the stage.
Should I also join you?
Yeah, please.
Recording in progress.
No, it's just by us.
By us, yeah. Oh.
I'm here. Maybe
we have
put
three.
some people in the front
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
Because it's
Yes.
no.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. If the speakers, please, could join us. No, everybody. Yeah, because we didn't have discussions before the other sessions, so now it's a good time.
You can use also the first row.
Yeah.
But you can
Yeah.
three.
Yeah. And then if we cannot all fit, we can use the first row as well. So you are closer to the mic. Okay.
Don't be shy.
It's good. We have one more chair. And let me start by saying I like this panel much more because we have gender balance.
So, well.
This is how it should be. More women on the stage. This is my gender.
It's also balanced in terms of age. It's
exactly.
In all senses, so it's good. Okay.
All right.
For the age band.
Can we move?
Yeah, we can move the chair if you want, but it's very hot.
Okay.
All right. So thank you so much for staying until the end. We promised to have an interactive discussions now. So today you have listened to 25 presentations. It's a record number, but they covered a lot. First, we had 2 keynote speakers who set the stage for us about what are the global patterns, the trends in vector-borne diseases under the changing environment and climate conditions, and then emphasized how the remote sensing and Earth observation and other applications derived from them are useful for modeling the vector ecology, distribution, and how it can support forecasting the outbreak risk. And then we heard from the users and the stakeholders, and of course we heard from applications of co-creations of Earth observation projects. So for me, the cross-cutting themes that I heard throughout the day, it's how important is the field data and the validation. You mentioned it in your presentation that you might have a good model, but if you don't have the field validation for it, or if you reach certain plateau, the model will not give you an added value. So you need to balance between existing data and the product that you are doing to support modeling accuracy. And then we heard about the need for temporal granularity to detect seasonal shifts, breeding cycles, and so on. And also we learned from our colleagues a lot about uncertainty and to be transparent about it, because you don't have all the information, especially when the outbreaks are starting, to understand the shifting predictions and the limit of our prediction capabilities. And from the users and the stakeholders, we heard a lot about capacity and infrastructure gaps, especially in some areas where we want to make Earth observation operational, but they don't have the capacity. So this is where the international organization role is to support this strengthening of the systems at national level. And finally, the institutional and the regulatory frameworks matter. And we heard that sometimes the data exist, but we cannot access them because there are privacy issues, regulation issues that prevent this. So we need to work on this to ensure that those pilot projects are sustainable, and then we can scale them up to wider use. So this is my reflections from the day. I would like to ask my co-chair if he has something also to share.
Thank you, Chadia. Well, first of all, thanks to all the participants of the day. As Chadia just mentioned, it has been a very intense day with a lot of discussions and presentations. The first takeaway is that there is a lot of momentum. So I start from the comment we got from Shuba yesterday. Yes, it's small, but there is a lot of attention and momentum around it. So let's catch the momentum. We have seen that both at United Nations and global agencies level, quadripartite members, there is an interest. We have seen this morning that at European Union level, different agencies dealing with health are also really interested in utilizing advanced analytics and Earth observation data. We have heard from Gordon, from ESA, that there are new satellites. There is a new wealth of data coming also from new space missions. So this is growing, I would say, at a very high rate, almost exponential rate compared to 10 years ago. There are also new technologies. We are working with HPC, both on ESA and in the Destination Earth digital twins context. We have heard from Maurice Kramer that there is very novel approaches in terms of modeling that are available, that are already being implemented. So we are really at the forefront of something that is going to change the landscape as we have known it. And I really liked as well the citizen science approach. I mean, we have it here. The societal implications of, for example, illegal mining and the link with the health and the spread of diseases. We have heard about the gaps from Marietta in the field, so this is very important. We will discuss on Thursday about the field activities and the capacity building activities. We really need to understand that when we look at things from above, it needs validation, and this data needs to be fused and combined with in situ data. And we know that as well with the pilot projects that we have, for instance, on West Nile, for example, where the in situ data is essential. So with all this, I would say we have a very complete picture, including also this discussion that we had with WHO Berlin on the consequences of the pandemic and how to prepare, how to be ready for situations that may occur again. And so all of us are called now to think how to implement what was just pilots into pre-operational activities, into more structured collaborations, international collaborations. And I think we really had very good examples during the day. So I will now hand over back to Chadia for the first question. And thanks again to everybody.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the panelists to share with us their reflections and to tell us what stood out most from your session, apart from your presentation. I start with Kramer. Oh, sorry, not Kramer. Kramer has left. I start with you. Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a try. Well, I do wish we'd been able to prepare this before, though. I'm not very good at spontaneous answers to these questions. No, I mean, the reason why I was here this week was to learn about some of these amazing new sources of data. I mean, my background in terms of working at ECMWF was really focused on what was going on in the atmosphere. And so I've learned a lot also from my session, actually, what the potential is, for example, for the surface observations and so on. And so I've already, just while I was sitting here this morning, seen the potential of how one could actually think about trying to use some of these products in a data assimilation system to much better initialize, for example, dynamical models for seasonal prediction. So I think there's an awful lot of potential there. I did want to underline the thing about, you know, some of the open access. One of the things that particularly interests me, I kind of mentioned in passing that some of the work we're doing was looking at trying to actually link our model to an agent-based model. And part of the motivation for doing that is, of course, that in so much of what we do, mobility is really, really important. And so without incorporating that into these modeling frameworks, you're really missing so much. And the only opportunity we've had to look at that really in terms of data access has been through an open data project based in Senegal, where there was access to mobile phone data from the Orange network in Senegal a number of years ago, which was exceedingly useful, but of course it's only in the context of one country. And so that came out right in the very first keynote talk, and there was the statement made that, you know, we're moving towards, for example, more open data in that respect, and I understand there are privacy concerns, but I still feel that in that regard of the human component, we're still very much living in a world of haves and have-nots concerning data access. It's extremely difficult, and I also find it very frustrating from my perspective, the fact that, you know, private companies have so much more information than we do in academia for a lot of these data sets, and so it would be really nice if one could work towards a framework where there was some kind of protected, controlled access for academic research purposes to these kinds of data sets. Because I think in terms of the environmental observation, there really is a huge potential, whereas I still feel that the human component is a bottleneck to at least the kind of things that I'm doing. I find it quite restrictive and difficult. So that they were two of my take-homes from this morning.
Thank you very much. Now to Carla.
Okay. I haven't seen these. I'm working in an animal health institute, we can call it, and dealing with herd observation data since the beginning, 20 years ago. So I grew up with these two components together during my job, during these years. And it was great to see how every time the one is going to help the other side of the puzzle, because we started with some data acquired from some weather station, and then improving in the resolution, in the frequency, in the accessibility, in the free or not free. So it's and every time the vector-borne, the environment, the temperature was there helping in this. And now with the at least last two Living Planet, also the health was part of the program in there, and it is it was nice to be part of this history. I think that now more can be done because new data are available again. Still, we have to improve, to integrate with those kind of high-level, high-accurate models that we have seen today, many of them, with really data, the sentinel themselves, that they are there, but every time it's not so, sometimes not so easy to get access to get ready for the models. But we are there, and we keep working on this. It's I guess, and I think that they will provide helpful things for the society in general, animal health and human health too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will piggyback on both of your inputs because for the past years I've been closely working with trying to outreach about open data, EO open data, and at the same time, when I first started in this field, one of my first things that I did was about malaria and in Cambodia, and trying to associate deforestation and the growth of swamps with the increase of malaria, and it was impossible to get malaria data. It was like very protected, so it was a very bit contradiction, but at the same time it's also another contradiction, the fact that, for instance, for doing deep learning models or AI models, we need a lot of training data, and not having enough of it, not having enough quality, it will not yield great performance. So I think there is a lot of work to do in that regard.
Yes, please.
Okay, I can use this one. Yeah, and the animal data, here we are at the War House. They are there, free, public, available with the coordinates. Different history is the human side of the data. It's another history on that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for highlighting this issue of access and availability, and also the quality of the data available, and also the training that need to be done so professionals are able to use the data to inform their decisions. So over to you, Awa.
I think for me there's different points. I joined only for the beginning of session 3. The work that we're doing with the curriculum, we're trying really to address different topics, as you could see. But what really struck me is I do the parallel with digital health, which is also the heart of the GD Hub, is implementation, right? How do we implement? How do we learn from existing implementation as well? Challenges. We talk about data access and also privacy of data as well. So for me, today was also important that we should probably leverage more on those implementation and learning more and adding them also in kind of training and capacity building. I'm also so curious about evaluation. I know if we tackle that today, but I could see an incredible outcome from Earth observation, but the impact, long-term impact, what is it? And because on what we want to try to do the linkage between space and global health, we want to prove that it's actually effective. So it's something I'm also looking forward to hear more, but I already have enough in terms of, I hope that we can really leverage also for the work that we're doing on capacity building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for adding also two issues, implementation of the projects and then evaluation and sharing the result with policymakers to show them that those projects were effective and then maybe we can gain more attention to them and more support going forward. Thank you. Over to you.
Well, just what you were saying now, that sharing the results, it's really important to get more support. Well, my point is communication. So I have seen a lot of really, really nice initiatives today. And I thought how important would be that this is more well known. Because I think, well, this image that you show about the Earth observation and the Earth with different colors, this, you sell this alone. You don't need to, you know what I mean? This has impact, and you have the graphical resources. So I think that maybe society doesn't know that much about what Earth observation is and why it is important. So maybe if we start communicating this now, we can get more support or more interest of the general public. And if the general public has interest, then the other things come.
You want to?
No.
I think. Oh. Sorry.
It bites back.
Reflecting on what we have learned today and yesterday, I think we reached an understanding that we know quite a lot about what drives disease and how much climate change is affecting and will affect disease transmission. Not just climate change, but also land use change, as I presented earlier. And the biggest problem we have right now is how to make the society and scientists to communicate with the society and with citizens. And the biggest issue is disconnection. So one thing that we scientists could learn better, and that's why I really loved your work and your presentation, is that if we could apply the knowledge we presented today with initiatives like the one you presented, it could really make an impactful solution for the future. If we could have an app, for example, that identifies how certain changes in land use is creating mosquito breeding habitats, like I presented with the mining case, it could inform the population and make the whole society understand why changes in land use is really bad, not just for the environment, but for everyone and for everyone's health, especially the most vulnerable people. So I think that's the main take I take from today. And I think it's you next. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to add. I think it's really good that we have the user forum because it allows us to see what we have and what can be done. Before working on malaria and genetic data, during my thesis, I focused on event-based surveillance systems, and I saw how linking between epidemiological data and environmental data could improve classification models. And now that I am working on malaria and genomic, I feel that I have another piece of the puzzle, and now I am thinking how we can link all these together to provide more innovative tools and predictive models.
Well, Willie is enjoying this. She doesn't know what to say. No, I do know what to say. I'm impressed, but what vector-borne diseases has been always so focused on a few diseases, and I want to make a point that when you're in infectious diseases, you feel a little bit like a fireman, but we also need the smoke alarm, right? So tick-borne diseases are not going very fast. And so we are so triggered to change and climate change and things like that, but a lot of things are just there, like dengue might not change, it's still not solved. So the whole focus on explosive new things and change is, of course, something that is very well done with Earth observations, but also things that don't change might not have been looked upon. And I was wondering if a paper I wrote with Willie years ago is that there's a distinction between predictive and explanatory, like what is the driver, but do we actually, when you explain something, you have all the data and then you can explain it. But is that predictive power that big? So if people want to evaluate, I would also, and they do it, it's not that it's not present, to evaluate what the predictions did. We often predict a lot, but never go back whether that was true or not. So there's a little bit because it's not the same thing. If something is driving something from now to then doesn't mean that that is the same thing what's happening. And especially with vector-borne diseases where there are so many loose parts doing their own thing. And that's one part. And the second part is that since vector-borne diseases, everyone, of course, they're cold-blooded animals. Temperature is important, but there's so many other parts important. For West Nile, for example, we look at Culex pipiens, but we have 400 species of birds we don't know anything about. So there's a lot of, we focus on the things we know, but especially with zoonosis and tick-borne diseases, what animals do on this earth, we don't know where the wild boars in Europe, for example. So a lot of the things are unknown. So beyond the hallelujah, we still a lot of gaps in just the normal life cycle and exposure.
Thank you. Let's start with the second round of questions. I would like to invite also all the people in the room to intervene. I mean, many of you have been also speakers today, so it's not just limited to the people sitting here on this table. So I'll start just with a short consideration. We have seen today and yesterday that there is a sort of triangle where we have policy, science, and technology. And these three dimensions have been touched upon by all of us in different ways. We have also seen as examples that space can contribute or is already contributing to three global frameworks. One is the climate change framework, the COP21 and following conference of the parties, with the essential climate variables, and we will discuss this more tomorrow. Another one is the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and the Unispace 3, which mandated the Charter for Space and Major Disasters, which will also be presented tomorrow. And the third one is the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. And we know that all the goals, in fact, contribute to health or are related to health, not just SDG number 3. So we have there a target, which is 2030. So we have heard from you what is the takeaway from today. So my question is, if we think in the next 5 years, from now until 2030, in a logic of supply and demand, so what are your needs, what are your expectations, and how can we supply data or EO applications to respond to these needs and applications? Can you tell us just two aspects from your perspective, so both one on the demand side and one on the supply side, that we can work together in the next 5 years to address? Thanks. And the question is for everyone. Please be quick because I see already. So Marie-Louise first and Willy second.
Thanks.
I mean, I think it's clear from today that a lot of people use Earth observation. It's essentially a silent partner in a lot of studies, and it's not unacknowledged, but it's not stressed. And I think that's something that ESA could pick up and make some mileage out of. But the return to that is that those same people who've now got used to using these sorts of data provided by remote sensing, they need to know what's coming. Because they're bright people, they've got lots of new ideas, and they need to be able to adapt what they're doing. They're used to using your stuff. They need to know what's down the pipeline so that they can perhaps adapt their investigations to incorporate it. What do these new things you're going to produce give them the opportunity to do? But they need to know what it is, because they're not sitting in Frascati or wherever else it is, or Harwell. They don't know what's coming down the line. So I think that's an important thing to do. Another plea is, please, it's not climate change, it's environmental change. It's something I've been trying to drum into students for 150 years. You all say climate change because the BBC and Donald Trump call it that. It's not. It's environmental change, okay? So just click, do a bit of a click, and try and get the terminology right. From the user point of view, I think we probably don't use what is available enough. I don't think we've been using, it's not that we haven't been using it for long enough, but it's partly, as I was wittering on about this morning, it's not that easy to get hold of unless you're at least in a standardized, easy format that fits with existing research patterns. So, you know, you've really got to be able to interpret these long file names, for example, and that doesn't help. And so I think it's not just what's coming next, it's make it easier. I'm sorry, but use NASA as a template. They've been doing it for years. It took them 20 years to learn, but they now do supply Earth imagery in a way that a lot of people can use it, and that's why a lot of people are still using it, rather than the better and more effective Sentinel. So, all those things.
Could I just super quickly follow up on that? Just. Yeah, so for the atmospheric community, often these days, prior to the launches of new satellites, there is really a kind of a regular methodology that they use that ESMWF will use their fields to do forward modeling to make simulations of what the satellite will see in order for the community to already be able to look at ways to ingest it into their own work and so on. And so that may be like a little bit of a template, exactly in the direction that you were saying, to more generally do that for environmental data sets.
I think you're right. I think, to be honest, the Europeans haven't quite realised they're mainstream yet. I think that's the big deal. And I mean, they are, that's the point. It's well demonstrated, everybody uses it. But being mainstream means it's a two-way thing. You've got to start communicating back with the people who use it.
Yeah, and just to say, your point, though, is extremely important, because in the past, when I first started working there back 25 years ago, often a satellite would be launched, and then there would be a real latent period before it could be assimilated, simply because centers weren't prepared. And so a satellite would be launched, and then it would be maybe a third of the way through its lifetime before people learn how to ingest it into the 4D VAR that I mentioned this morning, you see. So that kind of preparation phase is absolutely critical, because a satellite only has a certain length of time that it's up there. You know, you don't want it to be starting to use it like, you know, when it's already 80% towards its termination.
Sentinel's a very good example of that, because you know, a lot of people can't get at it. And you certainly can't get at it in a standardized way that is compatible with the way most satellite imagery is used.
It's particularly important for real-time applications.
Of course.
Yeah, a super point, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to stress one point about the down-the-line aspect. I think it would be very interesting to also put into perspective what Earth observation could bring into on the table with new missions. We have next year Trishna, an platform with thermal infrared imagery that will be available. That is a mission created, by ISRO and CNES, that will generate thermal infrared imagery. We also have launched a couple of months ago CO3D, which will do DM in 3D for around the globe. Having these types of data sets for me would be very interesting to see, for example, urban heat, les îlots de chaleur urbains, urban heat hotspots. I'm not sure how to... Islands, thank you. Putting into perspective new missions for me would be very crucial and would be very beneficial for the wider community and health community. And the second point, I also wanted to make a second point. I think that, and I've not been around in the health community as long as, everybody in this room, but I would be very keen to hear also what other member states have to say about health. I welcome this forum and this workshop. I think it's great to hear what everybody has to say. But in France, I have to preach for my own country. In France, we have a very strong community about téléépidémiologie, about zoonoses. We have a research program, Présode, which is working to put forward work packages and projects to analyze and do prevention for zoonotic diseases. I think also engaging with communities, scientific communities around each member state is really key. And I would encourage or try to encourage more forums and workshops like this to happen on perhaps thematical areas or on specific points. But the point is to do more outreach to member state communities. And I think that would be very crucial to organize. And I think ESA has the mandate to foster and organize these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurélien. Just feedback on this. This is a very good point. And just to name, in the last 5-6 years, we have organized activities, could be user forum or sessions at the Living Planet or the hackathon in 6 member states of ESA. So we also tried to organize things not just in the ESA establishments or Frascati. We just had one, for example. So the others, we have been in Vienna, in Bonn, in Milan, in Switzerland, in Geneva. We are here in France. So we really did that. We had a close look at that. We had about 7 projects related also to different aspects of health. And we have more than 20 either research institutes or industries, EO industries, placed in different countries across Europe, across different member states. So there is also good feedback from the industry, from the research community in terms of distribution across member states. And there is another element that was just presented in the last session, which is also the PAX program. So what you have seen from Croatia, for example, is also one project that was supported by the PAX initiative of ESA with Croatia. So we are also looking at the countries that are preparing themselves to become full members of ESA. So this is something we are also working together with the member states, and we will hear more in terms of when we have the capacity building sessions and the digital platform sessions. We will hear more tomorrow and the day after on the new missions, on the new data platforms, and the capacity building activities we are putting in place also to disseminate knowledge and anticipate also the upcoming missions. I'm not hearing much on the 2 takeaways, so supply and demand side. So all of you, please. There is one more. Okay. Please.
Okay, so for the demand side, the comment I wanted to make was actually what you made. So I was actually going to point out the case for weather forecast, which is, I think, one of the strongest user uptake examples for Earth observation. The simulation of Earth observation in weather forecast is one of the defining moments on the phase change that we have seen in terms of precision and accuracy of weather forecasts. Just to remember that even during the World War II, when the Allies came to France, weather was also a parameter to decide. So whether it's underlying everything, and all of the environmental diseases have some very strong weather components. So it's not only about long-term climate and the essential climate variables in the sense of the long term, but also in the short term and acute accidences. And in this regard, I would say that when I started to work with Earth observation, I started to work with Landsat. And when I started to work with Sentinel, I had exactly the same reaction as Will, by saying, why would you consider NetCDF files instead of simple GeoTIFF files? Why cannot open this in ArcGIS? But after some 10 years, I have to recognize that the solutions put forth by ESA are actually more sophisticated, and this brought myself to the phase in which I understand why it's like this. I think that maybe the missing part is to bridge this gap of knowledge between disciplines. I work with medical doctors, I work with environmental engineers, and I see that from the computer science schools come the best professionals that I have working alongside me, just because they know the tools to work with this kind of data nowadays. And the disciplines more related to environment are a bit, I would say, rather stuck in past technologies like GIS systems and software rather than programming. So one way to get around of this is to put all of these disciplines working with each other, because I know that we can do it. Weather forecast is the premium example for this. I don't know any weather forecaster that doesn't know how to program in Python, Fortran, and C++. So this is the prime example that we should follow in other disciplines as well. And I would also like to highlight, in addition to Trishna, we will also have LSTM, which is very complementary. And with NASA and NOAA budget coming down, and with the SBGS basically not coming to fruition, nor Landsat Next, this puts ESA at a very sweet spot to fill in that upcoming gap, because the 20 years of knowledge that the United States have put together probably are going down the drain right now if they don't have the capacity to keep on going. But we can pick up on their pace and keep on building the way we have been doing. And one example of this is Sentinel-4. I was just checking because it was launched. For example, if we did that for weather forecast, we can also do, and we are trying to do that for air quality. And air quality is a prime example of the next frontier of assimilation of Earth observation data, the same way we did for the physical parameters. So yeah, so this is just to acknowledge these things that I don't know if they actually respond to demand, but and offer.
A little anecdote. About weather forecast, I heard that extreme weather is very difficult to forecast. We were in a team with 12 people in the field collecting ticks. There would be no rain. After 2 hours, we could leave because it was a waste of day because there was rain plunging over it. So very practical, better for weather forecast would help my life immensely.
Daniela, please.
So the answer I will give is very based on the type of research I do. So for people that are trying to understand how environmental change, but more specifically changes in land cover and land use, can affect disease transmission, one thing that is really important is historical data, and historical data with high resolution. I know that it's impossible to get this data since the ESA launched the satellite with 10-meter resolution in 2020 and 2021. So maybe if it is possible to backcast the data from the previous satellites using the data for the one with high resolution and provide a long historical data on land cover, that could be really useful for the people that do research with land use and land cover change and disease transmission. And another thing that would be really useful is, I would say that you mentioned extreme climatic events. If as we are approaching a world that is going to increase in extreme climatic events, being able to have satellite imagery that is collecting the data more often, so we can actually get the resolution, for example, how much it rained a certain day and cause a catastrophe. If it could be more frequent with high resolution and we can have historical data, it would improve quite a lot when you're trying to tackle very specific questions and you need data for specific cities at a certain day for events that we cannot predict very well. I know it's probably extremely hard, so I'm sorry for that suggestion, but I hope it's useful.
Thank you. Thanks. Elisa?
Well, about demand or supplies, I'm not sure because this is not much my field. We know that we would like to implement. What I showed was just a prototype, but interoperability would be a good point. And also I'm thinking that maybe, as I see that Sarah have developed some indicators, maybe we can open a debate on how these indicators that we both can create should be, because we are thinking in creating indicators. So if we are a group of people who is working on that, maybe we can have some synergies. So maybe as a demand, a creation of workshops about debating these kind of things.
Thanks very much. Sarah, can you say a few words about the community-led initiative that you launched in Vienna, and also maybe answer the question of Elisa, which goes in that direction as well?
Okay, so during LPS we had this side event that we brought together people that had zero contact with Earth observation, and they were addressing issues that could be easily supported by Earth observation, like they were doing things with trees, these urban gardens, and it was a very good way to expose them to the potential that they can get from it. But for the construction of these indicators, for instance, I would recommend you to have a look on the race and explore it a bit. And you can also, if you are interested in developing something, you can go and access and or email us, because this is something that the objective is this, to develop products within Europe or supported by research or industry or universities to create these indicators in a fast, quick manner, combining satellite data and ground-based data for the benefit of all.
I also look, yeah. Who is the next one? Yeah, please.
I just wanted to follow up on the comment earlier about the weather forecasting, because I think it raises another important point. So, I mean, that's an example where, sometimes with the use of weather forecasts, there is not a full comprehension of how to use probabilistic forecasting. So, for example, if we take an area in the tropics, or in the summer in Italy, you can have unstable conditions. You forecast thunderstorms. I can look out my window and see one traveling across Monfalcone 2 kilometers away, where I guarantee there's like an inch of rain coming down, and I can sit in my garden and not get wet. So, of course, in that case, we deal with that. And I didn't have much time to kind of deal with that this morning. But in terms of probabilistic forecasts, where we're trying to account for errors in initial conditions and errors in models by having an ensemble of forecasts, and also by perturbing the model physics as you go along, in order to have a group of possible outcomes. And so I think it's something that, I mean, it has cropped up in some of the talks this week, and it's something that we have to keep an eye on all of these applications. And it can be short-range forecasting, but it's all the way through, right through to long-term environmental and climate change. In terms of, I see plenty of talks at conferences from climate scientists, and if they're looking at applications, there's a tendency to take the worst case scenario, and they will take like RCP 8.5, business as usual, but the one that gives the biggest signal, because that's what gives the output. But of course, that's one outcome which might have a very small probability. And if you're working towards a kind of impacts mitigation and you need to make an investment, it might be to like basically mitigate against that kind of outcome. You need to have a very, very high investment, and you need to have an idea of like the probabilities associated with each of those different potential climate scenarios. And so there is a need to think probabilistically. And so so I thought I didn't want to be too flippant about the weather forecasting, but I think it raised a very important point, that one does need to think in a probabilistic framework, which is why things like the very simple cost loss, and then taking that a little bit further, those kind of economic analyses inside a probabilistic framework, I think is the way forward. And one's not thinking simply in terms of binary decisions with a deterministic forecast. Do I take my umbrella or not? It's a bit more complicated. And so anyway, I just wanted to kind of follow up on the need for probabilistic thinking.
There is one comment from Jorge from United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs.
Yeah, so actually it's following your comment, because, I mean, there was someone, and I don't remember the name, sorry for that, that was mentioning, well, there was a change from MODIS to VIRS, and our workflow broke. So do we have an understanding of that? If there is a product that is not going to be available, is going to change, how much sensitivity of the model is due to that actual parameter and that actual change? Because that would be important to evaluate how we are incorporating new missions into the models. So just an open question. I don't know if there is an answer, but just curiosity coming towards the point of errors. Yeah.
I can answer that only in the context of the atmosphere, in terms of usually places like Eastern WWF and the Met Office, they constantly perform, for example, data denial experiments where they'll take out different data sources or different platforms in order to see how they influence the system as a whole. I mean, one of the nice things about the variational data assimilation is that all observations affect all variables, no? So if you want to know about winds over West Africa, you actually get more information from the surface pressure and therefore the temperature gradients than you actually do from direct wind observations. And so by taking out various sources of information from that system, you can get a good appreciation of how those different sources are in balance and affecting that. So that is done systematically in the atmosphere in that regard. In terms of some of the other systems and so on, obviously I can't answer that.
So the answer is we don't know for health. So the answer is we don't know for health, and at least you didn't have the answer. We have the answer for meteorological data, but we don't have the answer for predictive models for vector-borne diseases.
So for meteorology, it's systematically done. I'd have to leave it for the other speakers to answer for their own particular applications.
Anna, do you want to comment on that?
I'm going to comment on something else, which is probably closely related. I would like to see uncertainty estimates with Earth observation products, so we can do these sensitivity analysis on a systematic matter and propagate the errors, so we know how well our models perform. It's potentially a big ask, but it should be on the agenda.
Okay, Gordon, there. I mean, of course, there are other aspects related to waterborne diseases that we will be discussing tomorrow. So we have tomorrow morning a presentation from ESA on all the atmospheric missions that are coming up. So, I mean, today is not the end of the user forum. We are just on the end of the first day and a half. So please, Gordon.
No, I just wanted to make a point to follow up on what Sarah was saying, and it sort of links in. If you want, I mean, I think we're talking a lot about theory without having really tried a lot of the stuff out. If you want to try stuff out, as of starting, we hope, in December, every 4 months we'll have a submission deadline for proposals. Okay, you can have €200,000 to try something innovative out, linked to the use of Earth observation data with something. Okay, it's very popular. It's really focused on the try it and see. Don't have all the gubbins round about. Keep it focused on the try it and see. And it can be any sort of Earth observation exploitation. So if you want to try something out, linked to all the different things you're saying, can we have uncertainties? Can we characterize the impact of data, in particular new satellites, because we want to do, we're starting now to think about the exploitation of the new Sentinels coming along like LSTM, rather than have the 2 years after they're launched lead. So that will be an opportunity for you every 4 months. If you want to submit a proposal, I suggest you have a chat with us first so you understand how it's being evaluated and things, because you fill in a template, and just so that you understand what we're looking for in the template, have a discussion with us and try it and see. I mean, it'll be there for you. And it might even be €250,000 if we can get enough money from the member states. So you're not going to get rich, but you'll get some money to try stuff out.
Yeah. Okay, my last question. Maybe we can end up with some ideas for the future. If you can name one opportunity that you believe we should be pursuing immediately after this user forum, what would be one opportunity to start working on immediately after this? Anyone? I have one. I can start. I think we need more of this interaction between the health field and the Earth observation field. So we have an opportunity coming up from our side, from the health sector. We will have One Health Congress next year in September, exactly like 1 year from now, in Portugal, in Lisbon. So I will share with all of you the link, and please submit abstract so we can include you in the panel discussions, and we can have sessions on the use of Earth observation for One Health. Please.
So you has inspired me. One thing that I believe it would be extremely useful is if ESA could provide workshops or maybe online courses freely available on like YouTube, for example, on how to use the data that you guys provide. It would be super useful because, for example, if you have a PhD student coming that does not have experience with analyzing the data, and you, as a very busy PI, need to teach, it would be really useful if we could just show them the material made by ESA so then they can learn, and then it also would be a useful way for people located in the global south that often cannot afford coming to Europe for the workshops to learn as well and use the data. I have seen that many people in this room are not from the global south and work with the global south. Ideally, people back home in Brazil would be doing the type of research we are doing as here, and would be also presenting research with Earth observation and health.
Thanks, Daniela, for bringing this up. We had a very good experience on waterborne diseases training that was organized with Gemma and Shuba that are here at PML. We had more than 600 people following that online. So that was from globally, from all over the world. So north and south globally. And I piggyback on that, thinking of Jorge and Awa that is here. I mean, Awa just presented this afternoon the curriculum. So we are now starting, we are now entering into the MOOC preparation, the lectures. Mm-hmm. So in fact, this is one immediate thing we can do. So anybody in the room that is also ready to contribute by delivering, for example, content for the MOOC, they are really welcome. So please get in touch with us and with Jorge and Awa, and we'll be very happy to include you there. So this is an immediate, concrete action that we can put in place. Please, Marie-Louise.
Thank you.
And then Philippe.
Hi. I was going to say that, can you hear me? Yeah. That regarding the trainings, I think something that could be super interesting and maybe relevant, having heard that there's all these communication issues where the scientists don't necessarily communicate in in an understandable way to policymakers and vice versa. I think it could be quite interesting to have these trainings, to have trainings on how to speak to policymakers as a scientist, for instance, for a scientist where you're like, okay, policy works like this, you have a mandate, you need to fulfill this mandate, what's going on at the moment, how do you communicate your technical knowledge and your insights to these people at a moment that is actually relevant? Because I feel like it would maybe not make the research more valuable, because obviously research is valuable as it is, but maybe lead to results faster and in a more proactive way. And I think that could be quite interesting.
Thank you, Marie-Louise. I think this is valuable input also to our. Thank you. Thanks, Philippe.
Thank you, and thanks again for the opportunity to be here. It's quite eye-opening. Maybe just two quick comments. The first one, our former executive director for health emergencies would often sort of say, why can't we just model pandemics like we can model the weather and predict it? So, just hearing some of the things that have been said here, I can see that there's already some effort in that direction using Earth observation. I think trying to find ways that we can explore some things together. And I know Stefano, we've had a little bit of a conversation on this. I think I'd be eager to continue that conversation, and also with others in the room, and how we can maybe build some better collaborations with WHO, and particularly the hub. The second one just is around the workforce capacity. It might be a good idea to explore, if you want to amplify and give that more visibility in the health domain. And I was chatting earlier with Awa about this, is to maybe look at the WHO Academy as also a mechanism to amplify and give that visibility. Thanks.
Since we are discussing vector-borne diseases, is anybody who would be interested in the room on a training similarly to what we have done for waterborne diseases? Who would be interested to co-organize with us a similar training on Earth observation for vector-borne diseases?
I'm happy to help with the modeling, but not the remote sensing.
Okay.
Can I make another? I'm not interested in training now. Done enough of that. I wonder if I could make a suggestion. There are two big sources of environmental data, or particularly climatic data, that people use in my field. One of them is Earth observation, and the other one is ECMWF and ERA5. As far as I'm aware, nobody's tried a fusion of those two things, because the ERA5 stuff gets criticized because it's interpolated and you're not entirely sure how it all works. And the EO stuff gets criticized because it's not particularly ground truth and it's got gaps in it. It seems to me if you put the two together, you might come up with something that everybody might be satisfied. Of course, you might not. But you've talked before of fusion with NASA, with the Japanese, with whoever else. But what about with the ground-based stuff as well?
Well, I mean, a lot of these channels are infused into ERA5. I mean, it's a reanalysis product, so it's not a model product as such. It's got in the kind of cartoon, it's using a model to ingest all this data, but basically, pretty much, all of the real-time available in situ data that you can use in a variational system is ingested inside ERA5. So effectively, I mean, there are some environmental fields that maybe not, but for example, a lot of infrared data and so on is already ingested in there. You have the different, there's a lot of observation already in terms of the channels. Yes, so it is actually a melding, is a way of melding in a balanced way all of these different sources of information, both in situ and remotely sensed, into the system. But you do it by, basically you have a model forecast and you perturb the initial conditions of that model forecast in order for it to fit as closely as possible to that data. And then you have it's not just nudging. So the idea is that you get a balanced state out of it, and so that if you've got something which is wildly off in terms of the data, it can be thrown out, or it doesn't upset the balance of the atmosphere. So in that respect, it is a kind of melding of Earth observation and model. It's not just a model product. The reliability of the different fields. Sorry, I'm probably talking far too long. The reliability of the different fields depends on the kind of field. So if you're looking at something which is connected to clouds, so for example, microphysical properties or rainfall, that is more model, whereas something like winds and temperature is much, much more constrained by the observations. So there is a bit of a nuance when it comes to the reliability of the different fields. Okay. And by the way, a little advert, they're working towards ERA6, of course, which will increase the resolution to 18 kilometers. Is part of the next round of Copernicus. And forgive me as well for some of the things. I do sound like I work for ECMWF in this meeting more than I do ICTV, because I should be advertising ICTV, including, by the way, that we do a lot of workshops for the Global South. And so you might consider us as being a potential host for these kind of meetings if you want more Global South involvement, because we have the facilities and support, and even in terms of finance to be able to help in that regard for ICDP. But my knowledge for ESMWF systems is a little bit outdated sometimes because it's been a while since I worked there. But just to plug what they're doing towards ERA 6.
Thank you. So the last two comments, and then we close the session.
Yeah, just again adding to that, because you read my mind. ECMWF is working as we speak with a contract for machine learning downscaling of ERA5. There are plenty of activities on downscaling which actually do what Will just suggested. And just to trace back to my comment previously, I don't want to come across as criticizing certain clusters of expertise as being outdated by default, as if it was an error. I think it's just the way that things are. I'm an architect, so I also was outdated by my background. What I meant is that the computer science and data science is actually the sweet spot to bridge these gaps between the disciplines, because it's where the solutions are coming from. And for example, I'm working a lot on data fusion. This is my life's work in the last more than 10 years. And that's exactly what I do. I pick up Earth observation in high resolution that is not assimilated by ERA5 or other models, because by default they use geostationary or sun-synchronous lower resolution satellites like MODIS or VIRS. So I use Landsat, I use Sentinel, high resolution data not assimilated in the models to actually downscale it as a function of local specific items. And this is the missing piece, I think, for environmental health. And I have been having successful cases in my humble Portugal mainland, but I would suggest that putting these people to work with each other with data science software teams as the middleman is the solution to actually have something that is operational ready, because that's what I feel is missing, is going from the research paper towards something operational ready.
Okay, if there is no other comment, then we really would like to thank all of you for being with us today, also online, and for sending also your questions via Padlet. And then we reconvene tomorrow. So I hand over to Chadia.
Thank you so much. So the weather forecast for today, tonight and tomorrow, there will be rain. So bring your umbrella, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. here. Thank you.
Recording stopped.